stand up for me? Face the step. I'm gonna get you a bottle of water.
Thank you. Any chance you could get my purse?
Yeah, we'll get that from the house.
Will they bring it to me?
It'll probably be put in your property. There's water for you.
Do you want one for yourself?
Yeah, you can leave one.
Anybody could turn the heat up in here? Or like, do you have a sweater I can borrow or something?
I don't have any sweaters. I'll see if I can turn it off. It's hard to control the heat in this building.
That's fine.
Make sure I don't lock myself in here. So you remember me?
Of course I do.
I traveled all the way up here to come talk to you. Because, I've been working on Travis's case ever since it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I know exactly when it happened, when he was killed. I know a lot of details. And just recently we found quite a bit of evidence. And I'll discuss that with you. The main thing that I'm looking for, though, is answers on why certain things happened, why they went so far, and also to get your statements.
Okay.
A lot of details on this case that haven't been released to the public and not even to Travis's family. And those details are known only by us and the person who did it. Okay, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, is because I believe that you know some of these details.
Okay.
And I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay. Because we're here at the police department, the sheriff's department here in, was it Siskiyou County?
Siskiyou.
That's what it's called, okay. And you're considered under arrest or detained. You're not free to go. And I'm a police officer. I have to read you your rights, okay? I'm sure you've heard them on TV. I have to read them off this little card here, but they're pretty much the same. And I'll explain them to you as we go, okay? Let's see. This is July 15, 2008, correct?
Yes.
Let me see what time it is here. It's 10:01 in the morning. This is case number 2008-161-0844. Okay. You do have the right to remain silent. Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to the presence of an attorney to assist you prior to questioning and to be with you during questioning if you so desire. If you cannot afford an attorney, you have the right to have an attorney appointed for you prior to questioning. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
And what I'm going to do is just ask you some questions, ask you what you've been doing, certain dates, what you were up to.
Yeah.
You mentioned you were traveling on some of these dates.
I travel a lot.
I want to kind of clarify some of these things. And, if there's a question that you don't want to answer, you don't feel comfortable, you can say no, or you can elaborate as much as you want. It's completely up to you. It's at your speed.
Mm.
I don't want to pressure you.
Is this recorded at all, or should we?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a recording or something.
I don't know if these are voice recorders. I noticed them. If they have video, or if they have audio, or batteries, or what.
I don't think they're on.
They're really cool.
It's okay.
Used to the heat. Still.
Yeah, I haven't touched those or anything, but
Oh, okay.
They're not on, so what I want to do is just get to the bottom of it. Everybody wants to know, okay? And so I'm going to ask you some questions. You can voluntarily answer them if you want. Okay, is that cool?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
fine.
There was some question about you being. Well, let's start with this. What have you been up to since Travis's death? What have you been doing?
Well, I've been working.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been really working in prepaid legal. There's not a whole lot here in this marketplace, which is.
It's kind of small here.
It's small here, and really that could be seen as an opportunity rather than a hindrance, because that just means the market is untapped in a large way. So I could have if I wanted to, but I'm kind of like a deer in the headlights when it comes to prepay legal, and I just have a fear of just approaching people. So I've been working at a Mexican restaurant in the north end of town. I've been kind of in a daze, at least for the first few weeks.
Like everybody, you know.
Yeah. I know that a lot of people have been posting on Facebook really nice things, you know, and memories, and at one point I was like, well, maybe I should do that. So I posted this thing and I just said all my memories, and I realized looking back on it that it kind of sounded immature. It's more of like my Dear Travis kind of letter. And so I took it down because...
More personal?
Yeah, some of it was detailed, a little more personal. Not too personal, nothing inappropriate. Just, I just felt funny. I think because I'm a photographer, I tend to communicate more through pictures. So I posted a ton of pictures that I had of him. And I have a ton more that I just can't access right now. And videos and things that I know his family would want. But, so I posted pictures and I took that down, and I posted something last week. But other than that, I've been on Facebook and MySpace a lot, looking at his profile, looking at his pictures, reading things about his obituaries and any news updates. And, you know, there's legacy.com where you can write something about him.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of those postings.
Mm-hmm. I didn't realize until I actually spoke with Ryan Burns. He told the guy that's in Utah. And we've been talking a lot, and we try not to talk about that because it's kind of like, ugh. And plus, Travis is my ex-boyfriend, but at the same time, he's my friend. So while I'm mourning my friend, how do you talk to your new potential, possible, maybe person that you might start dating about your friend, even though he was your ex-boyfriend? So it's kind of a gray area. I try not to talk about him too much, but he comes up a lot. And it was through him that I learned that he said, you know, if you come out to Utah, things are really weird because everyone thinks that you could have had a hand in
And I've
this.
talked to a lot of people, and everybody's pointing a finger at you.
I know.
You know, everybody is saying, I don't understand what happened to Travis. I don't know who killed him. But you need to look at Jodi. And sometimes the simplest answers are the correct ones. And that's one of the reasons I started looking at you a little bit closer. And over the last month or so, I've gotten into Travis's life, talked to all his friends, his family. I got a really good understanding of who he is now. And I got a very good understanding of your relationship with him. And I'm kind of just putting two and two together.
Well,
And it kind of matches. So one of the reasons I'm here is to talk to you to figure out what was going on between you two. I know the relationship that you guys had was of convenience sometimes. Obviously you weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore, but you were still having a sexual relationship, which,
Does his family know about that? Just curious.
No, his family doesn't know anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm interested in protecting how he's remembered as well. And, you know, he was
Well, I'm sure if Travis could speak right now, he wouldn't care what people thought about him, because they knew who he was. Okay? A sexual relationship here or there, because the fact he was a member of the church really doesn't matter.
A couple times I asked him
whole
if
range
he could.
of things.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think in the broad scope of things that could be right. I just think that the reason I care about that is because he was adamant about that. And a couple times we prayed about it, didn't work, or we didn't stick to our guns on it. And one time a girlfriend of mine just said, why don't you just go to your bishop and talk, and ask Travis the same. And I talked to him about it, and he got really angry. He said, I've already had problems with this in the past. I'm embarrassed by it. I don't want to go to my bishop. And so we just kind of stopped for like a few weeks, and then that must have been in, I think that was August, and then it just resumed.
Well, the way Travis thought, by getting into his head and everything that he's written in his journals and everything I found out about him, he truly had feelings for you. And for some reason, he felt that the relationship between you and him was somewhat unhealthy, but he couldn't stop it. And I assume that's probably maybe the same way you felt about him, or
it's probably,
maybe you didn't understand why he didn't believe it was healthy.
No, I didn't think it was healthy either, spiritually at least, and probably emotionally, but mostly spiritually. And I think that kind of, once you have something that's not healthy spiritually, it filters through all aspects of your life. It's one of the main, there were three main reasons I moved back to Eureka, and one was I was in financial dire straits. I was not getting ahead, things were not working. Everything in Arizona was like, except for the wonderful friends that I made in my ward, and the opportunity. It's like the Mormon land of opportunity there, which is awesome, but except for all that, like every sign was pointing, just go, I wasn't able to hold a job, and that had never happened before. Too much of my nightlife was about him. He would text me and, hey, I'm getting sleepy, ... Just a bunch of Z's, and that was his code to like, come on over kind of thing. Coast is clear, So, and that was just, I lived 5 minutes away, 10, maybe 10, depending, and it was just too convenient and too easy, and it was fun, and we had fun when we were together, and so it wasn't healthy, and I totally agree with that. So that was one of the financially I wasn't doing well. I missed my family. I moved away shortly after high school, and I come back to visit, but I realized over the years I've missed out on a lot of things with my little brother and sister. I missed out on just their karate or their baseball or cheerleading or just whatever. And my dad is not doing well. He doesn't think he has very long to live, but he always says that. It's been that way for like a decade. He's still here, thank goodness. My grandparents aren't getting any younger, and I just have an awesome family. And I wanted to be able to just be here for a little bit and regroup financially. I owe my parents a lot of money, and I owe my grandparents a lot of money, and I owe friends money. I owe my the guy that I bought a house with, I owe him a lot of money. He doesn't ask me for it, but I intend to pay him back because he really footed the bill on the mortgage for a few months. And the third reason, and I like to put this third because I like to think that second to those reasons I would have been strong enough somehow, but the third reason was to put a physical distance between Travis and I, because I know that he really liked Mimi, and he said he did. I kind of felt guilty. I mean, I know they weren't dating, but I just felt guilty somehow, and I didn't know Ryan at the time. I met him in March in Oklahoma City, and it was just brief, and I remember seeing him and saying, I really want to go say hi to him, but he was surrounded by people, and he was kind of unapproachable. And he says he remembers meeting me too, and it wasn't until Zion, my friend, texted me, and I think I told you that.
And this is all after you broke up.
Oh yeah.
Broke up with Travis. Everything was all over.
As far as the timeline, we broke. It was kind of a mutual thing, but I sort of more broke up with him. Yeah. It was hard to do because I really loved him, but I just realized that without trust, you can't have anything, and I had violated his trust.
Is that the main reason you guys broke up? Is the trust?
Trust. I think that there's
not that the relationship was unhealthy because of the sexual activity, promiscuity, but just that you guys couldn't trust each other.
I think that, and this doesn't make it right, I think that being a convert, I've had a couple of serious relationships before where I was intimate with a few people, and it's kind of silly, but I used to always joke that regardless of what the Bible says, and yes, I'm Christian, I just live my life by the 10 Commandments, and those are my rules. Thou shalt not this or that, but it doesn't say thou shalt not fornicate. So I just used to joke about that, and it's a bad philosophy. I think that with Travis, there was a part of me that felt really guilty because there was something inside that thought you're this is nice for instant gratification, but you're destroying what you could have with Travis. And that's why we did pray about it. I remember we knelt by his bed once, and surprisingly, he suggested it. Normally, I would suggest that we pray before we go on a trip or before we eat if we're alone.
That was kind of unusual for him.
Yeah, because he was very resistant to prayer with me. I mean, I think in church it would have been fine, and I feel that maybe because we were driving away the Spirit constantly. Or maybe he felt that by inviting the Spirit, he would feel guilty about later on in the evening, or I don't know what the deal was. Or the excuse he used was, because I'm a convert, I need more practice saying prayers. He's like, so I'd say, will you say a prayer? He's like, why don't you say a prayer? Why don't you say a prayer? Why don't you say a prayer? So we'd go back and forth, and it's just one time when I was on a trip at Havasu Pi, we were all getting on the road, and I think it was with Dan Freeman and his sister Desiree, and they were all like, Jodi, will you say a prayer? And I said, sure, and Travis was like, anyway, I didn't want to argue with them. So, anyway, what was I saying?
Well, he's, the whole trust issue keeps coming back into my mind.
That was the big reason.
He was a big time flirt, and that's the one thing everybody says about him. He flirts a lot. Does he mean anything by it? No, not really. That's just who he is. He did have, girlfriends here or there, and he was at a point in his life where he wanted to really start settling down. He felt like he needed to kind of grow up,
mm-hmm.
Become a husband, become a father. That time had come, and he felt that time had come and gone, and he was falling behind.
He told me that too. He said he felt like his time was running out, and I told him that, despite the fact that he's not going to be in a singles ward very much longer, he still has a lot of options. He's still a very eligible bachelor. And he just didn't see it that way. He was like, you don't understand. He was like, that might be true, but my chances are severely reduced once I turn 31. It was like this ticking time bomb.
Finding a good Mormon girl, was difficult because in that church, that most of the girls get married in their early 20s.
Yeah. He said he didn't want to marry a girl in her early 20s because he said that he noticed a lot of pattern in the church with girls that married between 19 and 24, so to speak, would they'd start having babies and growing their family, and then they would look at their single girlfriends who were still having fun with no responsibilities, and they would regret getting married. And I think if you're strong in the church, it's not so much a problem, but...
Yeah, it depends on who you surround yourself with, too. If you surround yourself with the right people, it's a different story. But, that's where he was. And did you guys ever discuss possibly getting married or anything?
When we were dating, we did.
Okay.
Once we broke up, he brought it up. He actually proposed to me a lot of times, but he wasn't serious. I think he was serious once, and it was when we broke up. And that was really hard because we were on the phone, and it was just like none of that stuff should be done on the phone anyway, but I was hundreds of miles away. And I told him that I loved him. We didn't say I love you during our relationship, but we said it afterward. It was weird.
Okay.
I said, this isn't, breaking up with him on the phone wasn't really the way I wanted to do it, but it was kind of a situation that had just come to a point where it just couldn't be ignored anymore. And
let's move to after the breakup.
Oh, okay.
What kept you in Mesa at that point?
I actually moved to Mesa a few weeks after we broke up.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, as far as the timeline goes. But, if you want to call it our official breakup, shortly thereafter, it's like we were still seeing each other.
So you guys were seeing each other, but it was a long distance type relationship.
It was always long distance when we were officially dating. We dated from about the beginning of February to about the end of June. So
Okay.
February, March, April, May, June, about 5 months total.
Okay. In June of 2007, you guys broke up, and then
June
you moved to
29th.
Mesa.
Yeah, I moved to Mesa sort of.
Most people, when they break up, they kind of go the
I
wrong
know,
way.
and plans were already in order for me to move there. I was already speaking with a friend who was, was going to be her roommate, and I was her roommate for a short time. She's kind of flighty. She's a great girl, though. I had talked to Travis about maybe going to Southern California instead.
Okay.
And he's really persuasive.
He persuaded you to stay there in Mesa.
He kind of was playing up all the advantages if I did come to Mesa. And if I did, he said, it's a great place. We could still see each other and hang out on occasion. This church is very strong. You'll make a lot of friends. And I already knew all this stuff prior because we talked about that. And so I went ahead and just made the move. It sounded at the time like a good idea.
And you guys continued to kind of see each other at that time?
Yeah, at the time I was sort of living more across town over by Greenfield. Do you know where that is?
Yeah.
It was up Greenfield near Broadway. Greenfield and Broadway were the nearest cross streets. And that's where the girl that I was originally talking with, I moved in with her.
Yeah, it's kind of far from
Travis. Yeah. The thing about her, and just to give you a background of why I moved suddenly, she approached me the weekend after I got there and said, hey, she knocked on my door, can I talk to you for a second? I said, sure. And she moved in with her boyfriend, and they were engaged.
Okay.
And she said, hey, I just wanted to let you know that Scott and I went to Vegas last weekend to tie the knot. And I was like, really? She's like, yeah, we haven't told anyone, but we didn't want to live in sin, so we're gonna, and she had already been sealed in the temple once and was waiting for her cancel, or her
sealing to be
to be canceled. So they were going to have a civil wedding on a beach in Oregon, and they did that the following weekend. She told me that on a Monday or Tuesday. It was the beginning of the week, and she said the reason I'm telling you that is because I'm getting married this weekend, and I have to go out of town a few days ahead of Scott, to make arrangements. And now that he's a married man, we don't feel it's right that you be here in the house.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't want to inconvenience you, but is there any way you could stay with somebody else or just find another place? At the time I was waiting on a house in Gilbert because I already knew they were getting married, so I was kind of looking anyway. And there was a great girl named Brenda, and she was waiting on her keys for the mortgage to go through, and it was a great ward, and it was a great house, and it was brand new construction and all that. It was really nice, but she didn't get her keys for months and months. I think she's in the house now, but I don't know, I haven't talked to her. So I scrambled. I went to the Institute, I wrote down a bunch of phone numbers, I called them all, a lot of them, I got voicemails. One girl that answered, her name was Tiffany, and she knew Travis, and she was at his services in Arizona and as well, and we've just remained friends sort of like on MySpace and Facebook and that kind of thing. But she said, hey, sorry, that's an outdated posting, I forgot to take it down, but go to this website. So ldshousing.net, I went there. I made 3 phone calls for the places that were within my price range. I didn't think to look where they were. The one girl that called me back, her name was Shannon Darracott. She said, here's my place, here's the directions, go ahead and go out and come see the house. It was available, so we did.
No, go ahead.
You have to get that?
No.
Okay. So I moved out there, and when Travis found out it was so close to him, he freaked out about it. And I made sure to check that it wasn't, that we wouldn't be in the same ward. And it was within his ward boundaries, but it was also within another singles ward boundary. So of course I'm gonna go the other one, because it would just be kind of weird. I mean, I didn't know about him and Lisa at first. So I don't know if they were even dating at that time. I don't know what their whole timeline was. But it still would have been weird. And it wouldn't have made Travis very
during that
comfortable.
time that he was seeing Lisa, did you continue to see him as well?
Yeah, and I didn't know that he was seeing her.
Okay. But he would call you and have you come over?
Yeah.
I know there was a time when you, I guess, were cleaning his house too for extra money or something.
Yeah, I did that.
He hired you.
Yeah, I did that because he knew that I was struggling, and he's like, I've been doing the math, and that happened pretty much right on. I think that started in August. He's like, I've done the math, and I feel that I can be more protective. My time is more valuable than X amount of dollars per hour, so why don't I pay you this per hour, and I'll work, and you can make a little bit of money.
Okay.
So that helps.
That makes sense. That was around the same time frame as the move and back and forth?
Yeah, it was like a few weeks after the move. I was still living with Rachel over on Greenfield
Okay.
before, when that started. And he sent me this picture, and he's like, "This is your uniform, have it by Friday, or Thursday, or whatever." And it was this French-made thing. I was like, no.
Yeah, that's him. Typical.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's a very flirty guy, and
He is.
now, obviously, the Rachel relation, or not
Lisa?
Rachel, Lisa relationship didn't work out, and then there was a time period he really wasn't seeing anybody, and then Mimi came into the picture. What did you think about her? And
I didn't know a lot about her. She seems like a really nice girl. He showed me her picture on Facebook. You know, I don't think she had a lot of pictures on there. He said that he's not sure why, but he's pretty sure that she could be it. And I was happy for him. I didn't find out about Lisa.
This conversation you had face to face with him?
Yeah,
or?
yeah, it was in his room. And he had his laptop, you know, just on his bed. I didn't find out about Lisa until after we had this conversation where we decided to all just come clean. And that was quite a conversation. Because I was never unfaithful, but there, you know, when we started dating that timeline around February, the reason I remember February is because he had told me in December, you know, go date other people kind of thing. And so I did. It was January 10th that I went on a date with my friend John for lunch. We just went out and had sushi. Nothing romantic happened.
Yeah.
We didn't hold hands. We didn't kiss. I think we hugged. And I guess it was considered a date because he asked me and I accepted and he paid for it. And that was in Pasadena.
Yeah, if he pays for it, it's a date.
Yeah. That was in Pasadena. And the following evening, I went out with my friend Abe. And he drinks. He just got like a Maker's Mark, I think, was his drink. And I got cranberry juice. And we just talked forever about it. He talked about politics, which
Well,
is...
these guys in the Marine Corps or something?
They're both in prepaid legal. John Dixon is not in prepaid legal anymore. He's moved on to other ventures.
No, but the Marine Corps, are they in the service at all?
No.
Okay.
Abe is he's a little bit older. He's just sort of a businessman.
Okay.
Has a background in, I don't remember, production or
And
something.
this is during the time that you guys were broken up, or
This is
still
with-
kind of going
I'm
out?
sorry, this is before we started dating.
Okay.
The reason I say this is because he told me a few times, he told me during that conversation too, that he's like, you seem to have a very convenient timeline for when we started dating. Because I used to ask him, like, when did we actually start dating? Because I figured if we ever made it to a year, we might as well celebrate it. And he's like, I'm not really sure. And the reason I think it was February 2nd is because do you know of Chris and Sky Hughes? Okay. I used to spend a lot of time at their house. And, you know, they're a wonderful family. And Sky she's somebody that I really opened up to. And, you know, I told her a little bit how I just wasn't sure about Travis at the time. And I wasn't sure what was going on there. And she wrote him this long letter. Or she didn't write him a letter. Travis wrote the letter. But she kind of got on his case. And they told me all kinds of things about Travis that I wasn't aware of.
What kind of stuff are you talking about?
They said if I don't get away from Travis, I'm going to become just like Deanna, which is his other ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
You know, do you want to waste 6 years of your life waiting for him?
Because you can't commit.
He still tells Deanna, I love you, and I was like, what? You know, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I truly believe he does love her still.
Oh, he
but
does.
Travis had he's what you call a player. You know what that means? Yeah. He kind of
He doesn't
pulls
intend to
girls
hurt
in,
anybody, though.
but he can't make a commitment. He portrays himself to be a certain way, but he's really not. Okay. He portrays himself to have a lot of money. He's not. He doesn't have a lot of money.
He's got a lot of things. He told me the first night that the first night that I met him, or it was the second night, it was at the MGM Grand. He invited me to this executive director banquet. And, you know, he was kind of talking about what his earnings were the last year and how he almost made his 6 figures and that kind of thing. And then he leans in and he goes, in this business, you have to show off your money a little bit. And in prepaid legal, it is. People want to see that you're actually being successful. So, you know, he's done a good job with that.
It's about making money.
Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, so Chris and Sky were just, by the end of the conversation, they started calling me Deanna. And I was just like shocked. I didn't want to, the last thing I wanted.
How did you feel about that?
my biggest concern was losing respect in their eyes because I really, really looked up to them. And I thought I would have laughed it off, and I thought it was kind of funny, but I feared inside that I was losing their respect. So when I talked to him next, I was like, what do I do? What do I say? And he ended up writing this long, long, long letter to Sky saying, I just got off the phone with a very reluctant to talk to me Jodi, And she wrote back saying something to the effect like, I wouldn't want my sister to date you. Why do you kiss Jodi in the dark and then act like you guys aren't even together in the daytime? Things like that.
That's a good statement, because that kind of sums up the relationship that you had with him. It seems like he liked you, he loved you. He wanted to be with you, but he was reluctant to make a commitment first off. And truly, he didn't think that you were marriage material. And I don't know why not. I mean, I see you. You're a wonderful girl. You're struggling. You're trying to make your way through life, and I don't see why you guys couldn't have made it.
I think we have very different philosophies on a lot of ways. We would argue about the dumbest things, and he would just want me to admit that he was right, and I would happily do that.
Well, that's a man thing.
I should have just known better and admitted that. I eventually learned how to argue with Travis, and it's his
choice. Talk to my
choice.
wife. She's like, okay, fine, you're right.
Yeah, eventually that's what I began to do with him. It's like the more I just agree with him, the sooner the argument gets over, and the sooner we can make up. And the makeup was always great. But there were so many times where I just couldn't wrap my mind around what he would. I could, but I would try to get him to do the same for me. Like there was a time when I broke down on the way to LA once when I was going to watch Chris Hughes do a training. And this was January, mid-January maybe of 2007. And my car got a flat tire, so I had at the time roadside assistance because my car was still under warranty. And they went to take the car in to change the tire and realized that when they sold me the car, they didn't give me the wheel lock key. For anti-theft, there was wheel locks. So I had to get a hotel room. I had to get my car towed. It was a big nightmare. And I was kind of hungry. It was dinner time. It was 7:38, and it was dark because it was January. And the tow truck guy said, there's a Denny's 2 blocks down here, and there's a Jack in the Box there, and he was driving me to the motel. I said, is there an IHOP around? Because I really like IHOP. He's like, yeah, but it's kind of like 5 miles back in the other direction. I was like, yeah, okay. He's like, I can drive you there if you want. And I was like, he's like this short Mexican guy, and he seemed really harmless, and I was like, okay. And he, and I asked him about his life, and he had a wife and kids, and so he wasn't flirting. Or he had a girlfriend or something, I don't remember.
Just trying to be nice to you.
Just being nice. And so I ended up telling him, and he didn't ever come on me or ever say anything inappropriate, and then he drove me back and dropped me off, and that was that. And I got to eat. And so I told that to Travis, and he didn't say anything at first, but it got back to Sky, and Sky was like, why didn't you call me? And then I think eventually that was used against me to establish a pattern that I do weird things like that. So that's something we had arguments about a lot. Was he's like, I just think that.
So he was truly upset with you about that. He felt a little jealous, but
he told me once that he was a little bit jealous when he found out that I went on those dates. He's like, but I know we're not dating, and he's like, I guess I am a little bit jealous, but with these other incidences, he said it just concerns him because he thought that I would get myself into a situation where I'd get hurt because I have that sort of attitude, and I was really. Since I joined Prepaid, I've been really trying to break out of my bubble and do things that are a little uncomfortable as far as talking to people. And, I made a resolution this year to overcome a few fears that I have that I'm really scared of. So I think that by getting into that a little, then I can, overcome some of that. But he did act jealous, but he wouldn't say he was jealous. He would just say he was concerned.
But he would tell other people about it.
What do you mean?
Did he tell Sky Hughes?
Oh yeah, I guess it got. I may have told Sky about that.
But they probably had a conversation with him, and he probably voiced his opinion.
They had many conversations. I know that him and Sky had a lot of fights and arguments, and I was the root of that a lot of time. But I think all in all, they, especially more recently, they got along a lot better. I think she gave him a really hard time about our relationship, so that's one of the reasons he really wanted to keep it under wraps.
So, moving over to his trip to Cancun that he was going to. When did you first find out about that he was going with Mimi?
Oh, I found out about that at his memorial services on Monday. It was the Monday night memorial service.
So you didn't know that he was going to Cancun?
I knew he was going, yeah.
Okay. You didn't know he was taking Mimi?
I didn't know that. I think that's awesome, actually.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, Mimi had called him a week or two before, and I told him, look, if you want to take somebody else, it's fine, but I have something to tell you. I don't look at you that way. I don't look at you as a boyfriend. If you want to be friends, we can be friends. And that really broke his heart.
I know. I mean, he didn't tell me that, but I found out from his bishop afterward when I talked to his bishop. And his bishop did say that Travis really took that one hard, and he said he took it to heart. And he said he realizes that it's, speaking from a bishop's perspective, he said it's because, Mimi is of a certain caliber when it comes to her spirituality, and Travis was just in another place.
He's struggling. And that's something he struggled with for a long time.
Well, I feel responsible for that partly.
Why do you feel responsible?
Because I moved away, but I had participated with him in so many things that kept us both down spiritually for a long time. I mean, if I had just cut ties completely, I could probably be married right now. I could probably be working on my own family.
What kept you there? What kept you to him? I don't understand.
Well, moving is expensive, for one. So once I was there, I was kind of stuck there.
But why do you continue to go back to him? You know what he wants. You know that it's not healthy. But yet you continue to go back. And it brings us to this point where we are now. Okay, I mean...
I guess I physically...
You keep saying you knew that it wasn't healthy, and you knew it was contributing to something that wasn't good.
I think at the
but
time...
yet you guys continue to do it.
Yeah. And part of my perspective now has to do with the fact that I'm going through a repentance process that I've worked out with my bishop. And he's given me, certain scriptures to read and ponder and pray about. And it brings me back to where I was prior to all that. I don't know how much I ever really was there as much as I am now, because even before I was baptized, even the 2 days before I was baptized, 4 days, it was on Wednesday and I was baptized on Sunday, before Thanksgiving. And it was just like Travis and I were making out, and that was prior to, we hadn't gone all the way at that point, but it was just too far. And I called him that evening and I said how it felt different. The first few times was like, hey, that was great, whatever. And then it just felt different this time. And it was right before I was about to be baptized, and I already had my interview, and so it was just different. And he said, well, yeah, he's like, I feel the same way, and I think that's the Spirit, telling us this, that, or the other. And so I think that by driving the Spirit away so much, you just get into this pattern of I don't know, it was convenient. If there was a couple times where I didn't answer his text messages, and he would send me little sad faces, or eventually he would wait, and then he would call, and then he would call again, and if I didn't answer, he'd call 3 times.
And obviously you guys kept this relationship hidden from everybody else, and because nobody really knew about it.
Well,
there were some people who I talked to and said, yeah, they continued to have a relationship even after they broke up. And there are others who are saying that you had become obsessive with him to the point to where you would go into his house when he wasn't there, or when you weren't invited, and he would talk to people saying, she just kind of showed up, and I don't want to tell her to leave, but I don't want her here.
Oh, must have been early on, because there were a couple times when we established a rule early on, just don't come over unless, he said, you can come over anytime, but I need to know first.
Yes.
He's like, you just never know.
Because you ran into somebody one time, right? Didn't you run into one of his ex-girlfriends as well, or was it Deanna that you ran into?
Oh yeah, well that was okay that I was there. He asked me to stay there and be with Napoleon, because that was during general conference in October of last year. He took a road trip with some friends from his church to Utah, and unless he's going to California, he pretty much leaves Napoleon at home. And so he needed someone to be there. And it's like I got full house privileges. I could sleep in the bed, I could eat, food.
And I've talked to her, and she said that was kind of an unusual kind of situation. She didn't expect you to be there.
She didn't at all. And so at first I was like, did you give Deanna any flack over coming over unannounced? Because we had just set this rule. And he's like, I talked to her about it. He's like, but I'll tell you what, I was on the phone for 3 hours with her. She was freaking out that you were there. And I think the more people knew about us associating, the more stress we both got from it. And so it was just easier to try and keep it a secret. And we didn't always do a good job at that. I think his roommates may have seen her and some things. But they were kind of kept to themselves types. So we didn't worry too much about them.
Okay. There
was actually one roommate, John Hepworth, who ended up remarrying his same wife and moved back to Utah. And I was cleaning his house one day, and John told me, he's like, Travis is dating. And I said, okay. And I assumed he was, going on dates and things. He's like, no, he's really trying to date. And I said, okay. And he's like, he's desperate to get married. And I said, I know that's true. And he's like, I just wanted to tell you that because I don't think he's being honest with you. And I was like, okay. So that night, I confronted him about it, and we had a really big fight. It was also just a bunch of things were thrown in the mix together, and then he said, listen, I'm not dating anyone. But he was very angry at John for getting into his business. He told John in a very nice way, I think, hey, I know that you probably have good intentions, but just, mind your own business kind of thing. And from then on, I don't think John really said anything. And that was in October, I think.
You've kind of given me a really good rundown of your relationship and how you guys thought of each other and stuff. And I was pretty close to right on with my theory on how you guys, why you continued to see each other and what was going on during that time. I think there's some other things that you're not telling me. I think maybe the jealousy probably continued even after the fact that you moved away. For instance, was it the week of the first week of June? You took a trip to Salt Lake City. Remember that trip we talked about?
Oh, this year?
Yes.
I'm thinking back.
You had left, I think it was like a Monday.
We left Monday, June 2nd.
Monday, June 2nd, in morning or afternoon or something. I can't remember, like late morning.
I think it was morning.
Okay, and you'd gone down to Redding and rented a car.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you rent that car?
The Redding Airport.
Okay. Do you remember what car company it was?
I don't remember the rental company, but I remember the make and model. It was a Ford Focus.
Yeah, I got that from people in Utah. They said you showed up in a Ford Focus.
It was white, 4-door. No cruise control. I like road trips. Cruise control is really good.
You don't remember what company it was?
Who
rented
maybe.
it?
I did.
Was it with your credit card?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I could look it up.
And so
Maybe.
You took a trip and you decided to go to, instead of going over to Utah, you went straight out to Los Angeles area.
I went to Santa Cruz first.
Santa Cruz.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I stayed the night in Monterey. And the next day I drove to Pasadena,
Okay.
waiting for Laura to call me back.
You didn't contact her at all?
She contacted me finally after I'd already left LA.
It was too late. You'd already
Yeah,
left at that point.
and we had plans to do that again this week.
And which route did you take from there?
I was supposed to get on the 15 and go all the way up.
Uh-huh.
And I somehow got off the 15.
Where did you end up?
For a while I was lost, and I'm not above sleeping in the car, so I slept for a while.
Okay.
I'm a heavy sleeper and I sleep a lot, so.
But you were on the 15 for a while, and you ended up getting off the 15 somewhere.
Yeah, I looked at a map and I'm pretty sure I know where I went. I went, can I draw you a map?
Sure.
Because I eventually started seeing signs for Phoenix, and I was like, and it was several hundred miles away still. I was like, that's weird. Where am I going? So you have California, Los Angeles, and Nevada, Arizona, Utah. And I was supposed to go somewhere right up here. Oh, I'm a lefty. So the 15 kind of does one of these.
Yeah. Goes through, let's say, Las Vegas right here.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, my
No,
map
that's
is
okay,
so
that's
wrong.
okay. So we'll just put
I know it
Las-
cuts through Arizona in the corner. Las Vegas, St. George is somewhere here. And then the 40 runs somewhere this way, because somehow I ended up on the 40. And when I saw the 40, I'm like, the only thing I associate with the 40 is Flagstaff, and Flagstaff is somewhere north of
Flagstaff is
Utah.
right up here.
I mean, northern Arizona. And so, and I was going east, and I was like, what's going on here? I wasn't going the right way, and so I've had for the last 2 years, I've had a car that has a GPS system in it. It's really good, and I think it hasn't served me as far as getting a sense of direction. When I moved to Palm Desert,
Yeah, you kind of rely on it a little too much.
too much. In fact, when I moved in with the last place I lived in Arizona, I did not know how close it was to Travis. I didn't realize. I have a very bad sense of direction, and it wasn't until I used my GPS the whole time I was there, pretty much, just to find things. Anyway, so I got back. I looked at the MapQuest that I've MapQuest a bunch of places. I was maybe going to go to Death Valley. I was maybe going to go.
Did you actually cross over into Arizona? Is that how far you went?
I crossed over twice, I think. My map was wrong because the 93 goes north, and then I hit the 15 again, and then I got here, and then I hit Arizona, and then went here. Somehow I got north on the 93.
Okay.
And then I hit the 15. So, I mean, I don't know where Phoenix is, Mesa, it's got to be over here.
Yeah.
I didn't go anywhere near there.
So you took this trip and you left on, was it Monday the 2nd? Right? And you didn't get to Utah until Thursday, you told me.
Yeah, I got to Utah on Thursday.
So Thursday, and that's the 5th?
Yeah, I think so.
Monday, that's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, yeah, 5th. Okay, so we have, it's like 48 hours there that, well, obviously 3 days, but there's 48 hours. So this trip took you a little over 48 hours there. I have a problem with this trip.
Well, I
Okay.
went first too.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know you went down here.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, Wairika, right there. Beautiful little place here, except it's kind of smoky.
Yeah,
I can't
right
see
now.
the views. I was hoping to see some mountains, but
You really should
Yes.
see Mount Shasta if you get a chance.
I've gone over this trip over and over in my mind and on paper. And even if there's still 20 some odd hours, even if you pulled over to sleep a couple of times.
Oh, did I tell you that I got stranded?
Yeah.
Okay.
You mentioned that. If you slept for 10 hours
I only slept for about
here
8
and
hours.
here, it would still leave 18 some odd hours for something else. Okay. This is what people are focusing on, is this trip that you took. Because they're saying she left, she didn't get to till Thursday. Wednesday? That's when Travis was killed.
I did not go near his house. Aren't there?
I pulled your cell records. Your cell phone was turned off between here and here. Okay? But the last place it pulled it was here. The next place it turned on was here. What does that show me?
Oh, well, oh, no.
Is there plenty of time for you to do that? Yes. And do I believe that you had come to visit Travis? Yes. I truly believe it. Did you have the opportunity? Yes. You were traveling alone. There's no other witnesses. Your phone just happened to turn off from here to here.
Well, I didn't turn it off physically, but it died.
And then it magically, you found your charger here?
It was packed under the seat of the passenger side. And it was when I was...
When you were lost, you couldn't have maybe pulled over and found it? Or...
Well, I did finally start looking when I was stranded. I wouldn't have pulled over when I was lost.
Okay, I've been focusing on this and going over and over in my mind why this happened. Why your phone turns off here, outside of Los Angeles.
What city is that? Because I got
towards,
as far as
There's no cities, there's towers.
Oh, okay. Well,
And there's towers dotted all over this place.
Yeah.
One tower hit here, the other tower here on the 93. There is no way somebody can get on that 15 and magically get on that 93. Because that 15 goes right through Las Vegas, right there, and continues this way. It never goes through Arizona again.
I got off before Las Vegas.
Okay.
I didn't get that
The
close.
15, you'd have to go to Las Vegas and then come down south, go through Boulder City.
I went through Boulder City going north.
Did you cross over the
I know.
dam?
Uh-huh.
You didn't think that was odd? You were crossing it over Arizona?
Well, after I figured out it was lost by then, and I found the 93 and then found my way back to the 15.
And this tower here, it's not just over the border in Arizona, it's quite a distance inside of Arizona that it hit. Because there's a mountain range all along here. And if you're on this side of the mountain range, pretty good distance, that signal's not going to hit Utah or Nevada or California. It's only going to hit in Arizona.
Well, I had somehow gotten off the 15 and got onto the 40. Is what happened.
Well, the only way you can get on the 40 is if after you cross the bridge or the dam.
I think I got on the 40 in California.
From the 15.
Well, because I actually began to drive the 10 West.
But you see what I'm saying? The confusion that we're having? And we'll come back to this.
Well, I got on the 40 somewhere over here.
In California.
Yeah, and continued to drive this way. Realized I was not in the right place at all. And then I got onto the 93 North. And then I hit the 15 again. And then I went through Las Vegas and then St. George and then on to Utah.
Okay. That still doesn't make any sense to me. And I can pull the maps and show them to you, and you can go over and over and over again. But I don't think you're being completely honest with me about that trip.
I honestly got lost. It's bad timing.
Were you at Travis's house on Wednesday?
Absolutely not. I was nowhere near Mesa. I was nowhere near Phoenix. I wasn't even close to him.
What if I could show you proof you were there? Will that change your mind?
I wasn't there.
You can be honest with me, Jodi.
I was not at Travis's house. I was not.
You were at Travis's house. You guys had a sexual encounter, which there's pictures. And I know you know there's pictures because I have them. I will show them to you. Okay? So, what I'm asking you is for you to be honest with me. I know you were there.
Are you sure those pictures aren't from another time?
Positive. Absolutely positive.
The last time I had any kind of sexual contact with Travis was in April.
Remember I told you about the camera?
Mm-hmm.
That camera was damaged. Someone put it in a washing machine, ran it through a wash cycle with some clothes of Travis's, but the card's intact. Remember I told you that card was destroyed? I didn't want to tell you the truth because I wanted to make sure those photos were accurate. And we can pull deleted photos. I don't care if you delete them 6 months ago. We can pull every photo that was ever on there. Pull the little pixels together. Get the timestamps on them. Not all of them, but most of them have timestamps on them. And we can verify those timestamps.
Mm-hmm.
And I have pictures of you in Travis's bedroom with Travis. Pictures of him. And it's obvious you guys are having sex. Taking photos of each other, and they're dated and time-stamped on the day he died.
Are you sure it's me? I mean, that because I was
Jodi,
not there.
It's you. And you know it's you. I know all the details of this case. The only thing I don't know is why. Why did you choose to go visit Travis that day? And why did you do what you did?
I've never
Why,
heard
Jodi?
Travis.
You did. You hurt him. That's why we're here. That's why I flew up here. Because I needed to talk to you about this. I can just arrest you and throw you in jail, but I want to know why. Why did you do this to him?
I wouldn't hurt Travis. He's done so much for me.
There's so much evidence in that house. So much, and it all points to you.
I lived there. I was there for months and months and months.
Mm-hmm. I know you took pictures of him in the shower just before he died.
I don't think he would allow that.
Mm-hmm. And the camera actually took a couple of photos by accident during the time that he was being killed.
Really?
Yeah, Jodi, really. You were there. Quit playing this game. It's time for you to just come out and
I didn't
tell me.
know. I did not hurt Travis. I did not hurt Travis. I wouldn't do that to him.
We have the pictures.
Can I see the pictures?
We have your blood at the scene. Your hair with blood at the scene. Your left palm print at the scene. In blood. What's going on there?
Well, I can explain the blood and the hair. I don't know about my left palm print.
How can you explain the blood in there?
Well, because I used to bathe Napoleon all the time. And,
You haven't been there since April, right?
mhm. Well,
He's had the house cleaned several times since then. And this hair was not just a hair, from the shower or something. This hair was stuck with blood and obviously had blood on it at the time it got stuck where it ended up.
my
there's
hair would
no
have been
way.
all over.
There's no other hair.
Can you
Yeah,
take
please.
a hair sample? And
We have your DNA.
No, but I mean, you know how they could do drug tests and find out when things were done?
No,
Can you?
We can't do that.
Can't you measure the time?
We have DNA matching that hair to you.
Okay, I know, but
And that hair had a follicle on it, and that means that that hair wasn't there very long. The follicle will usually dissipate and go away after a certain time. It'll fall off, the hair itself.
Well, when I would
Okay,
brush my hair
Jodi.
there, I mean,
This one, you absolutely cannot explain that away. You either had blood on your hand and you touched the wall, or there was blood on the wall and you touched the blood.
could my palm print have already been there and I touched it?
Jodi, this is over. This is absolutely over. You need to tell me the truth.
Listen, the truth is I did not hurt Travis. Okay, so worst
Jodi,
case.
you can continue to do this, okay? A records check shows you that you guys reported a gun stolen. 25 auto. Just happens to be the same caliber as the weapon used to kill him.
A 25 auto was used to kill Travis.
Yeah, along with multiple stab wounds. Jodi, if you want, I can show you some pictures of him. Do you want to see pictures of him?
Part of me does and part of me doesn't.
Why? Because you don't want to remember?
No, I
Jodi.
just, there's a morbid curiosity.
Jodi,
I wanted to know how he died.
we can keep playing these games over and over again. I'm not going to believe you.
All
When
right.
you start telling me the
Listen.
truth, then I can believe you. But I can't deny this evidence. I can't. The trip you took doesn't make sense. The opportunity was there. Your pictures on that date with him. Your blood is in the house. Mixed with his. Mixed. Not alongside, but mixed. Your hair is there with blood. And your palm print is there in blood.
Was it,
It's over.
could it have been my blood from
Your
before?
image is not important right now. Saving the rest of your life is.
Listen, if I'm found guilty, I don't have a life. I'm not guilty. I didn't hurt Travis. If I hurt Travis, if I killed Travis, I would beg for the death penalty.
Was there anybody else with you?
I was traveling alone the whole time.
Was there anybody else with you at Travis's house on Wednesday the 4th?
I was not at Travis's house on Wednesday.
You were. Because that's when the blood was left on, the bloody palm print was left on his wall. I don't know what to tell you. If you were in my shoes and I had this evidence against you, what would you say?
If I had that evidence against you, it'd
Yeah.
be pretty obvious. But I guess being in my position, it just seems so impossible. I'd want to see it. I'd want to know. I mean, I'm not a murderer, but I guess if I were to do that, I would wear gloves or, something. How could I don't know.
I know you tried to wash him off. Try to get some of the blood off. Try to clean him up a little bit. But you're even denying the pictures of you being there. There's pictures of you laying on the bed in pigtails.
Pigtails?
Yes. And I've got pictures of you that I've blown up, and you've got the little mole right there. It's the same one. It's you. It's obvious. I can show you some of these pictures. Do you want to see the pictures? Will that change your mind?
I mean, I am curious.
Okay. Let me take a break and let me go find them. And I'll bring them and show you.
I wasn't there.
But you need to think about what you're saying. This continuing to lie is not going to help you.
Admitting to something I didn't do won't help me either. Okay, let's say for a second that I did. And I say, I did it. I mean,
The motive is there. The jealousy issue.
but I wouldn't even say it was jealous. I mean, there may have been some jealousy there, but
Then what is
I think
it?
if
What
anyone-
caused this?
I think if anyone, maybe Travis was jealous, but
That's not what everybody else says. Well, they know he was jealous, but they think that you are absolutely obsessed. Obsessed is the word that they use. That's the word I hear from everybody. Fatal attraction. I don't know how many times I've heard that. Look at Jodi. Jodi had to have done this, or she got someone to do it for him. There's not one person that says anything else. Why is that? That's the perception they have of you. And there's a reason for that perception. Maybe because it's true.
maybe because we kept hanging out,
Mm-hmm.
but not because it's true.
Cause this. I can prove you were there. I can prove it. But what I don't have is I don't have answers on why it happened. Or, maybe something just got out of hand. Maybe things got out of hand.
Did you find the gun? Maybe that would.
Jodi, we're just playing games here. That gun was in your possession. When did you report it stolen?
I didn't even know that there were guns until my grandparents reported it stolen the day that their house was broken into.
When was that?
I don't remember. It was a few months ago, maybe.
What did you do with the gun?
I don't have a gun.
They're going through your house right now, so are they going to find anything there that will lead you back to this?
I don't think they would. I mean, there's nothing that could link me there. I mean, that's pretty compelling, I have to admit. If you found my palm print there, I don't know. That's...
Do you have a pair of sweatpants that's got stripes around the backside with zippers? Somebody's seen you wearing those before.
I've got so many clothes. Yeah, I think I do. Wait. I have zippered one that zips in the back.
It's got like stripes, like big stripe on it on the side. Well,
it's
kind of
got a
towards the
black
back.
stripe all the way down and they're white. It's got the black. I have those are at the house.
Okay.
It's got I have two pairs actually. One is too small and one is just about right. The other one I bought anyway, that was too small because it was on sale and it's a good deal. But yeah, they have stripes. They have zipper. Well, what does that mean? What is that?
Because I believe you were wearing a pair like that when this happened. Remember I told you about the camera? It was taking pictures by accident.
Mm-hmm.
The camera was upside down. It flashed. Another time, camera flashed. Looked like it was on the ground. Maybe it was kicked. But it took pictures. And it's obviously a female.
Hmm.
And one of them was wearing those pants.
Oh, I didn't even bring those pants on that trip. So.
And if we find those pants, is that going to make my case a little bit better? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take a little break, but I need you to think about what you're doing here. Because the best thing for you to do is to tell me the truth. Tell me exactly what happened, because you know what? I think your mom and your dad really deserve the truth. They're going to be asking. And it's absolutely, it's so important that you tell me why this occurred, what was going through your mind, and what caused you to do this. It happened, and I can prove it happened, and there's no doubt in my mind, and there absolutely is no doubt in anybody else's mind who's investigating this, that you were there and that you did this. But I'll let you think about that. Okay? And I'm gonna go look for some pictures, and I'll bring them over, and we'll continue this discussion. Okay? Let me go find them. I'll be right back.
I'm not a murderer. gun is that? I'm just curious.
It's a Glock.
I just bought a gun.
Yeah, Jim?
Mm-hmm.
You probably found it by now.
Probably. I was taking it somewhere.
These are just a few photos. And I want to be careful not showing you certain photos.
Please
because
don't
some
show
of
me.
them are very, very bad. That's obviously Travis's house, right? Remember that?
Yeah. If Travis were here today, he would tell you that it wasn't me.
No. My job is to speak for Travis right now. And everything Travis is telling me is that Jodi did this to me. Have you ever shot that 25 auto?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever touched it?
The one that was stolen? I've never seen it. My good grandpa said it looks like a toy gun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what a 25 looks like. I know what a 22 looks like. And I know
It's just like a 22, actually.
well, the 22s that I saw kind of looked like the ones in the westerns where they had the barrel and the long, you know. But there was another 22 in this store that looked like a toy gun, so it looked like a squirt gun, like a water gun. I don't know.
I want to know which pictures to show you. Get that one. Remember him?
Is he naked? In the shower?
Yep. Let's see it. This is
Travis would never go for that.
soon after you and him had sex on his bed.
That couldn't have been too soon after.
An hour or so.
The last time we
2
had sex in
hours.
his bed was an 8.
These come out very good. Just their copies of actual photos. That's you. And I wanted to cover you up because
Oh,
that's you. All of you.
that looks like me.
That is you. Normal right there. Get out of your face. You can look at the rest of it if you want. There's a few of those. There's a few more. Which I try not to show people because I don't want to put you out there like that to people. Let's just say I've seen all of you. And I've seen all of Travis. But the one that sticks in my mind of Travis is on the autopsy table. And I'm not going to show you that. Or should I? But this one I don't know if I should show you, but nothing bad. Too bad. But it's just one of the photos that was taken by accident. And this is just a small portion of it. It's your foot, Jodi. These are your pants. No, it's off color because we had to enhance it and the color kind of changes a little bit. That's Travis.
This is his bathroom. That is not my foot.
These are your pants. It's a different color, like I said, because we had to enhance it and the color changes. The zipper back.
I have both of those pants at home. If these are the same one. I don't have a zipper there though. Not on mine. And this is a black stripe and this is white and the black goes around the plumbing too.
Couldn't even recognize Travis. He'd been there so long.
I keep thinking of Brother Hyatt. I had to dress him.
No, this is another one that's just a copy, but it's you. Same day. All time stamped, all everything. First picture here, Travis. Let's see. The date. 6/4/08 at 5:22 p.m. That's when it started. Photo of you started, in Travis's bedroom about 1:30, 1:45, something like that.
I don't know what kind of camera he got. No.
Right there. See that?
That spot?
See the spots here? They look a different color because we used a chemical to enhance this. That right there, blood. It's a mixture of yours and his. And that's your palm print. Of your left palm.
I don't have any cuts on my left palm.
Nobody said that. Your cut was on palm. Do you have any recent cuts that are healing?
Well, my cat scratches me. Little things. These are all her work. You can see. This is her. That's her. I've got scars. She's a feral cat. All these little things are her.
Well, enough about your cat, but why is your palm print in blood?
How can that be my palm print?
Because you were there.
What is this?
That's before we used a chemical. We thought we'd get something from there, but this is where your palm print was. Right on the wall. I can go over and over and over again. Over and over again. There's no doubt in my mind that you were there. There's no doubt in my mind that you did this. None. So you can go until you're blue in the face and tell me you weren't there and you had nothing to do with it. I won't believe you. I will not believe you. Because Travis is telling me that you did this to him. That's my job. My job is to speak for him. And this is what he's telling me. And I want to know why. It's killing me inside. I don't know why.
Like, there's no reason for it. There's no reason why. There's no reason I would ever want to hurt him.
There's no way anybody else.
He never raped me.
Nobody.
Never.
There's no way anyone else could have left your palm print in blood on that wall. No way. Get that through your head.
If I was going to ever try to kill somebody, I would use gloves. I've got plenty of them.
Nobody said you were, you had planned this out perfectly. Maybe you were going there to just talk to him. Have a good time with him. Something got out of hand.
Even if I were there, and even if I were going there to just have a good time with him.
What if I tell you somebody saw you there? Neighbor. Do you remember some of the neighbors?
Just
Who know
Dave.
you? The next door neighbor?
Mhm.
And his wife?
I don't know his wife.
Okay. What about some of the neighbors across the street?
No, I've never met them.
No. But you've hung around there quite a bit and they know you.
Mhm.
Yeah, they've seen you there on that day.
I wasn't there that day.
Jodi, you were there that day.
And even if I'm trying to think, the majority of the time that I spent there, I had platinum blonde hair. So, I mean, and I've never once said hi to them, met them, shook their hand, met them face to face, crossed the street. When I spent time there, he wanted to keep it private, so it was, I spent the majority of my time inside. Not, walking around outside. Except for a few times when I took his dog for a walk.
Would they see your car there? Or would you park it down the street?
No, they would see it there. I drove an Infiniti. So they would definitely recognize the car, I'm sure. Well, there were a lot of cars there a lot of the time.
Where's the Infiniti now?
I gave it back to the bank.
To the impound yard somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to find any evidence in that car?
You're free to look.
We're going to look.
You can also look in the rental car.
What company did you rent it from?
I don't remember, but I can check my debit card record.
Okay.
I remember the make and
No,
model.
we're waiting for it anyway. But you know all the new cars have GPSs in them.
Oh.
Factory. Not for you to
Well, then
use,
that's good.
but for us to use if we need to.
Well, then that's good, because I was also going to ask you, I don't know if this is something that you can recall, but a lot of the stoplights in Mesa and things have cameras on them. Is there any way we could back that up? Or, if I were going to Phoenix, going through that tunnel, is that surveillance?
No.
Is there surveillance anywhere?
Unless you ran a red line. Unless you got caught on a speed camera. But nothing beats that stuff. And I have a solid case against you. And I can present it to the judge. As cold as it is now. I don't know why she did it. Or I can present it to the judge with your explanation. With your parents' explanation.
What do you mean?
Have you talked to your parents about what happened?
I told them I was worried about stuff.
About what stuff?
I said that, well, they knew I was upset about Travis, and I feel really bad by the way I was acting, because there wasn't, especially toward my grandparents, there were a lot of times.
Why are they not surprised that you're sitting here talking to me about this?
What do you mean?
They're not surprised. They're
Probably
concerned. They're
Have you talked to
hurt.
them?
I haven't, but my other detectives have. And they're very concerned with you. But they kind of suspected that you had something to do with Travis's death as well. Whose
No.
parents think
No.
that?
That's because I told them that a lot of people were dropping my name, and I said, I'm not worried about it because I didn't do it. I said, but it's hurting my reputation right now, and it's casting me in a bad light.
I wouldn't be worrying about your reputation right now. I'd be worrying about the rest of your life. That means nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, my reputation will affect the rest of my life. So I am worried about my reputation.
You're going to continue with the story then that you weren't in Mesa on the 4th, you weren't at Travis's house, you didn't have sex with him that day, and you had nothing to do with his murder.
Those pictures are, I don't know, to me pictures are very compelling. I know that they can be modified, I know they can be altered, and date and timestamps, I don't know, but I think they can be
I
tampered
didn't
with.
modify anything.
I don't think you would.
We take absolutely special care of what we do.
I know.
We actually take an image of that card, or let's say you get a computer, take an image of that hard drive and make a copy of it. We don't even touch your hard drive. We just work with the copy. And that's exactly what we do with the photos. We don't work with the originals. We just make an exact digital copy of everything. Move it over so we don't touch it. And then we analyze it. And our guys are so good. Every case they've ever done that I know of has never been lost in court. It's been argued and argued and argued. There's no way that they duplicate or that they enhance or that they change or that they do anything to a photo.
If I'm found
That's not
guilty,
true.
what happens?
You don't have to pay the price.
Well, what's the price?
I don't know.
Don't you know what the sentences are? The sentences that are carried for something.
It depends on your situation, how old you are, depends on the type of crime. It depends on whether you show remorse or not. And part of that remorse is at least coming clean. When somebody doesn't come clean, I don't see any remorse. I don't know if a judge would see any remorse. I don't know if a jury would see any remorse. But I don't know. That's not for me to decide. My job is to investigate, find out who did it, why they did it, and present it to a court. And that's it.
I just can't imagine.
You have something to tell me, but you're just so resistant. I know you're afraid, but you're already going through it right now. There's no backing up. There's no backing up to yesterday. There's no backing up to that day. It's already happened. And unfortunately, you're gonna have to face the consequences.
If I did that, I'd be fully ready to face the consequences. I'm not really for things like, I'm all for the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But
There's no evidence to show anybody else did that. None.
well, I'm just.
You think we'd find somebody else's fingerprint if they did that? Possibly. There's something that happens. You keep saying gloves. There's things that happen when people wear gloves. Then we can actually see that, well, somebody wore gloves in this case. Nobody wore gloves in this case. Nobody.
Oh,
I'm
just saying that if I were to carry out something like that, I would have worn gloves.
Nobody else did this. There's no evidence to show that anybody else did this but you. You were the only one. That is it. And I'm not seeing any remorse. I'm not seeing anything from you to make me believe anything otherwise. You can continue to say, I didn't do it.
Well,
but you're the kid that got caught on videotape stealing the candy. And you continue to say, it wasn't me. I have the proof. I have the pictures. It wasn't me. I don't think you would admit to it if your own mother saw you do this and she told me, yeah, I saw her do this. You would say, no, it wasn't me. Why won't you admit to it?
I just can't. I didn't kill Travis. I just didn't. I did not take his life.
Did you have anything to do with the death of Travis?
I don't think I had anything directly to do with it, but I feel responsible somewhat for it.
Then what can you tell me about his death?
You know a lot more about it than I do. When I say I feel responsible, it's because I wasn't planning to go there at all, and he really wanted me to go. And I told him no, and I would have if it weren't for Ryan. And there's nothing really with Ryan and I. In fact, he has been very hesitant to move anything forward because he's not sure about me. He said a lot of people are talking. I'll just tell you that right now. I really wish this would get solved so that we can just put it behind us. Maybe that's a good thing because he's not an active church member anyway. But the reason I feel is because if it weren't for Ryan, I would have folded and I would have just scrapped all my plans and spent all of my days there. But I didn't, and I stood strong, and he got mad and got sad, and he guilted me. He didn't get really mad, he just kind of guilted me. And finally he was like, whatever, fine, and we hung up. I feel that if I would have gone there, that I could have done something. I could have.
But you were there, Jodi. You were there on Wednesday before.
Can I ask you, I don't know if you know this. Oh, I have a camera in my storage unit that I don't use anymore, but that Travis and I used to use frequently. And we took pictures with it. This is, I don't know. This is kind of.
Do you remember taking these pictures?
There were many pictures. Vaguely. We took tons and tons of pictures. Some I saved, most we deleted. Some he sent me through his phone.
He usually deleted all pictures like this.
Yeah, well, before he
any pictures like this that I found anywhere on his computer, camera, anything, they were deleted.
Well, prior to him getting his camera, all those pictures were on my camera. So
all these same pictures.
I don't know. We took a bunch the week before I left. We took a bunch over the last 6 or 7 months. We took over last year even when we were still dating, but we would delete them mostly. There were some that he sent me that I didn't delete. What I'm asking is it possible that, that my memory card would have been in his camera if they're interchangeable?
How do you know if they're interchangeable?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking is what kind of memory card it was.
Just a regular little SD card.
Well, because I've got one that's like this big, and it's thin. It's like a cracker. And the one I use on my professional camera is like this size, and it's more kind of like that thick. And the little one is really thin. And it's got like little thingies here for reading it, and my big one looks like that on the middle part. So that one obviously probably wouldn't be interchangeable because it's a Canon and it's a nice
thing.
It's
not interchangeable, it is.
But the other one, I don't know.
Your camera's here, his camera's there. He just bought that camera.
Well, the other camera that I used before that's broken now, it's in my storage unit, but it's still there.
And you're saying those pictures are on that camera?
No, what I'm saying is I had several memory cards for this camera that I don't have anymore. And so I guess it's so far-fetched, but I guess it's possible that my card.
You're saying somebody took your pictures or your card and is framing you and put that into his camera?
I'm just saying that if my memory cards were left at his house, he would have used those for his camera. I don't know. I can explain the blood though, and I can explain the hair. I don't know about the fingerprint.
I can't explain the blood or the hair.
Well, the hair, there's hair everywhere, and probably every square inch of that house. My hair.
Yeah.
If you sweep it, you'll get hair everywhere. All over around the toilet, around in the shower. I don't know about the shower because the shower gets used, but definitely around the bottom of the sink area. Maybe
Still doesn't explain the hair to me. It had a follicle in it. You haven't been there since April. There's no way. No way. The blood? No.
Well, the
blood is mixed with his, and that's the blood that he bled that day when he was killed.
Well,
Print?
I don't know
Absolutely
if you can check how fresh the blood was.
No, we can't check how fresh it is, but we can go by where it is.
Oh, okay, because I cut myself. When I was,
And you're saying that that blood that you cut yourself with back, who knows when,
well,
was still on the wall in
oh.
the exact same spot
oh, I don't know. about
where the bloody palm print was.
It was a glass that Travis had that I was using to wash Napoleon with. I used to give him baths. And I dropped it. And when I picked up all the glass, and I'm pretty casual about it because I break glass at work all the time. And it's not a big deal. It's nothing to be scared of. And I was probably just being careless with it. And I sliced myself open. And
Is that how you want to leave this? Just these far-fetched excuses on why your blood is there, why your hair is there, why your palm print is there, why pictures are there.
I don't know about the picture.
That's how you want to leave this? I wouldn't want to. I seriously would not want to. You need to come out and tell me why this happened. I will not accept any other excuses. I will just move on with my investigation, with my final report, submitting all the conclusions and all the evidence. And we can just let a judge and a jury decide. You yourself said that if you were in my shoes, you would think that I was guilty. We can leave it in the hands of a jury.
What about a lie detector test?
We can do that, that's fine.
Would that help me at all?
I mean, you can't use them in court, but
Well, then there's no point in taking it. I thought those things can be used.
in certain cases.
In this case,
If you
could
want,
it?
I can check. Absolutely.
If I passed a lie detector test, would that help me?
Could help you.
They're so weird anyway. Travis
This is your one opportunity to talk to me because it's going to be a while before I talk to you again. And it's not going to be in this kind of setting. Okay. Do you understand what's going to happen to you? Well, we're going to, since these charges are out of Arizona, we're going to send you through the court system here. And then we're going to ask to extradite you to Arizona from California. That just means permission for you to bring you over, because you're out of state limits. And the next time we talk could be in a whole different setting. Could be in a jail somewhere. I think this setting is a little bit better. But it's up to you. Jodi, I know you were there. I know that Travis was either in the shower or just outside the shower when he was shot. And I know somebody who was extremely angry at him took a knife to him and couldn't stop. Couldn't stop. And before you knew it, it was all over. And then you panicked. And then
I've never been that angry at him. Not enough for that. I've been so far angrier at other people, at other ex-boyfriends.
Then tell me who could have done this. Who did this?
I don't know, but if I go to trial for this, and if I'm convicted for this, whoever did this is going to be sitting very pretty somewhere. Glad that it wasn't them.
And it's my job to make sure that an innocent person does not go to jail. But I don't see an innocent person sitting in front of me. When I asked you, I always ask this one question. Actually, it's two. First one is, did you kill Travis? And you kind of hesitated a little bit and said, I didn't have anything to do with it. Then I asked you, similar question. Did you have anything to do with Travis's death? You hesitated again.
That's because I feel like if I had gone to Arizona like he
Most
has...
people would say, no. Did you kill Travis? No.
Well, I didn't, and I didn't have anything to do with it. Now, do I feel responsible? I've been carrying around guilt since I heard about it.
Why do you feel responsible? If you felt responsible, it means you know something else.
No, because
It means your actions led to his death.
Because he always has guilted me. He's always guilted me. And the last
So you
time
feel
we
somebody
talked-
else, you feel somebody else killed him.
Well, yeah.
For what reason?
I don't know. I don't know
Then
that.
how do you feel guilty if you don't know the reason?
Here's why I feel guilty. One of the last times we spoke, he was guilting me about not coming to see him. And part of my heart still wanted to go see him. And another part just wants to move on and pursue this new avenue, which was in Utah. And there is a tinge of guilt. You know, when he would text me and he would say, hey, you want to come over and make out or want to da-da-da. I didn't respond one night, and I just stayed strong, and I didn't respond, and then he called and called and called, and then the next day he was like, you don't care about me, you don't love me, you don't care, I was there all alone, and you didn't want to come and hang out, you didn't want to come and keep me company. And he says it not like that, but in that tone, but it's in the sweetest, sweetest way. And it's guilt. I
still don't get the guilt. I really don't. You keep explaining it, but it has nothing to do with whether he
was
killed or not. How is you being there going to prevent him from being killed?
Well, I kind of feel that if I had gone, that we could have been out watching a movie, or two people could have done something more than just him. I just feel like if there was some way that I could have prevented it, there's some way that I could have done something to stop it. And I told that to a few people, and they're like, well, you might have been killed too. Maybe, but maybe Travis would still be alive. Travis has done a lot for me, and I wouldn't hurt him. He introduced the gospel to me.
Well, I have proof that says otherwise, Jodi. I can't deny that. I can't deny that proof. And that proof is not pointing at anybody else. Nobody. Nobody in this entire world except you. Nobody else was in that house that day. Except you. You were the only one. You and him, alone.
I didn't even go to Mesa. Can you check the GPS in the car?
Yes, we will check that.
If it's, and if that comes back and
I've looked at the map, and the way that you're saying you traveled, there is no way.
When the last road trip Travis and I went on, we drove to Utah. We drove to Oklahoma City from Mesa, and one of our stops on the way was Roswell. He drove all night, and I slept. And then after Roswell Museum, it was my turn to drive. And he's like, just get on this and drive 98 point something miles, and then we should be there. So I got on the road and I drove 98.6 or 2 or whatever miles it was. And I woke him up and I said, I don't think we're here. And he woke up and looked around, and it was just like rolling fields forever. And I drove completely in the wrong direction. And I'm not saying, I'm just saying I have a poor sense of direction. I got totally lost. I know maybe that's just bad luck. I got totally lost.
So even if you got totally lost, it doesn't explain all that time. It does not. I mean, if you went 4 hours here, 5 hours in the wrong direction, it still would not explain
at one point
that
I
time.
wasn't going anywhere because I ran out of gas. I was totally stranded. I was sitting like a sitting duck, and that's when I began. It was a little bit warm, and it wasn't too hot, but that's when I read for a little bit. I already slept, and that's when I just started looking around the car and organizing stuff and getting trash together, and had a couple bites to eat from snacks that I had. And when I was cleaning out under the seat, I found my phone charger, plugged it in, powered it on. There was no cell phone reception anywhere.
So you've never seen his camera? His new camera?
I don't know. He described it.
Did you ever touch his camera?
I've never seen it.
Okay, so there's no reason your fingerprint should be on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because that thing's off at a lab right now. And they're hopeful that they can get some prints off the camera.
Okay.
And if your prints come back on that camera, what are you going to say?
Well, they won't come back on it because I've never touched it.
that you still can't explain the rest of this stuff.
I honestly can't explain the pictures. The other stuff, or the palm print. The other stuff I can explain.
No, you can't explain the blood either. Because that blood is in blood. I mean, it's part of the print. Unless you cut yourself at the beginning of the year and left your palm print in blood, and it stayed there until he was killed.
I cut myself. It wasn't the beginning of the year. It was before convention.
No, you can't explain it.
I'd have to say early March.
That palm print is there. In blood. Partially yours and partially his.
Is it possible that there's just like any other way in the universe that could have gotten there?
Possible. Probable is the question you need to ask, and probable is absolutely not probable.
I understand that, but it is possible.
Anything is possible.
That is very compelling.
That's why I'm here. That's why I traveled here. Because I came here to arrest you. And get an explanation from you. That's the second reason. And since you're not giving me an explanation, I guess we'll just continue with the
I just have no reason to hurt Travis.
You do have a reason to hurt Travis.
What would my reason possibly be?
There's a whole history of you two.
But
and everybody knows it.
I have a whole history with other guys that
Why
like years.
is everybody saying that you had something to do with his death? Why is everybody saying that you were capable of hurting him? Everybody says it.
I don't know why anyone.
So don't tell me that you're not capable.
I don't even hurt spiders.
Have you ever had any anger issues before? Never in your past?
I've had arguments.
Well, everybody has arguments. I'm talking about anger. Just absolute anger. You lose it sometimes.
No, I had a nervous breakdown once.
You taking any medication or anything?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Well, I had a nervous breakdown when a boyfriend and I were arguing once, and he began to argue with me in a way that was totally different from how we had ever argued before. And he was just like, every time I'd say something, he was like, blah, blah, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of weird. Like every time I tried to formulate a thought, and I was just sad and I was crying, every time I tried to formulate a thought, he would interject and twist it. And it was like the weirdest psychological thing that had ever happened. And the way I reacted was I went into my room. He was the guy I bought a house with. I went into my room and shut the door. We had separate bedrooms. And I was in his room. I went down the hall into my room and shut the door, and I just remember hyperventilating. And that's all. And I was crying. And then I went to get something out of my car. And when he saw that, he maybe thought I was going to leave. So he asked me for the key to his truck and pulled behind my car because he thought that because I was so upset I shouldn't drive anywhere. But I mean, that's... Other than arguments, no anger issues. That I can remember. Oh, I kicked a dog once. I was a freshman in high school. And I love animals. And we had this dog, his name was Doggy Boy, and my parents, until this dog that they have now, have never been able to, and I don't mean just them, we as a family have never been able to care for a dog properly as far as give it attention and take it for walks and be consistent. So this dog stayed in the backyard a lot, and he stayed tied up on, in the shade with plenty of, leeway. At one point though, he was untied and I took the trash out. And this is when my little brother and sister were still in diapers, and he tore this, it was a diaper trash, and he tore diapers all over the yard. And of course I had to clean it up, and when diapers get wet, and they're like this jelly, spongy, weird stuff, and I got mad, and I just kicked him with my right foot, and he just moved a few feet, and he didn't yelp or anything, but he ran away. And I never saw him again after that. And I mean, that's probably an anger issue, I guess. But...
Well, one time kicking a dog is not an anger issue.
it changed my world as far as animal treatment goes, because I've never seen him since. And I need to apologize for that to him. I know it sounds weird in my relationship with animals. It's kind of like they're like people too, you know, they have souls.
What you need to do is you need to apologize to Travis. But you just refuse.
Listen,
I can't help you anymore if you're not gonna help yourself.
you asked
I
me
really
prior.
can't. I can't, Jodi. You can keep talking till you blue in the face, man. I can't continue to listen to lies. Do you have anything else that you need to tell me?
Yeah, you would ask me what have I been up to in the weeks since I got back.
Mm-hmm.
What did you mean by that?
Just what have you been up to? Because I know this thing has to be weighing pretty heavy on you.
I've been trying to put his death behind me. If I did anything that had anything to do with his death in any way,
It's not if, to me.
I wouldn't.
It's not if. It's not if at all.
Well, to me it is. I would be more than remorseful.
Is it maybe something you're blocking out of your head?
I don't think so. I mean, I tend to write everything down. I just finished the book, The Road Less Traveled,
Mhm.
and he said, the true definition of sanity is dedication to reality at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
So I think at times, I may have, prayed or meditated upon a certain way, like me being wealthy or something like that. But
Well, this is definitely reality. We are sitting here inside of an office, the sheriff's department, and you are facing first-degree murder charges.
what is the
And you
difference?
are going to be booked into jail, and eventually you will be brought back to Arizona, and you will stand trial. That's the reality. And once you realize that, I think you'll be better for it. And if you really wanted to embrace reality, you would sit here and explain to me why this happened. But you refuse. You refuse to embrace reality.
I don't know why he was killed. I don't know why. I had issues with Travis. If anything, he had more issues with me. I've had worse issues with other people. They're all still alive. I'm still friends with my ex-boyfriends. They're all still alive.
I've been doing this a long time. And there's one thing that I can never get out of my head. Ever since the first day I talked to you. There's an old saying that, someone's just not acting right. Look into it. You have not acted right from day one. From day one when I talked to you on that phone, I just sensed that you weren't acting like somebody who used to love this guy, or who still loved him, even as a close friend. And even now, when I told you that I have all this evidence against you and that you're facing first-degree murder charges, you're just not acting right, Jodi. You're acting like somebody who's guilty.
How so?
You tell me. I know because I've been doing it a long time. It's
It's
taken
not
me a
that I
long
don't-
time to figure it out. But within the first 30 seconds to a minute of a conversation, I know when somebody's acting right. There's a certain way people act.
How did I act
Okay,
that would
it's not
make you
like-
think?
It's not like TV. It's not anything like that. It's not what you see in the movies. I see reality. When I accuse somebody of committing a heinous crime or something very serious, reality hits in, and they definitely act a certain way, and that's not you. You act just like everybody else who I accuse of doing a crime, who did it. And there's no other way to tell you.
Is it because I'm not crying?
No. It's not because of that.
What is it? I mean, I'm not going to change how I act.
No,
so
obviously
it's
you
me.
can't change the way you're
No, I
acting.
mean, I am who I am.
Okay, you're sincere in the way you're acting. but
Well, how is
you're just not telling the truth.
How is it different?
Well, it's not really something you need to focus on anymore. I think you need to focus on the truth, but it's something that you refuse. So if you don't want to continue, then we'll just move on to the next step.
Listen, it's not that I didn't love Travis, and it's not that I don't still love him, but I really needed to move on.
Mm-hmm.
And the last...
What prevented you from moving on? Nobody was preventing you from moving on.
Well, the only person preventing me really from moving on was myself. And until I made that step and I moved back, moved away, and we communicated gradually less and less and less, and I was fine with that. I haven't found the guy, the man that I want to marry, the person I want to spend my life with. But in my mind, Travis did, and I was happy for him, and I thought there was also a part of me that felt, if I stay, I'm going to jeopardize that for him as well. We both deserve to be happy. We both deserve to have, be married in the temple. And that's where he wanted to go. So, I didn't know that Mimi didn't feel that way. I had never spoken to her except at church when I came down to Arizona. It was really brief. And it was the bishop who told me that, she had essentially turned him down. And the last few, now that I think about it, he was really just in his attitude and stuff. And I just thought maybe that's just because we're just beginning to more distance ourselves. And, he still had his trip planned to come up here. The reason I don't know. It's not that I'm not remorseful that he died. I didn't kill him. I didn't take his life.
Did you have anything to do with it?
I have nothing to do with his death at all. At all. The reason I hesitate is because maybe this is something that's wrong with me psychologically, is I think of the butterfly effect. And it's like, you could say that the guy pumping gas down at the gas station could have potentially, because you see all these movies, these funky movies where it's like this affected this, which affected this, which affected this, if he had never done this.
I know if you had never met him, he'd probably still be alive.
That's true.
Yeah, but that's because you killed him.
No.
Jodi, you did.
I did not.
Jodi, you can't convince me otherwise, unless you come up with more proof that you didn't. But I can't prove that anybody else did. No, it couldn't have.
What about if the car comes back that it was never even in that area?
It still doesn't negate the fact that we have this other evidence. This is absolutely some of the best evidence I've ever had in a case. And I've convicted a few people on less than this.
Well, so I'm as good as done, right? With that evidence. I just can't admit to something that I didn't do. If it would help my case and give me an easier sentence, I know people plead guilty for those things.
No, and I don't want you to do that. That is the absolute last thing I want.
Well, I know.
What I want to do is I want to sit here with you, and I want to go over why you visited him that day, what you guys talked about, what caused you to get so angry, and the details on how it happened. And it's something that you probably don't want to remember, but it's something that I need, because for me to finish a case completely, I need to know not just the details, but what was going through your mind, because I need to present that as a full picture. Because if I don't feel that I've completed my job. Then my job is to speak for him, not anybody else. My job isn't to speak for you. My job isn't to speak for his family. It's to speak for Travis. And I know something horrible happened that day. Absolutely horrible. something that could have been avoided. Whether something was planned, I don't know. Whether you planned it or whether it accidentally happened or something got out of hand, I don't know. All I can do is speculate. And I want to believe that you're not this cold-hearted person that could just go out and do something like this to somebody. I want to believe that, like a lot of people, things got out of control, and before you knew it, it was too late. That's what I want to believe. And that's truly from my heart. Because I sit here and I've talked to you, and I'm talking to you now, and all those conversations we had on the phone, and I don't see a cold-hearted murderer like you would see on TV or that I've seen before sit across from me. That's not what I see in you. And I'm gonna call it begging. I'm begging you to at least come clean and tell me why. Because I don't want to leave here today not knowing. Because it's gonna follow me forever.
I wish that I had answers. I'm sorry.
You need to just let the answers come out.
There's just no reason. There's just no reason.
There's no good reason why it can happen. There's never a good reason why somebody dies like this.
How many times was Travis stabbed?
More than I want to remember. And I'm not going to sit here and show you pictures of him after the fact. I don't do that. That's not how I work. That is not for me to do. But eventually those photos will come out. Jodi. Jodi, we're here now. We're right here. I think you're feeling the reality in the moment now.
No, I'm just feeling all of the things that I'm going to potentially miss out on with my family, and I think of all the things that Travis's family is going to miss out on with Travis. And he had brothers and sisters, and I have brothers and sisters. And it's not fair.
It's not fair, but this is where we are.
I mean, I know that he's in a good place, and I know that he's fine. I know that he's doing great. But what about all of his friends, all of his family that are here, and they're just going through all of this, and I know that it's temporary, but it's so very much right now. There's just no reason I would ever want to hurt him.
Or whether you wanted to is a different question.
I'm just saying.
I don't think you wanted to. I really don't think you wanted to. But this speaks for itself. It speaks for itself, Jodi. It goes beyond speculation. This is way beyond speculation. This is downright proof. But there's no backstory to it. All I know is that I need a story, or else it's just cold. It's so cold. You don't look like the person that would plan something like this. You're just not that person. I can believe other things, but not that. But without the truth, I can't paint another picture. And it's going to be up to the prosecutor to paint that picture. And if you want that prosecutor, and I've met him, and you don't want him painting that picture, because he is good at what he does. I've worked with him before. And you allow him to paint that picture for you, it's not going to be good.
It looks like you don't really need anything. It just looks like, it looks like you don't even need a good prosecutor anyway. So,
You're right.
I have to maintain my innocence. I can't admit to doing something that I haven't done. Part of me wants to cop out and say it.
No.
Well,
if you're gonna cop out, it's because you're telling the truth.
Well, that's not really copping out.
Yeah, I don't want you to sit here and tell me a lie to appease me. That is the worst thing you can do for me. But back there in that mind of yours is somebody screaming to get out and tell me what happened, but you just cannot.
He has done nothing but, except for some mean words that he said.
I know.
People have said worse to me, or just as bad. Except for that, he's helped me, he's given me money, he was selling me his car on the
Then why?
easiest,
Then why,
lamest
Jodi,
terms
why?
ever. There's no reason why.
It just happens.
There's just no
Well, I
reason.
have more work to do.
Can you give me a rundown of what's going to happen from here when you leave?
Yeah, you're,
Like, just today, for example.
well, you'll probably be taken across the street to the county jail. You'll be processed through there. You'll be set in front of a judge, at least within 24 hours. And there's a warrant for your arrest, and the bond is $2 million. If you can come up with a $2 million bond, then the judge will decide whether to, accept that $2 million or not. At that point, we're going to file extradition papers. Basically, our courts are saying that, hey, you have someone in custody on one of our charges. We want them brought back to Arizona, or at least allow us to come pick them up. And that's called an extradition hearing. You will be given the opportunity to either waive it and say, that's fine, I'll just go on my own free will, or you can fight it and say, no, I don't want to go back to Arizona.
What if I say I go on my own free will? Of course I would go.
Yeah. At that point, the judge would say, okay, she's not fighting this, so come get her. And then we would go.
What if I did fight it? Then what happens?
Then you would have a hearing,
Oh.
like a little trial.
So it just
not a
delays the
trial.
inevitable, basically.
It delays it.
And costs people, taxpayers money.
And then you'll be transferred over to the Maricopa County Jail in Phoenix. And you will start your court proceedings there.
And,
I've already filed these charges. It went to a grand jury, and a grand jury indicted you.
So it's all public now?
It's public record.
So does everyone know?
If somebody goes on and checks public record, they can check it. And they would come up with an indictment against you for murder.
But it's going to be on the news tonight.
We don't report anything to the news.
Has his family called today?
No. They don't even know that I'm talking to you.
But they've been calling every day.
Every day.
Are you going to tell
I
them?
talk to them every day. How would you feel if your little brother or little sister was killed?
I've been wanting to call every day too. I didn't want to look obsessive. So I just tried to limit it to once a week.
will I be able to see my family before it comes?
I don't know.
Can
I don't
talk
know
to my
what
mom?
their procedures are here at this jail in this county.
Can I talk to somebody about my affairs that need to be taken care of?
You'll have to do it over the phone, or they'll have to come visit you. I don't know.
I'd have to be over the phone because the person that would take care of my stuff lives far away.
Are we done?
How long is it all going to take? You said you already
I
filed
don't know.
paperwork.
I don't know. I need to go see. The procedures are different here in California than they are in Arizona. I'm used to the procedures in Arizona. So I'm getting help from this county and the deputies here, and they're assisting me. So I need to get with them and find out how long it's going to take.
This is a really trivial question, and it's going to reveal how shallow I am. But before they book me, can I clean myself up a little bit?
You're going to be taken the way you are. I can't give you anything else.
How soon?
I don't know.
Like 5 minutes? 2
I would
hours?
say within an hour. Okay, could be 5 minutes, it could be 50 minutes. I need to go talk to my associates here. And if at any time you feel like you need to tell me something, you just go ahead and approach me. Okay.
Can I use the bathroom?
Yeah, I'll get someone to come take you.
You know, I'm not like violent and I'm gonna run. It's Wairika. So, I mean, do I have to go in handcuffs everywhere? That's just procedure.
Whether you wrote a bad check or you're facing murder charges, you're gonna go in handcuffs. That's just the way it is. Okay? They don't take different precautions for different people. It's the same for everybody. So I'm sorry.
Who do I ask when I can start making a phone call or two?
Once you get booked into the jail.
Do you know how many I get?
If it's like ours, they give you a phone and you can make as many collect calls as you want.
Oh. Okay.
Okay? Let me see if there's somebody to take you to the restroom.
It's not too urgent, but like maybe within the next 10 minutes I really will need to go.
All right. If you want to go ahead and stand up for me. As I take these cuffs off, just go ahead and put your hands down at the waist, okay? You know, especially these types of cuffs aren't the most comfortable.
I don't think they're really designed for comfort.
Nope, they're not. You're not going to give us any problems being out of the cuffs. You really don't look like the type that would.
I don't think it would really be to my benefit anymore.
Okay, here's your water.
Thanks.
Okay. Today's date is July 16th, and my name is Detective Rachel Blaney, and I'm here with Jodi Arias. Is that how you say your last name?
Arias.
Arias. Okay, I'm sorry. This is just formality, and this is, if I have to, write up a report of what we talked about, at least I know word for word, what you said, and there's no mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's for your own protection or good that we record it. And before we go any further, I need to read your Miranda rights again, just to make sure that you understand. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes.
Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you free of charge before any questioning if you want. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The reason that I wanted to talk with you this morning, there's a couple of reasons actually. I have been privy to the investigation and all of the evidence in this case, and to your conversation with Detective Flores yesterday. And there's really no, let me say this, it's obvious to me that, you're not our typical suspect. You come from a good home, a good family. Your parents obviously care about you. That was evident, when they talked to him yesterday. And you're a bright girl. Probably more intelligent than you were letting on yesterday. And there's no question in my mind or any of the other investigators' mind that you were the person that took Travis's life. But what I need to know, or what I'd like to know, and give you the opportunity to do, is determine whether, you're a cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer who slaughtered this guy, or are you somebody that got caught up in circumstances and things got out of control? Because I think that is what happened, honestly, in looking at everything and all of the facts and talking to people. I think in every person that anybody could be capable of harming another person. I think it's in our nature, and generally most people suppress that. But I think given the right circumstances and the right time and the right place, anybody could be capable of harming another person. I see that on a regular basis. What I generally see are the cold-hearted, ruthless types. What I don't see very often, Jodi, are people like yourself that are intelligent and spiritual and caring, and so I tend to believe that it was an incident of circumstance, if you will. It looks as if this guy Travis befriended you, you got into this relationship, and it certainly looks to me like he took advantage of your generosity and your kindness. One of the other detectives had described him to you as a player. And I don't think that that's very far off from everything that I've seen. And I don't think there's a woman out there that hasn't been treated badly or taken advantage of by a man like that. And I'm hoping, because you come from a good family and because you have a decent background, I'm hoping that you'll be smart about things and make some choices for yourself to help better your situation. When this hits the news, and it will, it'll go to the media, do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer? Because the media loves that. That's not, that won't be our words or their words when they do a press release, but that's what, the media will take a look at the facts and that's what they'll portray it as. Or do you want to be portrayed as a person that didn't mean to have any of this happen? It just got out of hand and you're remorseful. Which way do you want to go? How do you want to portray yourself? You're a businesswoman, is that correct? Okay. And you have a couple of different businesses going, right? So you're a smart girl, Jodi. Smart woman. You got to have a lot on the ball to be, your own businesswoman and balancing everything the way you do, because it sounds like you got a lot going on and a lot of juggling and balancing. You're obviously very organized, well-read.
I would say well-read, but not organized.
Not organized? Why so?
I procrastinate, so papers pile up and things don't get filed on time, and I lose stuff, and then I find it later when I don't need it anymore. When I do need it, I can't find it. So
Okay.
just general stuff like that.
Well, maybe you're not as organized as I had thought. It's certainly
I
human.
try. I mean, I go through these periods where it's like today is devoted to organization, and then I'll get organized, and it'll be that way for a little while, and I'll kind of let it slide, and then I'll have to go back and clean up again.
All right. So I think that, the reason you're here is I think that you should have just at least one more shot at, the opportunity to do the right thing. You say that you're spiritual, or those are my words, not yours, but that's certainly what I got out of, reading everything and looking at everything, that, you have some sort of relationship with God, or, some sort of deep spirituality, and so did Travis. And it sounds like, you cared about what Travis's family thought of him, maybe what they thought of you. I don't know whether you ever met them.
I met his grandmother a
Okay.
few times.
Were they good people?
Yeah, wonderful. And I didn't meet his family at his services, but I saw some of his sisters, and he talked about them a lot. And he talked about how proud he was of all of his brothers and sisters, because they come from a rough background, but they've all done really well.
I would imagine that keeping all of this in, I can only imagine, because I've never been there myself, but I can only imagine that keeping all of this in is just tearing you apart inside. It's not hard to tell that. You have portrayed yourself as being very strong, but you can see it in your eyes, Jodi.
It's not like, it's not that I'm my dad said that Detective Flores told him that I was just cold yesterday. And it's not that I'm cold, I'm just resolute. And it's not that I haven't cried, it's all I've done for the last month. And I've got to go to work part-time, and at my job I need to be a happy, cheery person. So I've got to suppress all of that and put on an act while I'm on the clock. And if I'm going to get any more clients for my business, I've got to be an attractive person in my personality. So it's not like I haven't been grieving him since I heard about him.
Well, you have an image. I understand that. You have an image to uphold, and you have to portray, that you're a together, savvy woman. Not somebody who's fallen apart. So that's understandable.
I don't fall apart when people aren't looking, and when it's at night and I go to sleep. Travis always used to call me, not always, but very frequently. So that's the hardest part, is when I go to sleep at night, and if he wasn't calling, then I'd just call him, and sometimes I would just call anyway to just hear his voicemail.
So let me go back to, the choices that you have, because again, there's no doubt in anybody's mind what happened that day. There's no doubt that you were involved that day that Travis died.
Listen, I know that I wasn't involved in Travis's death.
Okay.
But
what you need to decide is, do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded killer?
Oh, that's what I was getting at.
Or do you want to be portrayed as somebody that was taken advantage of, and, if things just one thing led to another, you thought your relationship was headed in one direction and it wasn't, or, I don't know exactly the circumstances because I wasn't there, but I would certainly think that it's to your benefit to appear as this is something that just happened. You didn't plan it. It was, it was a heated moment, and you didn't mean to hurt him. Because you didn't mean to hurt him, did you?
I've hurt him very much emotionally, and I never meant to hurt him.
Okay.
He said that I hurt him more than the death of his father.
And I believe that. How are you going to come clean with yourself, between you and God, if you can't even, look his family in the face and show remorse? I don't think that you're a bad person. I don't think that you meant any of this to happen. I think that things got out of control and you didn't know what to do and you panicked. And I would certainly like your parents to see that, your friends to see that, instead of the cold-hearted killer that the evidence is screaming to show. And this is, you know, at a certain point, you gotta do what's right. You know, you gotta make things right for yourself. Because otherwise it's going to eat inside of you. You're going to be sitting in that cell with all of this churning inside of you, and it's going to eat you up. And just because I'm a cop doesn't mean that I don't care, you know, about humanity and people. You know, I'm not sitting here judging you. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to give you a chance to make things right. You know, show the families that you do have some remorse. You know, I'll apologize for the things that you've done if that's what makes you feel better, you know, whatever it is. But when you continue to deny when it's obvious that that's not the case, you appear to be the cold-blooded killer. You know, and the media is going to feed off of that. You know, when this goes to trial, the media's there. It's not kept secret. You know, do you want to be out there and like the O.J. Simpsons? Because nobody felt sorry for him. You know, nobody respected him afterwards, even though he maintained his innocence. How do you want to be portrayed? Do you want to be portrayed as the person that you are, a decent person who's had some tough times and you know, just didn't make the right choices at the time? Or do you want to be portrayed as a person that doesn't care about anybody or anything?
You know, of course I don't want to be portrayed as a cold-blooded murderer.
I believe that. I believe that everybody wants to tell the truth, because to keep that lie in tears you up emotionally, physically, mentally. I see that over and over and over again with people. And I believe that you don't want to be portrayed in the negative light that I've already... And I'm not making that stuff up. I mean, that's just reality, Jodi. That's the way our society works. That's the way this world works. And things are going to start moving real fast here for you. This is kind of a pause, you know, before things, you know, start getting heavy. This is your opportunity to help yourself out. When the jury looks at it, those are the things that they're going to be mulling around in their mind when they decide what type of sentence to hand out, or when they make a recommendation to the judge. Those are the sorts of things that turn a jury. And the juries sometimes can be fickle, but I've never seen a case with so much concrete, hard evidence. We don't need you to tell us anything. I'm doing this for you. Arizona's case goes no matter what. They've got a rock solid case. So what you say is basically irrelevant to their case. Not irrelevant, but it's not going to make it any better for them. But it certainly can help you out.
How can it help me? I mean, how can what I tell you today affect the media?
You take control of the situation as much as you can and paint whatever kind of picture you want to paint of yourself. Nobody's going to believe that you didn't do it after they see the evidence. It's just, it is what it is. But it's a matter of, do you want to take control of your situation and paint the picture of who you are, because you're the only one that knows that? Or do you want the media to take the evidence, all of the facts and the information, and paint their own picture of you? And as smart as you are, you know as well as I do that the media doesn't like to paint warm and fuzzy pictures. They would much rather paint the vicious, cold-blooded killer, because that sells. Am I right? So, do you want to control your situation? Paint your own picture? Or do you want to let somebody else do that for you?
I don't feel like I have any control over what the media says anyway.
Well, you do, to a certain degree. You can have the opportunity to tell your side of the story. You know, was it a matter of, like I said, this guy, Travis, building some sort of, what you thought was some sort of relationship? You know, were you hoping for marriage? Because I've heard a lot of talk about, you know, possibilities of marriage, and I know that is, you know, a cornerstone of your faith is marriage and family. Is this something that you were hoping for? Was he leading you down that path? You know, did he take advantage of you? Were there promises made that were broken? Did he betray your trust in some way? I don't know. Only you know that. But certainly if that was the situation, they would look at you in a better light than if you just went in there and just killed the guy just 'cause you're a cold-hearted person. You know, the reasons why are what's going to give you a better portrayal, a better light that you're portrayed in. That's why the reasons why are so important to you, and that's how you can take control. When you leave, you know, Siskiyou and go back to Arizona, which eventually you will, whether you fight the extradition or not, that's just kind of
an inevitability.
Yeah, it's going to happen eventually. You're not going to have the opportunity to do this again. And I'm certainly, not going back to Arizona. I won't have the opportunity, and the shot will be gone.
What is your role, though? I mean, you're a detective.
Mm-hmm. This is our jurisdiction. It's our county. So, part of this investigation, if you will, is on us. So I've taken an interest in this case. I saw you and I read all this information, and I'm like, man, she's not the typical person that we see in here.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
Not personal questions. I understand they took some of my stuff yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Where does all that go? Does it go to Arizona?
It'll be transferred to Arizona. It's held in evidence. There's a list of everything that was taken, and a copy of that was left at each
location.
At each location.
And it was a carbon copy, so my parents couldn't read it all. My grandparents couldn't read everything. They told me some of the things, and some of the things were like by camera, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine. I understand that. My concern is other people. For example, I'm a wedding photographer, and I just did a wedding on Friday, and I feel bad for Brian and his wife Katie because those are their wedding pictures. That's all they have for their wedding, and I just want to know when they'll be able to get their wedding pictures.
I don't know when. I don't know how. This could go on for quite a while.
That's the only thing they have to remember the day.
They're not going to destroy the wedding pictures. They're not going to get rid of them or anything like that.
And I just take pride in my work, and I guess, I'm not going to have a chance to edit them and make them really beautiful. Like, they already turned out really good, but, with Photoshop, I just do all kinds of neat effects, and they turn out like magic. And so that won't be the case this time, but at least the hard files are there for them. And, if they're not going to get them forever and ever, it's going to suck for them, but as long as they get them eventually.
They'll get them eventually.
And also
I think that, go ahead.
My sister, I don't know what her problem is. I mean, she's far less messed up than I am, I guess, but she's in a program right now in Klamath Falls for till the end of August, rehabilitating from something. And my mom, we write her, we only get to talk to her once a week, and my mom was going to send pictures, because I have on my external drive, I have a bunch of pictures of her and I that we just were doing this with, just taking pictures of each other on her prom night, because I helped her do her hair, and I helped her, just take pictures, and then I dropped her off, and she just wanted some of those to have. If she's all done up glamorous, and she's like, I can't remember what I look like without makeup. And I did a photo shoot with my little brother last week, and they turned out really good, and she wanted those pictures too. She doesn't have access to any of them now. And those are all family treasures. And I did that, of course, because it's for them, and it's, but I would have made her a CD, but my CD-ROM just wasn't working right. And I just didn't get around to making it because I didn't have the proper tools to do it. And she just wants those to mail to Angela.
Well, see, these are the sorts of things that, paint the picture of a good, decent person where things just went a little wrong. You showing so much concern and care.
Do you know what happened to my journals, too?
I wasn't there when
I know they said they took one. I don't know if they took my other ones.
Where were your other ones at?
In my fireproof safe.
Okay. I'm not sure. They have a hard copy, an actual copy, an original copy. That
if you want my journals, it documents the entire time starting from when I moved to Arizona up until 2 or 3 days ago.
Where's that safe at? Is that
it's
at
under my bed? They said they looked through it.
Okay. Well, then, if there was anything,
I don't know if they felt it was relevant,
necessary.
but
I'm
sure Travis got a lot of ink in my journals. I don't know. It doesn't matter now because I know you guys think what you think, but
it's not the job of the detectives, any detective, is to determine, what happened, whether a person, is there evidence that would clear you, evidence that would convict you, etc. We're totally neutral going in. And it's not a matter of, our opinion and what we think. It's a matter of taking a look at all of the evidence and knowing. And, I think you're not grasping the reality of this situation. And hearing, what your concerns are, you should be concerned for yourself right now. You should be fighting for yourself. This is not going to go away anytime soon for you, Jodi. You're a young woman, just starting your life. You had a lot going for you. You should be fighting for yourself right now.
There's really nothing to fight for. If I fight, it just makes me look worse.
If you fight,
and if I give you some false confession, that just makes it look just as bad.
No,
so there's really nothing.
We don't want a false confession. That's absolutely not what anybody ever wants, ever. I was just hoping to give you the opportunity to show the world, to show the community, to show the jury, to show Travis's family that you do have a heart, that you do care, that you are a good person. And maybe things went askew that day. I'm giving you scenarios with what happened that day because I wasn't there. I don't know, the emotions that led up to it. There was obviously a lot of emotion. That's very clear. There was a lot of emotion that day in what happened. And so I'm trying, it's kind of like pulling teeth here. I'm trying to give you the opportunity to help yourself. to show the world, to show the community, to show Travis's family that you do have remorse, that you are a good person. And that doesn't benefit me in any way. I get no benefit out of this. You know, my job pays the same whether I'm sitting here or at home, whatever. I was trying to give you that opportunity. And I asked if I could talk to you today to do that. Makes no difference to me, not personally, but it sure can make a difference for you. And you let this eat at you, and it's going to destroy you or change you in a way that you wouldn't want. And it comes a time in somebody's life, there's always a pinnacle in somebody's life where you have the opportunity to define who you are. Do you want the murder of Travis to define who you are? Or do you want to take control of that and do it yourself? Everybody makes mistakes, some bigger than others. And I think this is the time in your life. I'm trying to tell you, this is the time, Jodi. This is the time to take control more than you've ever done before. And at least show the people that you love and care about that you have remorse and that you have a heart. Because when they sit there and they see somebody that's just stone cold and saying they didn't do it when it's clear to everybody that you did, that's what they're going to see, is a stone cold person. This is your opportunity to change that. You can't change what happened. You can't go back and undo it. It's a done deal. But hopefully you're smart enough to realize that you can have a little bit of control of how you're portrayed. I don't think that you're a bad person. I don't think that you meant to hurt him. I think that you really cared about him and that you loved him. And that's why there was so much emotion in that day. I'm not sure of the circumstances, the conversations that led up to it. I can only see the result. I think that things got a little heated. You were angry or upset or disappointed, or betrayed, whatever the emotion was. And things got out of control.
We both have betrayed each other, but it was so long ago, you know? The last time we even talked about marriage on a serious level was when we were still dating over a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time he proposed to me once, he proposed to me a lot of times, but he wasn't always serious. He just kind of said it, marry me, as a joke.
And how did that make you feel when he said marry me as a joke? I mean, did you want it?
No, and not after we had broken up. It was kind of like laughs. Like, it's really kind that he would joke like that. We would laugh, and I took it as a compliment because it's when I did something that maybe in his eyes he saw me as a good person.
Mm-hmm.
And so he'd be like, wow, this is a good girl, marry me. But it was more of a compliment. It wasn't a serious proposal. So marriage, as much as I love Travis, I just have always, there's something inside that says he's not the guy you're going to marry.
So then what was it? What was it that led up to all of this? I mean, there's got to be something. So I honestly don't believe that, that you're cold-hearted and you would just go and just, kill somebody on a whim. That doesn't fit your profile. So what was it that led up to that? You tell me. You tell them. You tell, Travis's family. What was it that, pushed you to your limit? I'm just trying to fill in the holes there, and just kind of guessing about the emotions. What was it that would make you, so angry or upset? And if you're smart, you'll realize that, you're not going to get a whole lot of other chances to do this. Probably none. Once the wheels start turning, they move real fast. And you will be out of control then. You won't have control over your destiny, so to speak. What about your spirituality and your beliefs with God? If you continue to lie to yourself and all of us, that's one thing, but God knows. He knows what's in your heart. Doesn't the Mormon religion want you to repent for what you've done? I'm a spiritual person myself, and I don't think that I would want that, inside of me. I wouldn't want all of the ugliness of the lies inside of me. And I'm not going to sit here all day, and try to convince you to do something for yourself if you're not willing to help yourself. But I just wanted to give you that chance this morning. It's clear, it's crystal clear to anybody who looks at this case. There is no doubt in my mind, there's no doubt in any of the investigators' mind, that you are the person responsible for Travis's death. It's just a matter of, how do you want to portray yourself now, Jodi? Are you the cold-blooded killer, or are you a victim of circumstance? Was it in the heat of passion, or was it calculated and planned out and executed? Which one is it going to be? That's how you can control things for yourself right now. I don't think you're the type of person that can sit there during a trial and see Travis's family sitting over there and continue to maintain that lie in yourself without it tearing you up.
I don't think I could either.
You have an opportunity. You can't bring him back. You can't bring his life back. But you can at least make things right within yourself. And that ultimately is going to probably help out your situation. Nobody wants to believe, even, your friends, I'm sure. I haven't talked to any of your friends, but I know that your family doesn't want to believe that you're that person. Help them understand what happened and why, so that they're not stuck with that image of you.
The only image they're going to be stuck with is Jodi in a big orange suit.
Yeah, but does Jodi have a heart, or is it cold and ice?
They know what my heart is like. They raised me, and they've lived around me forever.
How about the rest of the people that just know you as far as an image, that doesn't know you personally? Do you care about that?
I care.
How about Travis's family?
I care very much about Travis's family, and I can't alter the way they think. They hate me regardless.
It's true that they're their feelings are probably always going to be negative about you. You took their son's life. They can never get over
I
that.
want to take Travis's life.
It's clear to everybody what happened. But I was hoping that you were smart enough to realize the situation, the reality of the situation, and wanted to help yourself out. Whether you want to maintain the charade, which isn't going to get you anywhere, or whether you want to do the right thing. You're the one that's got to live with yourself, You're the one that's got to look those people in the eye.
I have one more question. It's not that I haven't been listening to what you're saying. It's unrelated. But when they took my purse, I had $240 in cash. And from what I understand, this thing over in the jail, you can have money on your books so that you can get things like shampoo or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I would even need there. But what happens to my cash, my money?
Well, first of all, they count it all out and document it, so there's no question of, what was there. I don't know what the procedure
I know
is.
it's not really, maybe it's not your area or your responsibility, but who do I talk to about that? Because my parents don't have money to just keep doling out and making, collect calls there all the time or whatever, so.
Well, I can certainly talk with the detectives and put in a request for you, and I'll do that. I don't go back on my words. And I don't know how much longer, you want to sit here and listen to me talking, but I was hoping to kind of drill something into your head and wake you up and show you how you can help yourself.
Maybe you're giving me more credit than I deserve for being smart.
I don't think so.
I just don't see how any of that could help.
What if it could? Wouldn't you want to do everything you could to help yourself?
I don't. I think that my situation is hopeless, and I don't think that I can help myself. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry to me.
I'm just sorry.
Are you sorry for what happened to him?
Of course I am. That's awful what happened to him. He
Did you ever
didn't show
think-
me any pictures, but he showed me the carpet.
It was pretty horrific.
Travis was very strong. I watched him work out a couple of times. It's super intense. My dad has worked out all my life. He's been a bodybuilder, sort of, not professional. He's just always been really big. And I've seen him work out, but I've never seen anyone work out like Travis. And he's just, a couple times he was really into UFC. A couple times he would show me some wrestling moves, and I was just powerless. There's no way out of it.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to take a break for a couple of minutes. I see you still got some water. I was going to give you some more water.
Yeah, if you could bring one more, that'd be nice.
Take a minute just to think about what I said. And I'll leave you alone while I do that. Just more water. Jodi, I'm really confused. Maybe I did have a wrong picture of you. All of this time that you and I have been talking, and I got information from your other interview, you are talking about insignificant things at this point. You're talking about money, you're talking about material things, you're talking about everything but...
I'm just talking about things that affect the people I care about.
You're talking about everything but how bad you feel about Travis. You only respond to my questions.
If I murdered Travis, I would be very remorseful.
I think that I've gotten the wrong picture of you. I think that, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you are that cold-blooded person that they're trying to portray. And, I'm just really confused. At this point, maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't anything that you can do to help yourself. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're not as intelligent as I thought you were. Maybe I was wrong. What do you think should happen to the person that murdered Travis?
I've never been one for an eye for an eye, but they took his life. And even the Book of Mormon says that that calls for the life of the person that took his life.
Do you think that's the path that you're going down right now, and it's inevitable, so why fight it?
Not sure, kind of, but I'm not sure. I don't know where I'm going.
So, tell me this. After looking at all the evidence, and what I think is crystal clear, if you didn't kill Travis, then who did?
He was private about a lot of aspects of his life.
Mm-hmm.
He told me some things. Some things I got from some of his, Facebook account, email account, or MySpace or whatever, because I had the passwords to those. But I don't know, occasionally he would get solicitations, but he would always respond, not to answer the solicitation, but to kind of call the person out. And I don't know if anything ever came of those. I don't know. I know his tires were slashed. I don't know.
Maybe you weren't the person that did it. Maybe you just were physically there when it happened and somebody else did it. I mean, I guess, that's a possibility. If that's the case, help us out here. Help yourself out. I don't know what else to do for you here, Jodi. I'm kind of at the end of my rope. You're not going to get a whole lot of people that are trying to help you out along the way beyond this point. If you didn't do it, then who did? Because everything is pointing to you. Not just pointing to you, but, screaming that Jodi killed Travis. And I thought that I could come in here and talk to you and talk some, sense into you and get you to, kind of help yourself out. You don't need to help our case out. You don't need to help their case out. That's a slam dunk.
I know, he showed me.
And what I'm hearing is somebody who doesn't give a rip about what happened. I'm hearing somebody that's worried about money, your appearance, everything about you. I don't hear anything about Travis unless you're specifically asked. How do you think that looks?
Listen, I don't care so much.
No, you listen. You are not grasping the reality here, Jodi. You're worried about wedding pictures and, all this other stuff that is really insignificant.
Well, listen, my life is over. Travis's life is over. I'm sorry about Travis. I didn't take his life.
All right. Well, I guess I was wrong.
The reason I cared about those other things is because those people still have lives. And I care about those people. And they don't know where their stuff is, I happen to be in possession of their stuff. And so,
all I know is all of the innocent people that I've talked to that have been accused of a crime don't act the way that you do. And you are acting like the person that I portrayed, the ugly, cold-blooded murderer one of the options that I portrayed, that is how you're acting. There is nothing in your actions that would indicate to me that you're the victim of circumstance. And you're going to be sorry, when you get down the road, and
I agree.
You'll probably be sorry that you didn't do the right thing. You have an opportunity to do something right here. I don't know what to tell you. Show me that I wasn't wrong, Jodi. Show me what's inside your heart and not what's on the exterior. Help me understand why it happened and that it wasn't cold and calculated and planned. Because that's how everything points right now. You owe that at least to Travis's family. Give them some closure. Because I know, just from working with all these families that have lost loved ones, that they're not struggling with who did it, they're struggling with why.
That's what I've been struggling with.
Do you not understand why you did it yourself, maybe? Is it something that, is it a part of you that came forth that you've never seen before? I don't know. I know Travis's family is struggling with why, and that would be the one thing that would give them closure. They may never like you, but I think that they would be appreciative of why their son's life was taken. You can't give them their son back, but you can at least give them the peace of mind as to why. I know if it was my child, that's what I would want. And I know that you're not a mother, but all women have those mothering instincts within them. And I think that you can understand that, what I'm saying. And that's why you're hanging your head right now. Was I off base, Jodi?
I can't imagine what it would be like to lose one of my brothers.
Wouldn't you want to know why you lost one of your brothers? I've never met them, I can't speak for them, but I would bet, my paycheck, that's what they're wondering right now. And you can at least show that you have a soul, that you have a heart, that you understand that need in them, and do something for somebody else besides yourself. That's the least that you can do for them right now, is give them an answer. Tell them why. That's how you can control something that's happening in your life right now. Because you have all the power there. That's a gift that you can give that family. Tell them why. Use me as the voice to tell them why.
I just don't know why.
Did one thing lead to another and it just got out of hand? And it's unexplainable even in your mind? Or did you have it all planned out? You know, was he roughing you up and you just couldn't take it anymore? You know, was he being violent on his part?
He was only that way a couple times. It was before I moved. And people I had bruises and stuff, and people were like, "Oh, is Travis beating you up?" And we're like, "Ha ha ha." And he got mad because I wore a short sleeve shirt, but it was like 100 degrees outside.
So, this isn't the perfect picture of a relationship
No,
that
it
you've
was
been
very
trying.
rocky. I've never once denied that we had our challenges. That he's said several choice words to me that weren't nice, and but he's not the only person that's ever done that. My own father has done that.
Yeah.
Other women and men have done that to me, and other boyfriends.
But you didn't kill them. You didn't get pushed to the point where, you couldn't take it anymore. That's what we're trying to understand. That's why. Either way, those detectives in Arizona have their case made. But the least you can do for that family is give them an answer. I'm not saying portray Travis as this ugly, horrible person, because, I don't know that that's the right thing to do either. But at least let them know that it was a two-way street, and it wasn't all your fault. Or, like I said, maybe I'm wrong and maybe it was. Maybe you did plan it from day one and carried it out.
Thanks, Adam.
If his mom and dad were sitting here right now, what would you say to them?
I would tell them I'm very sorry. Before Travis, I've never lost anyone that's close to me.
If they asked you why it happened, what would you say to them?
I don't have an answer for why. I don't know why he was killed. I don't know why. I don't know why.
right? Maybe you can't understand why, but what led up to it? What would you say to them? Because that would help them with the why. If you're struggling with the why within yourself, then what led up to it? How could you explain to his mom and dad what led up to it that would help them understand?
Sorry.
Are you saying that to me, or are you saying that to his family?
To everybody. To his family, to my family. To Travis. To God.
Then if you truly are sorry, Jodi, clear your conscience and give them an understanding of what led up to it. Don't paint yourself as the cold-blooded person that they'll be left with unless you give them an understanding. I don't want to believe that I was wrong about you.
Could you have any cleaners that I could use?
Sure. I'll be right back. Thank you. That's all we have is toilet paper. I can see that your tears are real. That obviously is nothing that you can fake.
You know, Travis told me that my tears mean nothing. I said that one time when we were fighting.
How did that make you feel?
Well, I knew they were real, so that's all that mattered. It just made me, I don't know, it was weird because sometimes he just seemed to have no emotional understanding or depth, and then other times he could move himself to cry like that if he wanted to, or if he was on stage and it helped his speech or whatever. But those were things that he felt deeply about, So we're all different. We all express our emotions differently, and I realized that.
Did he know how to push your buttons?
We knew how to push each other's buttons. I could make him mad in 5 seconds. It's not my favorite pastime or anything, but I just knew how to do that, and he he knew how to make me cry in 5 seconds. So I think his emotional expression was anger and mine was just sadness, I guess.
Is that what happened? Did he push your buttons or you push his buttons? Is that what triggered this whole thing?
No.
Because looking at the pictures, it looked like that, you guys were engaged in some sort of intimate moment between the two of you. It didn't look like it was all going bad. It looked like, something happened real quick. And that's the understanding that I was talking about, that you could give to the family. Maybe you don't know why, and I understand, that's a pretty deep philosophical thing that you'll be, struggling with within yourself. I'm guessing. But the factual things that led up to it. And then, people can draw their own conclusions from there. But sitting there silent and not saying anything makes you look like a horrible person. I mean, obviously, you've had other relationships with, ups and downs that never drove you to that point.
They were far worse than Travis.
So what was it? What was it with Travis that set you off to such a degree? I understand that you're a very private person. Everybody has said that, and that's glaringly apparent. But all your business is going to be out in the open right now. So there's really nothing to hide from anymore. You know what I mean?
How is it as private as Travis?
Are you worried about his reputation? Is that what you're trying to protect here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned to an extent. I don't want him to, I would rather everyone didn't know that he was, that we were both violating certain chastity laws continually. It's a very big deal in the church.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that his bishop knows. He keeps everything private. And, I don't know if you're familiar with our faith, but Travis has another bishop now, in the next life. He's working through those things. So he's got his own path. I don't want his family to, I don't think all of his family share his faith, or if they do, they're not as involved deeply as he was. So I don't know how they would feel. I'm sure they don't care. They just want to know why. Can't imagine what they're going through.
So, I mean, at least on some level you can understand what's going on in their head. The why. The why is what we've been talking about. Was this a situation where you guys were involved in an intimate exchange and things got too rough? Is that why the secrecy and the privacy with me today?
No.
Then what's keeping you from unloading your burden? Is it your own pride? And do you think at this point that your pride matters more than Travis's family's grief? You know, what if they don't have a faith base like Travis did? And what if they don't have a spirituality to fall back on to help them through this process? You know, some people can deal with it better when they have their own spiritual roots that they can dig down and hold on to. What if they don't have that? You know, what if they're in more turmoil than somebody who did have a faith base? Wouldn't you want to help them out? I mean, you tell me that you're sorry.
If I could, I would help them in a heartbeat.
Well, you know that you can't bring him back. But you can help them understand. And no matter what you say, it's not gonna change their love for their son. It's not gonna make them dislike their son, no matter what happened. But at least they'll have closure. At least they'll have closure. If you're not going to do it for yourself, at least do it for them. If you've already resigned to the fact that your situation is hopeless, why wouldn't you do that for them?
That's a good question. I think I will. Can I use the restroom?
Sure.
I'll just take a bath.
You understand that I have to go in there with you?
It's fine.
Okay. So before we took a break, I posed the question to you that you felt was a good question. If you see your situation as so hopeless, why wouldn't you at least give the family some closure and some peace of mind as to what happened or why?
I'm strongly evaluating that. And
if you have any feelings, emotions within you, if you have any goodness in your heart, I don't know why you wouldn't do that. And because if you don't, and you don't give them the information that they seek for the closure, that makes you a very selfish person.
I think I've been pretty selfish.
How have you been selfish?
Just a lot of ways. Travis was always so selfless. He gave me everything that I needed. I needed money and he had it. It was mine. I needed food. I needed to borrow his car. I needed to use the internet because mine was down. Anything. I needed to. If I wanted to borrow any books, he had a cool library or audio books. One time he helped me with my prepaid legal business, and he doesn't benefit monetarily in the least from it. And I would help him too with that each month because you have to qualify for his position. It's a monthly qualification. Sometimes I would just help him with computer stuff. And I think I'm selfish. And one time we just met in Ehrenberg when I lived in Southern California. So we could just rent a hotel room and make out the whole weekend. And whatever. But we drove to go see a movie and there was this lady standing with a sign. He pulls over in his BMW and pulls down his window and said, "Are you hungry?" And she said, "Yeah." So we turned around and went to the Wendy's right next to the hotel. And he got her this triple decker and the biggie fries or whatever it's called and the biggest drink that they had and gave it to her. He always did stuff like that. We pulled into this gas station once in Chinle, Arizona. It's all just Navajo Indians. And nothing against that tribe. They've got a very rich culture, but most Navajos that you meet today are really overweight. But they have their animals are starving. Everywhere you go, they got ribs sticking out. It used to make us both so bad. So Travis bought, we ended up splitting it, but Travis bought 7 cheeseburgers for 300 hungry dogs. And one was a mother puppies, and they just wolfed them down and we felt better, but we just felt like we couldn't do enough.
things go wrong, Jodi?
I don't know. I don't know.
This is your chance to make at least something right. Even if it's on a small scale, it's a big deal to his folks.
Do they already know I'm in custody?
I'm sure they do.
Should they feel better about that much?
But they still need closure. I mean, just because you're in custody doesn't give them any closure. Is this something that you planned from day one? Is this something that you wish you could take back?
I wish I could change it. I wish I could rewind the clock.
What would you do if you rewound the clock?
I would have done everything I could to prevent it.
If your fate is inevitable in your mind, why wouldn't you give the family closure?
I don't know, Mom. I don't know if I can give them what they want. I don't know.
Wouldn't you at least want to try and let them make that decision? If it were my son, I would want all of the information I could, so that I could make some sense of it. Is this something that is so horrific in your mind that you don't even want to think that you could be capable of such a thing? So, that's the person that I was talking about, the person that is scared and remorseful and didn't want any of this to happen. So I don't think I was wrong, Jodi. This is your opportunity to make right on some of your selfishness. And let the family decide how they're going to deal with that information and how they're going to use it. And why should they have any more suffering than they've already had? in your religion, and forgive me for my ignorance about it.
It's mostly just a Christian-based religion.
Do they believe that the truth shall set you free?
I think, yeah, because it has to do with repentance.
Mm-hmm. And if it's just a Christian-based theology, then I would say they would.
I think it even says that in the Doctrine and Covenants, which is another part of our scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember if I just read that the other day.
Have you been giving much thought to that?
Not within the last 24 hours. I haven't really been thinking about a lot, except
You are the only person that has the information that the family seeks. They don't seek, crime scene information. They will already have that. They seek something that is on a much deeper level. It's an emotional level. And you are the only person that can help them with that.
I wasn't angry at Travis. Everyone keeps saying whoever did this was so angry.
Then what were you? Were you scared? Were you jealous?
I remember feeling jealous when we were together, because this one time, especially when he was letting this drunk girl hang all over him, and he wasn't doing anything to stop it. He was just supporting her and holding her, and it's like right in front of me. I'm like, what are you doing? But I didn't want to make a scene. All our friends were there, so I just left. I felt more sad, but there were, of course, more feelings of insecurity, because it made me wonder, what are your deeper philosophies if you think that's okay and we're in a relationship together? And to him it was harmless, and I realized that he didn't mean anything by it. No, he talked about it. So I remember feeling jealous about that. That was almost a year and a half ago.
So if it's not jealousy and it's not anger, then what was it? Have you been asking yourself that same question? Is it that you're having a hard time figuring it out within yourself? Was it fear? So if it was fear, then what is it that you're afraid of, or were afraid of? Are you looking back and trying to remember that day?
I'm just trying to remember everything. Like things that happened or conversations. Like I just.
What do you remember about that day that would help the family understand? Did you at least start out enjoying each other's company that day? Did you go there with the intention to kill him? No. What was your intention? Did you mean for that to happen?
I'm not really good at expressing myself. I think I'm just gonna write his family a letter.
Would you like to write him a letter now?
I think I want to. I mean, I could start, but it would just be like a rough draft. It wouldn't be something that I'm ready to submit. I wouldn't want to think about it and make sure that that's what I really want to say. And I know that you want everything now, but and if you don't want to do that or help me anymore, that's fine. But I'm still going to write a little letter, I think.
Well, I think that's a good idea for you to write him a letter. As far as the now goes for me, like I said, it's not going to make any difference for me, but it would make a difference for you, and it would make a difference for Travis's family. Because I think I'm very safe in my assumption that they're seeking closure. And the more information that they have to understand why will give them the closure that they seek. And I think that you want to do that. I can see that in you.
They deserve that.
They do deserve that. If you have a hard time expressing yourself, that's okay and understandable in this situation. This isn't an everyday, average, normal situation.
I can usually see things better in writing it.
If you would let me help you, I can help you with that expression. But you have to be willing. And you can still write him a letter. And the least you can do is give the family something. I don't know how many times I can say that enough. You say that you didn't mean for that to happen that day. You nodded your head no when I asked you that. And I believe that. But in order for it to be believable, there has to be some understanding as what led up to it. Was he expecting you to come over that day?
He wanted me to. I told him I wasn't going to.
So was it a surprise that you actually showed up? Is it a matter of you not understanding how things got so carried away that it would end up in a situation like that?
I don't know.
Or did you go there with the intention to kill him? Do you want to leave here today with those questions unanswered for Travis's mom and dad?
his mom and dad passed away. But I know what you mean about saying that to be like trivial. Just mean that when you say that, in my mind, I go, I understand because they're all together.
I see. So who's left behind? His grandmother?
She raised him. He has a lot of brothers and sisters. I think he has 3 sisters, maybe 4. Tanisha, Samantha. I don't remember. And he has some brothers. A big brother and a little brother.
So what about his grandma and siblings? Do you want to walk away from here today without giving them something to understand? If your fate is sealed in your mind, why wouldn't you give them that? And at the same time, help yourself out. Are you the cold-hearted person that everybody thinks you are? No?
No, not cold-hearted.
Then what are you?
Weak.
What is your weakness?
Embarrassed.
I can understand that. We're all human. We all have weaknesses and embarrassing things that we wouldn't want anybody to reveal. What's your weakness?
It's stupid and it doesn't really have anything to do with this too much. It's something I'm working through.
Do you have problems with your temper or anger issues?
No, it's nothing like that. I mean, sometimes I yell, but nothing like, I wouldn't go as far as saying encourage. I think it's just because I come from a family that yells at everyone.
That's how they communicate. Yelling.
I think they're just sort of desensitized to it. Like, after I moved out, I was away for a while, so when I come back to visit, it's like, you don't need to yell, I'm standing right here. Or my mom will yell at my brother, like, he's standing right there, you don't need to yell. And she's like, well, he doesn't listen if I don't yell. And the thing is, it's because he's become desensitized to her yelling, so until she yells, he's like, okay. Yeah, so it's maybe something like that, but not anger. And I've been able to check that a lot in my yelling, because it's not a nice way to communicate, in my opinion, and it doesn't really help anything.
So how could things go so wrong? You know, I'm not understanding. If it's not jealousy, it's not an anger problem. You said you were afraid, or you nodded at least. that you were afraid, but I'm not sure what you were afraid of. It may not be trivial to his parent or his grandmother, his brothers and sisters. And I think any information that they could have to help understand, who you are and what transpired that day is going to help them. It won't bring their son back, but it will help them understand. And I don't understand why you wouldn't do that for them. Because you obviously care. I'm not asking you to make excuses for yourself, because I don't think that you're the type of person that would do that. But I'm asking you to do something for somebody else. Somebody that deserves to know. What was it about your relationship with him that went so wrong, that would end up like that? And if that wasn't your intention, then what was? You say that, you said at one point when I posed the question to you about why you wouldn't do that for the family, and you said that was a good question and you think you will.
Are you sure I will?
Well, now's your time. This is the opportunity that I'm trying to give you.
I understand and I appreciate that.
Then what's keeping you from doing it?
I think I just need to sort through things still, because I'm just not sure. They deserve more answers.
They deserve to know what happened. You have those answers. You may not know the why within yourself, but you have those answers. You know what happened. You can still write them a letter when you figure out within yourself, some of the questions that you're struggling with. But in the meantime, you can let them know what happened. The facts of what happened.
I don't have all the details.
What details do you have? Was he happy to see you when you got there that day? Or did he appear happy? Or was he angry that you showed up? That we wouldn't want anybody to reveal. What's your weakness?
It's stupid and it doesn't really have anything to do with this too much. It's something I'm working through.
Do you have problems with your temper?
No.
Or anger issues?
No, it's nothing like that. I mean, sometimes I yell. Nothing like, I wouldn't go as far as saying anger. I think it's just because I come from a family that yells at everyone.
That's how they communicate, by yelling.
I think they're just sort of desensitized to it. Like, after I moved out, I was away for a while, so when I come back to visit, it's like, you don't need to yell, I'm standing right here. Or my mom will yell at my brother, like, he's standing right there, you don't need to yell. And she's like, well, he doesn't listen if I don't yell. And the thing is, it's because he's become desensitized to her yelling, so until she yells, he's like, okay. So it's maybe something like that, but not anger. And I've been able to check that a lot in my yelling, because it's not a nice way to communicate, in my opinion, and it doesn't really help anything.
So how could things go so wrong? I'm not understanding. If it's not jealousy, it's not an anger problem. You said you were afraid, or you nodded at least, that you were afraid. But I'm not sure what you were afraid of. It may not be trivial to his parent or his grandmother, his brothers and sisters. And I think any information that they could have to help understand, who you are and what transpired that day is going to help them. It won't bring their son back, but it will help them understand. And I don't understand why you wouldn't do that for them. Because you obviously care. I'm not asking you to make excuses for yourself, because I don't think that you're the type of person that would do that. But I'm asking you to do something for somebody else. Somebody that deserves to know. What was it about your relationship with him that went so wrong, that would end up like that? And if that wasn't your intention, then what was? You say that, you said at one point when I posed the question to you about why you wouldn't do that for the family, and you said that was a good question and you think you will.
Are you sure I will?
Well, now's your time. This is the opportunity that I'm trying to give you.
I understand and I appreciate that.
Then what's keeping you from doing it?
I think I just need to sort through things still, because I'm just not sure. They deserve the right answers.
They deserve to know what happened. You have those answers. You may not know the why within yourself, but you have those answers. You know what happened. You can still write them a letter when you figure out within yourself, some of the questions that you're struggling with. But in the meantime, you can let them know what happened. The facts of what happened.
I don't have all the details.
What details do you have? Was he happy to see you when you got there that day? Or did he appear happy? Or was he angry that you showed up?
That whole week seems like...
I'm sure it does.
Is there any way I can see some of those photos?
What would you do with him if you could see him?
Just look at them.
And do you think it would help you?
I don't know if it would help me or I don't know, maybe it would. I don't know. I just think that, I don't know.
Well, I know you can't tell me that you're not struggling in your mind, and thinking about what happened over and over and over again. At least what you can remember. You can help me understand at least what led up to it. I don't think that you're a bad person. I think things got out of control, and you don't understand why. And I don't think that you're going to feel good about yourself until you unburden yourself and give the family some closure. Because at this point, what else do you have? What else do they have? What have you got to lose?
I've already lost everything.
Then do something selfless. do something selfless, that quality that you admired in Travis. Show his family that at least you have that within you.
You know, even though Travis was a real jerk sometimes, he really cared a lot about me. I don't know why. He called it, like if I had a reserve account, so to speak, he tried to paint a picture one where I had so many good things that we had done and shared and that I had done for him that even if I did something bad, you know, it's like making a withdrawal, but you still have a positive balance.
So he obviously saw that good within you.
His friends thought he was blind. Well, 2 friends in particular, not everyone.
Was he? Go ahead.
He wasn't blind though, he was just, you know, we were just friends. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was just going to ask you if he was happy to see you that week, that day. That looked like you're saying, yeah, he was.
No, I didn't see.
Okay.
He was always happy to see me though. I'm trying to think.
Were you happy to see him? You at least know that. I don't believe that you went there with the intention to hurt him. Maybe he did. How is seeing those pictures again going to help you?
I just thought maybe it would help me piece a few things together.
What is it that you're trying to piece together?
I don't know. There's also a bit of morbid curiosity, I think. I just want to see pictures of Travis. He showed me
good picture of him yesterday.
Is it the one with him in the shower?
Yeah, he had water all over his face.
You took a nice picture of him.
He would never let me take pictures of him in the shower. He was, despite our intimacy, he was really private about his showers. Like he had a room. I don't think you've seen the room, but it was here. There's double doors here leading into the room, walk-in closet here, and a hallway, sort of short hall here that went this way. And there was a bathtub here, a shower here, and the bathroom here, a little enclosure. And so if he was taking a shower, you couldn't see if you were in the bedroom unless you walked down the hall. And I never went in the bathroom when he would shower because he was just private about it. It's not like we were a married couple ever. We had a time when we did something, and then after that it was, we weren't a couple, so.
Are you saying that those pictures were taken without his consent?
I'm just saying that whoever took those pictures must have, it's hard to imagine because I got pictures of him once shaving, and that he was already weird about that.
Well, Jodi, when you say things like that, it's obvious to me that you don't want to do the right thing for the family. You don't want to unburden yourself. You don't want to give them closure. And you're jerking my chain. Because there's no doubt, and I've already told you, there's no doubt in my mind or anybody else's mind that you were responsible for his death. And I don't appreciate my chain being jerked. I don't appreciate you thinking that I'm some sort of fool.
Well, the detective said he has pictures of me.
I've seen those pictures. They were taken the same day.
Well, certainly not the same time.
Within the same time frame. And to tell you the truth, I think that, I think I've done all I can here. I was hoping to, be able to relay some sort of information or message to the family. Because they deserve it. And, you have the power there. You have the control. You're the only one that can give that. And I'm tired of playing games. I'm tired of skirting around it. And I guess I just leave here today and leave them with the image that they have of you. I don't know what else. There's nothing else that I can do. I thought that it would be easier for you to talk to a woman. Especially about the, this was a very intimate incident. And it would be easier to say what you need to say to a woman. Sometimes it is. It's not as threatening. But unless you're willing to give me something to help you with, and I can help you, walk down that path and remember those details, then I can't do anything for you. And you need to decide whether you're going to give that family closure or leave them with the picture that they have of you and wondering why their son died. That's it. That's the bottom line. That's what you need to decide. After today, things are going to go so fast for you. You're going to be totally out of control of the situation. The wheels of justice will start turning. And I can see that you want to do that. That's clear. I can see that. I understand that you're afraid and that you're horrified about that person within you that could do something like that. But it happened, and it's a done deal, and you did. At least you can do is tell the family how it happened so they can understand why. Are you going to do that for them today or not?
I'd like to,
Then what's holding you back?
I'd like to begin some, like, I don't know, because I don't know what to say to them.
Well, let's throw a few things out. You said you were sorry.
Yeah, but sorry seems so meaningless. Of course I'm sorry.
Unless you back it up with something else as to why you're sorry. You're right. Give them something, Jodi. I mean, did you guys get into an argument that day? Was there some sort of fight? I mean, help them understand. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, do you think you're going to get this opportunity again to sit down and just have a free-form discussion?
Oh, probably not. Unless it's with the lawyers. When you say freeform, you mean like in this room?
Yeah, just exchanging, communicating. There's not going to be any situation or place that's going to make it any easier for you. This is as good as it gets for you right now.
Yesterday, Detective Flores asked me if I wanted to see those pictures, and I told him no.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that's going to help you?
I don't know.
Well, I tell you what, let me check and see if we can get you some pictures to look at.
Whole binder of stuff. Maybe they were all pictures, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of pictures. I'll be right back. Jodi, Detective Flores has the binder with those pictures, and he's not here in our office right now. But I put a call in to try and find him and get him back here. He's still in town. He's just not here. Would you rather talk to him if you do, that's fine, and I'm sure that he'd be willing to talk with you again. Or would you rather continue talking with me? It's up to you.
I don't really have a preference, I guess.
Well, we don't have unlimited time. You don't have unlimited time. We need to get you back across the street, and there's other things that we need to work on. So, the time is now to decide whether you're going to talk to me or not, and whether you're going to give the family some relief that I've talked to you about. Well, either you do or you don't. Actions speak louder than words at this point.
That was one of Travis's favorite sayings.
If you really want to do it, then do it. It's not going to benefit you or them to wait to do it. And I don't know what it is that's going on inside your head right now. I don't know whether you're weighing the odds, trying to figure out how you can save your own skin here.
Not interested in saving my skin.
Then what are you interested in?
Well, I am definitely interested in giving his family closure. I'm also interested in maybe a little bit of closure for myself. I got a flat tire on the way to his funeral and was not able to go. I was in weed, and my flight was in Sacramento, and it was early in the morning, so there were no tire places open, and I missed my flight. And even if I had driven as fast as I could get there and didn't get pulled over, I still wouldn't have made it on time for his funeral.
Don't you think that it's going to make just a little bit of difference inside yourself as far as that closure goes, if you know that the family at least has something?
Yeah. If anyone deserves closure anyway, it's them, not me. But I think that's kind of why I wanted to see those pictures. I don't know if that will help or not.
I don't see how it would help. I think it would, if anything, make you more upset. I mean, you know what happened. You know how it transpired. You know the end result and what the end result looked like.
Maybe it'll help me process. I don't know.
You can at least, until you get to the point of, you're processing, the pictures and so forth, you can at least talk about the good things that happened that day and what your intentions were. Maybe you can't bear to talk about the actual act itself, but you can at least talk about the events that led up to it. Happy or sad. There had to have been some happy, because I saw all of those photos. And if you're not going to do that today with me right now, I'm just going to send you back across the street. Because we've been in here for a while. And I don't have, the entire day. I guess my patience are running a little thin.
Letters to write, though.
Mm-hmm.
everything's just all blurred up and jumbled. Just get some things on paper.
Do you not trust what I'm going to do with this information when you give it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's not that I distrust you. But not because I don't think you're not trustworthy. It's not that.
If you give me a specific message to give to them, I promise you that I will relay it in the way that, in the context of which you put it. But I can't do it without any information. Without the information that you're holding. So therefore, if that's how we leave it, I'm not going to say anything to them. And they'll be left with, whatever thoughts they have right now. And if you think you're feeling grief over this whole incident, think about how they feel. For once, think about somebody else. The turmoil that they're going through, that family is going through. And every time you see a family struggling with this, they always want to know why. Why was my son's life taken? Why was my grandson's life taken?
Wants to know why.
Everybody wants to know why. And maybe you don't have that why, but you certainly have the events that led up to it, and then they can make their own decision as to why. But the time is now. You won't have another opportunity like this. This is still early. And if you want to talk to Detective Flores as opposed to me, you can do that. Like I said, I thought it would be easier for you to talk to a woman who could relate to some of those feelings. But if you want to go back across the street right now, just let me know.
I kind of do want to talk to him because he has been in contact with Travis's family a lot.
Okay.
I don't know if that would make any difference, but I know that he already talks to them on a regular basis.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, he has somewhat of a relationship with them. I had them put in a call, so I'll go see if he's...
Yeah, I'm not trying to stall or anything, but I've got to go to the bathroom again. Can we go?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hello. Rachel called me and told me that you wanted to talk to me. I was just on the phone with Travis's sister, and I told her I talked to Smith.
What'd she say?
She has 1,000,001 questions. More questions now than she had before. And I don't have anything to give her. Part of it because I can't give certain information yet, but the other bit is because I don't have a lot of information. I need more information. Are you doing okay?
It doesn't matter how I'm doing.
It does to me.
Thank you.
I've always been completely honest with you, and I wish that you could be honest with me.
What matters is how his family is doing. And of course I care about how my family's doing, just because I'm the person here that everyone thinks is the bad guy. It doesn't mean that my family had anything to do with anything, and it doesn't mean that they were responsible for anything or that they should suffer it all. And of course I feel his family, I don't know them as well, or I don't even know them at all, except for his grandmother.
Yeah. I told you yesterday, I've been doing this for a long time, and you're absolutely right. The person's family who was hurt, they're obviously hurting. But there's a second family that hurts as well. And in this case, it's your family. Your brothers, your sister, your mom and your dad. Yeah.
I just wish they wouldn't hurt, because it would be so much easier for me. Not that I deserve to have it easy, but
I don't think you're ever going to be able to take that away from them. I think they're always going to hurt. Now, the only thing that can solve that is time.
you're right about that.
Rachel said something about you wanting to see some photos, but I don't think I can show you any more photos.
Why not?
Not just... I don't like doing that. Because something might happen to you. You might... First off, it's not something I do.
The reason I asked was because I just feel like it might help me piece some things together. And this is more of a selfish reason. I think it might give me some sense of closure. I know it's kind of morbid. I don't even think I really deserve closure. His family does, but I wasn't able to attend his funeral. And it's just, I don't know, that's just why. Mostly.
What is it you want to know about the photos? Do you want to see the room? Do you want to see the bathroom, or do you want to see him? Or is it the photos before it happened that you want to see?
I think the photos of after everything.
I won't show you those. I won't, and not in good conscience. I can't do that.
Is there any that you can?
No. I can't do that.
So ones of before, I mean, I've seen plenty of those kinds of photos.
If you want, I can describe stuff for you.
Okay.
Because I was there. And those photos will never leave my head. I'm sure they'll never leave yours either. The one thing you gotta remember is that by the time he was found, the images that you saw were different than the ones that I saw. Things change over time. His body changes after time. We had a difficult time identifying who he was by the time we got there. He wasn't the same person. So that's why I don't want to show you photos.
What about photos of just the room with him not in it? I don't know. Maybe it's just...
I don't have them with me here, but as soon as I get a hold of them, another detective has them right now. What is it you can tell me about that day?
Really not much. Something's kind of blurry.
Was he expecting you to show up that day?
He wanted me to come.
But you didn't want to?
Oh, I told him I was going to Utah.
Why did you decide to go then?
I didn't really. I was going to Utah.
Leave it off.
Oh, well, this one has a full battery.
You can leave it off. Just me and you.
I know that you talk to his family and...
Every day. They can't believe it. I called him yesterday and told him. They just can't believe it.
Who did you talk to?
Talked to both actually talked to his brother Stephen first. And Samantha, I left her a message. She was off on vacation. And his other two brothers, one's at Gary, and I didn't talk to the other brother, Gary, I talked to.
Mike, that's his uncle.
Yeah, he was going to call his other brother and his other sister. And I was planning on calling his aunt. She lives back in the Midwest today.
Which aunt?
I can't remember her name.
Renee?
No. There's another aunt.
Did you talk to his grandmother?
No. Stephen said he was going to take care of that. And if she had any questions, that she could give me a call. And she's been so upset that she hasn't been able to call me yet. Is there something that you want me to tell them?
The things that keep coming to my mind wouldn't help them at all. Wouldn't comfort them. It would just be cliched, meaningless words.
I'll let you decide what to say. And I'll relay it exactly how you want me to.
I have an unrelated question real quick.
Sure.
And it's not, Detective Blaney said that she doesn't like me asking them because it makes me look like I'm concerned about trivial things, but I'm only asking because it concerns other people that I care about. And
it's understandable.
If I could just know so I could tell them if I ever talk to them again or relay a message or call them. On last Friday I had a wedding, and...
Just the camera?
Yeah, and the only place that those photos are on my external drive and on the camera card. And
it'll be a while before we get those back.
Okay, but if they can just get to the right person, because that's the only thing they have for their wedding.
I'll be absolutely positive to give those to the right people.
I was going to edit them and
assured.
make them look really nice, but
they can probably take them and edit the pictures. But who are those two people?
Oh,
those pictures belong to?
Brian Neiman.
Okay.
Is his name.
All right. Yeah, talking to your mom, I think she mentioned something about that.
And also on my external drive as well, maybe my computer and hard drive too, there were pictures of my little sister and I. And for whatever reason, she's in some kind of rehab program right now.
New photos?
Yeah, well, pretty recent ones that she had of her prom night and of her and I that we were just goofing off. So they're her and I together, and my mom was going to send those, and also my little brother. She was going to send some of those, and even if she doesn't send them, she wants them. So, I mean, I kind of took them for her, and so they sort of
I
wanted
understand. I mean, you're worried about other people right now.
them.
But you also need to understand that these people, right now, that stuff is not important to them.
I know.
So, I mean, that's
Well,
good of you. I mean,
I
you're
mean-
thinking of them, but they're not thinking about pictures. They're not thinking about stuff like that.
Well,
They're worried about you.
Eventually they're going to want those. I know
I
that
know.
she would want those. And did you also take my journals?
Yes.
All 3 of them?
So,
Are you going to keep that forever?
I'd like to return them to you someday.
I just, well, I'm probably not going to get anything back, but I know that my mom made a mention of saying that she likes the way I write and she's always wanting to know my business. So, I mean, that
That's
would
something you want me to give to her?
I wouldn't mind if you did. It's something I wouldn't want her to read otherwise, but in this circumstance, I think she deserves to have every piece of me that she can because she's not getting any more.
You're still here with us. Not going anywhere.
Going somewhere.
Not anytime soon. I'll still be able to talk to your family. They can talk to you, and they'll be able to visit you.
Do you know what happened to my cash? I heard you can put cash on the books there, so they are on my book or whatever it's called, so that I can get a few things that I might need in there. I don't know what it would be, but
I don't know about the situation here, but once everything gets transferred over to Phoenix, it's a different story.
so I might not see that again.
No, any cash that was there is yours. Like if you had cash in your purse, that's your money.
I also had cash in my safe.
I don't think they took any of that. I know there was mention that there was some cash that they saw and they just documented it and left it.
Anyway, no, that's not important.
No, it's
I'm
important.
just-
It's important to you, and I understand that. I mean, there's things that I would think of if I was in your situation. I'd want to take care of the people who love me and that I love, and want to make sure that everything was set. Because certain things you're not going to be able to do anymore.
Like hug my family.
No, you'll be able to.
When they come visit, it's like behind a glass, you know?
No, it's not.
It isn't here.
No, in Arizona.
And they're not going to come to Arizona.
I guarantee you they'll come to Arizona and see you.
When I moved away, they never came to see me. I was gone for 10 years.
From my understanding, some of that was because of you.
I had a house with a free bedroom and a bed and a pool and everything you could want, and they never came to visit me once. It's my first home. I'm sorry, this is all stupid and it's irrelevant. I'm just saying they're not going to come to Arizona, and they shouldn't have to come to Arizona. And I don't think I want them to, anyway. So yeah, when you say there are certain things that I won't do anymore, I know that's really sinking in quite a bit.
You don't think your sister or your brothers will come visit you?
Yeah, I'm sure they would.
Of course they will. You don't think your mom will come visit you? She will. Who do you think is worried about you more right now? I think your mom and dad are worried more than anything.
I know, but Dad went to the hospital yesterday because he was having a panic attack.
Yeah.
And he gets these things where they just can't get his heart rate down. And it's not, I mean, I haven't really been the cause of any of that prior. It's just happened. Yesterday I have everything to do with it. It doesn't even matter. I mean, he's had a long life. Every breath he takes right now is because of modern technology. So it's bought him a lot of time, but I'm so sorry for Travis's family.
Well, they're asking for answers. What can you give me? What do you want me to tell them? I will tell them anything that you want me to. And it's not gonna solve anything for them. It's not gonna fill that void of curiosity, but I think at least it'll be a start. What is it you want to say? I will call her as soon as I'm done talking to you.
One thing you could say, and this has nothing to do with his death, but it's something they may want to see. 2 nights ago, it took me 5.5 hours, but I posted a 45-minute video on YouTube of him doing a training in San Bernardino.
Where did you post that?
On YouTube. If you go to YouTube, it takes some time, a couple hours to actually get it up, and once it's they have to go through some processing thing. But if you type in Travis Alexander space systems training, so systems '(S) training, it should come up.
What is it?
Travis Alexander, and then a dash. It's like a space and a dash.
Space and just a dash.
Yeah, and then a systems training. Apostrophe on S. I don't know if that makes a difference, but that's exactly what I titled it. And then his friend Chris Hughes gives about a 6.5-minute introduction to him, and then Travis gets up there and does a 30-minute training. And he talks a lot about what's in the introduction to his book. He talks about his grandfather, Vic.
He loves his grandparents.
Yeah.
He still loves his grandparents.
Yeah.
He loves his parents and his family, and you and I have similar beliefs, and we know he's okay now.
I know, and I know that he's okay, and I know he's in a good place, and I know that that doesn't make it any better here for anybody.
But there's always that but. I think he's waiting for you to give relief to other people who are still here with us. And you know you have to. You can't leave it unfinished. It's the last piece of this puzzle. And it is completely up to you, Jodi. Like I told you yesterday, I have details on how things happen. There's ways to figure out. But the biggest question that everybody always asks is why? It's the biggest question of our life.
It is.
Why are we here? Why do we suffer? Why do we go through the things that we do?
Why do we hurt each other?
And the biggest reason I've ever found is for us to have happiness. We're here to have
I think you're
happiness. Right. In whatever situation that we have. No matter where we're at, who we are, and what our situation is, we can at least try to be happy. Do you want to talk about what happened that day? I've got the images in my head, and I can explain whatever it is you want about what I saw when I went there. What I can't do is I can't show you pictures. What time did you get there that day? The pictures that I have, the first ones, show you they're at about 1:45 or so. Was it soon before that, or had you been there for a while already? I know his roommates are off at work during that time and don't come home till about 6:30, 7 o'clock. They don't even talk to him, really. It just seems like they just kind of rent rooms and they don't really socialize. And they kind of stick to themselves, especially his new roommate.
Who was that?
Did you know his new roommate?
I knew Zach was there.
Zach and Enrique was the other one.
I think I saw Enrique at his funeral services, or I mean his memorial services, but I didn't meet him, or I didn't know him.
So Mexican guys.
Kind of short.
Quiet, kind of reserved.
His other roommates, I knew Dustin, who was, I think, in the room that shared Travis's wall. Yeah. And John Hepworth in another corner room.
There was only Zach and Enrique there.
Yeah. He had moved out.
And those guys, we have all of their things as well, so I mean they're asking too. Zach is going through so much right now. He's like, how could we not have known that he was there for days? He racks his brain. He calls me 2-3 times a week. Just goes over and over in his mind. He has no idea. And he was the one who first went into the room and found him.
He's the one? I've heard so many rumors about how that happened.
Yeah. Other friends came over looking for him, and they went into the room. There was a few of them. They came out, and you know what? They'll never be the same. When you see something like that, it's difficult, especially when it's somebody you know, somebody you love. I deal with it all the time, so it doesn't bother me as much.
You must have to remain detached quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. You know who I usually get attached to? Is the people I'm talking to. To you. You're the one that I'm going to remember. I'll remember him, but I didn't know him. I will remember you. I mean, we've talked so much since that day. Over the phone and here, and I'll probably talk to you some more later when we get back to Arizona. Whenever you go, I don't know.
Hurt anybody?
I know.
I don't think I can avoid it though.
Everybody's hurting already. There's nothing else you can say or do that can help that except for maybe an explanation of why it happened and how it happened. It's not my job to have an opinion of you and your personality and your character. It's my job to sit here and talk to you and get the facts of the incident and present those to the court and whoever else needs to know. You want to try to open up and talk about what happened that day? Because I'm ready.
I do, but I don't think I'm ready. I mean, there's not much to say. I just don't.
You want to start, and we can stop at any time you want. Fill in some details. This is what I do to assure that you're not just saying you did something just to cop out. Because there are certain details that only I know and the person who did this knows. Nobody else does. And I use this information to confirm what I suspected. So if you can just start and give me some details as confirmation, then that'll be fine. And if you want, we can continue at another time.
He just really wants to.
Well, then let's start. Because I know that part that really wants to is the part inside of you that is telling you to do what's right. We don't have to go over details, all the details. Why did you go there that day, Jodi? Why did you show up that morning? I have questions too. Were you going to try to convince him not to go to Mexico? Were you going to
Oh no.
try to convince him to go on a trip with you? Or
No, he would never not go to Mexico. I would never want him to not go. He was gonna see Chichen Itza, and it's on the list of 1,000 places.
That's one of the things I want to do in my lifetime.
Yeah, it's an important part of our history, both in the church and I guess our heritage too.
That's where my people come from.
Yeah.
So why were you there that day? Please tell me. Did you just miss him? Did he call you? Did he miss you? What was it? The only other explanation I can think of is that you went there for one purpose, and that's to hurt him. And if that's the case, if that's the truth, then that's what you need to say. If you want me to call and tell his family that you're sorry and that you apologize for what happened, I can do that. Whatever you want. This is your time right now. I flew up here for a lot of different reasons, and one of them, the main reason, was to sit down with you here and talk to you about what happened. I did it yesterday, and now I'm here today. But the time is limited.
There's so many things that I want to say.
Start with one. Start with the beginning. Was it a last minute change from your trip to come down, down to Arizona? I bet you were going through your head. Should I just go, or should I just keep going to Utah? It's only an additional 300 miles from where you were, so. Jodi, your time's running out. I'm not going to be able to talk to you anymore. And I want to. Once you get into the system, I'm not going to be able to talk to you anymore. You leave so many questions unanswered for me, and for his family, and for your family. You were there that day, weren't you? Were you guys alone? Can you answer that for me? Were you guys alone?
There's so much that I just want.
Answer that for me. Should I be looking for somebody else? Is there anybody else with you besides you and Travis? Are you protecting somebody else? Jodi.
I'm sorry, I just don't know what to do. I'm trying to just figure it out.
I'm right here. I'm right in front of you. This is what you need to focus on right now. You had Rachel call me for a reason. And that's why I came back here.
I had her call you about those photos. But I also thought that because you communicate with his family more regularly, I don't think she's talked to me. I just don't know what to say. They deserve to have some kind of peace.
Well, you want me to ask you a question that they've been asking me? Maybe you can answer it. Same question I've been asking you. Was there somebody else with you? That's the number one question that his whole family has been asking. What do I tell them? What do you want me to say to them? Because the only answer I can give them is, I don't have any evidence to show there was anybody else there. Well, that's another way of saying, I don't know for sure. And that's absolutely true. I don't know if somebody else was there with you. Please give me that at least. For them. If there was, you don't have to say a name. It's a simple yes or no. Yes or no, Jodi? Look at me. Please. They want to know. Was somebody else there with you?
I'm just trying to think.
You keep fighting it.
What happened to me today and from here on out, if I just told you every single detail that I know, and I gave you a confession?
Nothing else changes. It just speeds up the process.
In what way? Do I go to Arizona faster?
Yeah. The process in Arizona speeds up.
So if I maintain my innocence, then I stay here longer, just in the system?
No, you don't really stay here longer. That speeds up the process in Arizona.
Like the trial and all that jazz?
Do you want to put your family through a trial? That's another question you have to ask yourself.
No. Can I do it all without a trial, or does there have to be a trial?
It's something that you can discuss with the prosecutor.
Oh.
And I'm on the phone with him pretty much every day, giving him updates.
What's his name?
His name is Juan Martinez. And he's the #1 prosecutor in Phoenix. Well, at least in my book he is.
Is Phoenix part of Marco?
Yes.
I wonder if I should just get a lawyer first.
That's completely up to you.
I know that you can't stay here forever and you need to go back. If I get one, will you be able to still talk to me afterward, or does everything stop, or what?
I'll tell you exactly what the lawyer's going to tell you to do. He's going to say, nope.
No on what?
No more contact. She had her chance. You had your chance to talk to her. It's over.
Well, I mean, I just would want his advice, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he, that I'm going to take his advice, nor does it mean that,
That's completely up to you.
sitting in a cell somewhere not saying anything is going to help.
I can't advise you either way. But what I can advise you on is the truth. The details of the case that you have in your head that you can give me will allow me to verify the information that I have to make sure that I'm looking at the right person, and to verify my theory that nobody else was there with you. Because like I said yesterday, there is no doubt in my mind what happened there that day. A couple of details that I don't have. How it started and why it started. And like I said before, if you can provide me just a few can at least relay to the family. That would be fine with me. If you don't want to give all the details, we don't have to go through all the details. But let's at least start. Let's start right here, right now. If there's a question that I ask you that you feel like you don't want to answer, you can say, no, I don't want to answer that right now.
Okay, just hold on a second.
Do you want to move forward or no?
Yes, I do.
You do?
I do, but
Well, let's do it.
I just,
I'm here.
I know, I'm not trying to stall, I'm not trying to waste your time.
I know you're not trying to stall.
It's,
I know it's difficult for you. Difficult for anybody sitting in your shoes right now. You decide. I don't want to push you. It's your own free will. That's one thing that we have, is our own free will.
it's all really blurry. It really is blurry.
What went through your mind after it happened? A lot of fear? What did you think when you were driving away?
I'm scared. Finally.
I can imagine what you were going through, waiting for it to finally come out.
Waiting for what?
The news that he was no longer with us. He must have been going through hell. Every day that went by, what were you thinking?
I'm scared.
What was that?
I'm scared. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And you just went on with your day like nothing had happened.
I had to.
You had to. Did you tell anybody what had happened? It must have been hard.
It's all a blur. Can I please see those photos?
As soon as I get back, the detectives went to Reading to go pick up the rental car that you had that day. And they took the photos.
There's probably something in the rental car.
Like what?
Maybe blood.
In the trunk. In the back seat. That's what we're going to look for, so.
I was just thinking maybe the handles, lock, steering wheel, something like that. Things that get touched.
Is that what was going through your head when you left? What did I leave behind? What did I touch?
No.
What was going through your head when you left his neighborhood there?
Just had to run. A little bit of a survival instinct, but it was mostly just
run.
fear.
Were you worried that his roommates were going to get home soon?
I was home.
Did you even think about that? That's the first thing that I was thinking about. Is when she left here, she barely missed his roommates. Or maybe his roommates had gotten home and just didn't hear her.
Did they hear anybody at all in the house?
No. They saw things which were unusual.
Like what?
They saw his CTR ring and his watch on the kitchen counter, and they thought that was odd. He never leaves town without those.
No, he always leaves those there, but unless he's leaving, then he takes those things and puts them on.
There were clues here and there, but they just went on with their day like nothing had happened, without even asking questions. They knew that he was going on a trip, but they didn't know what day. That's
He
what
was
took
supposed to leave on Tuesday.
on Tuesday, the following week.
That's right.
They found him on Monday. But all those little things that they talked about now, Zach is killing himself. He's like, I don't know how I did not see this. Why didn't I just go check on him? Why didn't I just follow my instinct and go look?
Travis didn't always bond with his roommates. He did with some. He bonded with Aaron, even though he had an intolerance for Aaron's lifestyle. He bonded pretty well with his friend Josh Ward, who lives back in Southern California now.
He wasn't too close with Zach or Enrique.
No, or his previous roommates. I don't know anything
They seem
about
to They seem to have been just people who rent rooms out from them there. They don't become friends.
Yeah, they were just.
They have their own lifestyles and they go on.
Yeah, his rules were, LDS standards and pay your rent on time. And be clean.
What time did you leave there that day? You don't remember? Just trying to drive and get as much distance as you could. How long were you in the house after it happened? I know you tried to clean yourself up and clean up what you could.
Wasn't.
It didn't take too long, but you did. Why did you throw the camera in the washing machine? We found blood in the downstairs bathroom where somebody had tried to wash their hands. There's blood on the outside of the washing machine. There's little things that give us clues to what you were doing afterward. Do you remember those things?
No.
You remember some. What was your intention of going there that day? What was the purpose of the visit? The same as before?
I'm just starting to remember. I'm just trying to remember that week. That whole week. And the week prior had a lot to do with it. The weekend or the Friday night prior, I think.
Did you have plans on going down there? Or I know you said he had called and wanted you to come down. At what point did you decide, okay, I'm going?
He always was like, not, I want to say meddling, but he was always like more concerned than I felt he needed to be about my finances. And he's like, well, how can you make a road trip when you're this, that, and that, you know?
Well, he expected everyone to be like he is.
He did. He really did.
He expected that, hey, if you go on a road trip, you better be thinking about this and that.
There were so many times where I just threw my responsibilities to the wind and went on road trips with him because I am a little irresponsible when it comes to that. It's not just because it was with him, it's because it was the traveling. And, you know.
When he leaves, he usually makes sure everything is planned out.
And that he has enough money for it.
And you just gotta take off sometimes.
Yeah, I guess.
You're a very, very free spirit.
And it's
I've known
not,
that from the beginning. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good.
What gives you the indication, like when you say you know that from the beginning?
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to people who know you. It's like, oh, that's just Jodi, you know.
I am real
She
spacey and just.
When you want to go do something, you just go do it, and you'll deal with the consequences later.
Yeah.
When did you decide to go visit him? At what point? Were you already on the road, or was it from here? Did you already know you were going to go visit him when you left here? I've done that before. Sometimes I just leave and, oh, you know what? I'm going to go visit this person while I'm on the way.
You know, go ahead.
Did you see any of his roommates' cars out in the driveway when you left? That part just bothers me because it was so close at the time when one of the roommates came home. And I'm thinking maybe you were still in the house when he was there.
No, no, I was in the driveway.
You were in the driveway. They would have seen the car then, right?
Yeah. My space was always right behind Travis's car. And he parked in it's a 3-car garage, and he took the middle space. And one of his
the
roommates
Prius.
Yeah, the Prius, or his BMW before that. And then there was like a smaller little space, but it was enough for a car. But it was always jammed with junk from his roommates. He was very much, he didn't save stuff, you know.
Yeah.
He had so much storage space. He was so generous when I lived there. He let me store all my stuff there because I went from a house to a room, and so I had artwork because I paint and art supplies, photos, books and books and books and books. So many books. Some aren't even mine. They belong to my friend Matt. I was renting that car yesterday because I was taking a trip to Monterey. And,
So this is Matt.
Yeah, I was gonna drop off some books to him that I'd had for years. We dated like 8 years ago. We're still friends. So, all of his books that somehow I ended up keeping, and some were mine, some more like esoteric and spiritual kind of books that I'm probably never gonna read now because they're just so out there.
I'm sure they'll get those back to him.
And then some photos also too. Daryl, who was another guy I dated after Matt that we bought the house together. And kitchen supplies. Daryl paid for so much when he was there. He footed the bill with Costco, so I had they said that they took knives out of my car.
I don't even know who they are, you know.
They're Daryl's. I mean, they've been in storage for years just collecting dust.
It's good to know that there is.
Yeah, no, they were all just, one might have been mine, but like, I think they were Daryl's. And so there's those and a bunch of kitchen supplies and pictures of him and his son mostly. And we used to go to 49er games all the time, just camping trips.
So the car you'd driven there was the rental car?
Yeah.
The Ford Focus?
Oh.
That's the car they're going to go pick up, Ford Focus.
Oh, yeah.
I know they were going to rent you another car, but then something happened with that first car. Either you didn't like it or...
Oh, it was red, and I thought, because I always hear that you don't drive a red car, because I would never buy a red car. And it was fine, it was a Ford Focus too.
And you got the other car instead.
I was like, do you have one with a more neutral color? Because red is like, you always get pulled over and you get tickets. No, I don't know if that's true, it's just something I've been told since.
It's just there's a lot of people who have red cars who like to go fast. It's a personality thing. It's not because of the car color.
And I just, for me, it's a psychological thing, it's more noticeable, and it's like, you know, red flag or the bull kind of thing.
I know Travis doesn't lock his doors when he's home. Was the door open when you got there? Or did you have to go through the garage? Or how did you get inside? Did you knock? Everybody says he just leaves his doors open when he's home. Trusts everybody.
Have you ever seen the movie The Secret?
I don't think so.
It's kind of, you're familiar with the whole law of attraction kind of thing. Like what you think you become or you bring into your life.
That's true.
He felt that if you lock your doors, then what are you telling the universe? What are you telling the ether out there? Is that I need to lock my door for a reason.
Yeah, I want to be safe.
Yeah, I want to be safe, which also gives the impression that, well, there's somebody that could hurt me. So, and by trusting and opening them to
He's
yourself.
a very, very trusting person. And that's what made him who he is. Most of us come from a different kind of background and have a different type of philosophy. Doing what I do for a living, I lock my doors.
I can imagine. Yeah, I guess me coming from Salinas, I've always locked my doors. I used to go to sleep at night and I would hear gunshots. We weren't in a bad neighborhood, but our neighborhood neighbored another neighborhood that wasn't that great, and gunshots scary. And because Salinas is agricultural and there are a lot of fields, and I used to think that there were hunters in the fields with their dogs catching animals or something. They were all just gangs. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to...
That's okay. I've noticed that when I've talked to you, you kind of go off sometimes.
Travis used to be like, get to the point. Get to the point. And that made me kind of mad. He had a little bit of a double standard with that, because if you ever see him train or talk, ask any of the leaders in prepaid legal, he is notorious for going too long.
Mm-hmm.
His friend Dave Hall in Utah, cuts him off, and he got mad at him once because he went 5 minutes over, and he just talks and talks and talks. And I said, you're kind of long-winded yourself.
Well, he had a future in that. That's what he wanted to do,
Yeah,
and he was
that's
good
true.
at it.
He was
really
so
good at it.
He talks about things of more substance, though, and I just ramble.
So was the door unlocked when you got there? Or did you went through the door of the garage? I know a lot of his friends have the key code for the garage too. He doesn't keep that a secret either. I got that from several different friends.
Yeah, 0817.
Was he expecting you? Yes. Did you surprise him? I know he was always happy to see you. What you guys had was not wrong, Jodi. Going over all his stuff, he was always happy to see you.
He told me this time because I was in his ward boundaries, so one of my roommates went to his church, and they were doing some church activity, and Travis was getting a ride. When he said his friend Katie Barnes was in the back seat, he was in the other seat, and there were two people in the front. I guess they were all going to squeeze in and go to this church activity, and they were swinging by to pick up Amy, my roommate. And I wasn't there, I don't think. I was at work or something. But he said he wasn't doing much. He must have been on his phone or something, texting. But he said they parked, and he looked up, and it was my house. He's like, "What are we doing here?" And he freaked out. I started laughing so hard when he told me that story. And they're like, "We're getting Amy. She's going with us." "Oh, okay." And he just kind of sat there, twiddled his thumbs, and then we got Amy, and she left.
This is after you guys broke up.
Oh yeah, because by the time I lived in that house,
that's
we were
right.
together. It was just, I think it just weirded him out. I don't know what reminded me of that just now. You said something.
He was happy to see you.
Yeah, I don't think he would have probably been. It would have been awkward, I think, then, because we kept.
You guys had a different kind of relationship. You guys were happy to see each other, but for some reason he couldn't outwardly show it in public.
He
was afraid of his image, and to him his image was everything. And
he told me on several occasions that it saddened him and it bothered him. He had two friends in particular that gave him a very hard time about our friendship, and that was Chris and Sky. But I think they did it out of concern for his future, his marital status. By him and I continuing that, we were both just postponing what we should be focusing on instead.
Well, you're living life. Life is what you make of it. It's not set in stone.
Yeah, I don't think
It's
either
not
of
a
us
gen-
had our priorities in the right
I know the
place.
church has a general plan. You go if you're a guy, you go and you go on a mission, you come back, you find a girl, and you get married, and you start having kids. And you start contributing to society and to your church.
Yeah, that's really not a bad life.
And you came into something, I don't know whether you came in with both feet or you still had 1 foot out, but it's a whole different society in that church. It's an all or nothing.
It is, and I think that's just because the church actually
And that's what people
lives
struggle
their
with.
standards.
They have the utmost standards, and you look around, and there's not one person in that church, in those pews, who doesn't need to be there. If they were perfect, they wouldn't have to go. And sometimes I think it's a facade. I know. Travis kept trying to live up to those standards, but he's a human being, and both of you are mortal, and you have free will, and that's that. Sometimes I think maybe he put too much pressure on himself to be perfect, or to at least portray himself to be perfect. And that's maybe why something like this happens. Things get way out of hand.
I'm not an evil person.
I know you're not.
But I've always had. And I'm not a promiscuous person.
Something attracted you guys to each other.
Yeah, and I think there was also, I knew him well. I knew him through and through. I loved him and I cared about him. And I knew we weren't going to get married, so but...
How did you know you weren't going to get married?
Couple of reasons.
It's like oil and water. You guys just don't mix.
We mixed really well for a time, but I think when I discovered his ways last year, it was so hard. But
what ways are those?
He didn't seem like husband material, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't be in the future. It just meant that something that Chris and Sky said to me back in January of 2007 really stuck, and they said, "Do you want to be like Deanna and wait 6 years?"
Yeah.
They made jokes saying, if you wait 6 years, you can get free breast implants, because he bought her breast implants at one point. And they're like, and then he'll really do it, just all these things. And I was like, what? Why would they say these? Anyway, that one part stuck, though, and I felt that, women have, not all women, not Mimi and not certain other women, but most women just fall all over themselves for Travis, because he's nice and he seems like the whole package.
I think Mimi kind of saw through everything. There's some people out there that can see through stuff.
I kind of did too. Like, I had never been pursued by a person like that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'd like to say, like, maybe saw through this, but I saw beneath that and through that. Like he wrote that thing on his blog, The Gold from Within. And I really did see, like, inside, he was an amazing person. He was a good person. He was a generous person. He gave so much, and
Well, maybe you chose to actually look past that first level. Somebody like Mimi looks past that first level and sees that's something I don't like already, and I'm not going to look any further. You, on the other
she
hand,
spends a lot of time at the temple, so I think that I've never been endowed. I've never been through the temple, but from what I understand, I think that it's such a sacred place, and meditating there and being there will help to give you further insight about where just you as a person are supposed to make a move on a certain decision in your life. So maybe it just wasn't for her.
That's true.
I also was thinking, after the fact, I didn't get every chance to discuss this with him. I didn't know she was going to Cancun, but and I didn't know she didn't. She flat out told me no, but I thought.
So that's completely out of the theory that you went there to convince him to not go.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay, because that's the first theory that was thrown out there, was she was jealous. She knew that he was going to Cancun with this other girl, and it was just jealousy. It's the simplest
I asked
thing.
him at one point after I moved. I was like, hey, who are you taking to Cancun, by the way? I knew it wasn't. At one point, there was a girl named Brenda who, and she wasn't romantically involved, she was just in the business, and she saw me at the memorial, and she's like, now, wasn't he going to take you to Cancun? And that was like, we found out about Cancun a year prior, right about the time we broke up. And so, like, I never really assumed that I had a ticket there. And, as things went on, it was just never discussed. So there was never any discussion.
That never went to your head.
Yeah, there was never a discussion that I was going to Cancun. Not on that trip, not with him. Maybe sometime in the future, some other time with somebody else, but no. So no, that wasn't an issue.
What about the trip of him coming up to you, come visit you? Was that something that was planned, or is that something that...
Yeah, it was...
Because I wasn't even sure that was true.
No, it was postponed twice. He was gonna maybe come up and I kind of like was hoping he would come in by May 24th, because I was singing the national anthem at the races, and I thought, it's part of one of my goals for this year, was one of my fears to overcome was being in front of a large crowd or public speaking.
You have anxiety with crowds?
Yeah, there were 3 fears. One was handguns, which is one of the reasons I got a gun. There was a CHP here in town that said he would take me out and go target practicing. And I went to the sporting goods store several times to see what he had, and they were all in the $500 or $600 range for the kind that I wanted. So they were too expensive, but then there was this one, it was cheap, it was like $100 and something, and I said, all right, let's do it. So I put my money down and got my little 10-day background check and all that. So, and then I got it and was happy, you know. And the third one was skydiving, so I was going to do that sometime this year. But he wasn't able to make it up for the, he was scared to tell me that too. He's like, I know you get really
Was he
upset.
scared?
Not scared, I'm
But
hesitant.
he didn't want you to be upset.
He didn't want to hurt my feelings, and he told me that. He was on the phone in early May, because I had known about that I was going to sing 8 weeks prior, about 8 weeks prior. Yeah, because I had approached the guy at the state down by the Purple Plum, which is this one of the middle exits there. He works at the gas station area.
I ate there this morning.
Oh, really? It's pretty good food.
You used to work there, didn't you?
Yeah. They're good people. They
It's
took
weird,
me
'cause
on
I went
the
to go eat there, and I couldn't get it out of my mind. Jodi used to work here. Constantly thinking about it. Because of this.
It was a good place to be. I worked there twice, actually, when I was 18. My dad closed his restaurant when I was 16 or 17, and that's when I was a server there. And being a server in a restaurant is probably one of the best positions, because you tend to make a little more money than the other positions.
Tips.
It's all contingent, but generally it works out in your favor.
You've got that kind of personality that people want to tip you.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
when he didn't come up, was there an issue with that? Did you guys talk about that?
Well, he said he put it so delicately that I couldn't be mad. I was sad, but I wasn't mad or anything. And he said, he's like, I'm just not sure. He said, there's a lot of stress going on. There's a lot of things right now, with this, and just I have stuff going on. And he's like, I've been hesitating to tell you, but it looks like I might not be able to make it up there to watch you sing. And I've been scared to tell you that. And I was like, oh, and he says it, and he taught me this technique. He says it in a way to disarm you first, to where you're just like, well, oh, no, reverse psychology sort of. So he said that, and I could tell that he really was concerned that he would hurt my feelings.
Is that when he decided to invite you up?
No, not at all. Because he didn't invite me up till he found out I was going on a road trip. But then he's like, he's all definitely the first week of June. He's all probably before I go to Cancun. And so, as that week got closer, he was like, look, we had a big fight somewhere around then.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the exact timeline, but it was in late May. And
is that when this email was sent out that you sent him? Or
was
it a large email about your relationship?
Just how I think that, because I just could tell, because I edited and I did all the editing and the grammar and spelling. He's not the greatest speller. On his first chapter of his book, and he wanted to post it on his blog. And I noticed when he posted the introduction that he's like, "Special thanks to Katie Barnes," and I have no jealousy toward her. She's just a great girl, and there's nothing there to worry about. In fact, when I was worried about Lisa Andrews and Elena Gomez, her best friend, they were all spending a lot of time together, and so I wasn't sure that she would post flirtatious things on his MySpace. And he's like, don't worry about that. And he said at one point, he's like, if you have anything to worry about, it's Katie Barnes. And so I was like, you were so spinning it to throw my focus off something, and I don't think there was ever any concern with that. I know that he liked her, but nothing more, as a friend. And he said she's a little freaky and emotional and unstable sometimes, but I think she's just young. She's a nice girl. And so he said that, and I said, hey, make sure you posted a special thanks to Jodi Arias for editing. And he's like, I can't do that. And I was like, why not? And he's like, Jodi, we've discussed this. And what he meant was I made a few comments, because he was like, leave me comments on my blog and rate me 5 stars, and that kind of thing, because also it looks like people are going there. So I left a few comments, and he saw He's all people who've already said things. And he was he was referring to Sky Hughes, who was like, hey, I noticed a certain someone's been commenting on your blog. And I think it's because he had given her and I told him to say this too. Okay, I'll be real quick because I know this is all I'm just giving you background. We sat next to each other at the last convention, in a pre-legal convention in Oklahoma City. And it's because we buy our tickets way in advance. So we bought our tickets last year. And, because he qualifies for executive director every month, which is one of the top levels in the company, he gets to sit on the floor close to the front as opposed to the stadium seats. So, I had a ticket because he bought a ticket for me at the time. So it wasn't a big deal, but we were just sitting next to each other. But she made a comment, he has to explain, listen, we got our tickets a year ago, there's no way she's going to give up her seat for stadium seats. So he sent that ticket, he sent that text either to her friend Holly or relayed to her or someone. Anyway, I realized that she was giving him a hard time, so I said, listen, tell her next time she says anything that Jodi's dating other people and that she's moving to California soon, because it was already in the plans to move to California.
I don't understand why he couldn't just tell them that you guys were still friends. What issue is it?
I wondered that too, and he said it's because him and Sky had a lot of arguments, but it wasn't because they disliked each other. It's because they both have sort of fiery personalities. She has a strict set of standards, and he's just like opinionated. So together that's kaboom. And but they nonetheless they were really best of friends, especially him and her husband, him and her husband Chris. And a lot of their fights were about me, from what I gathered. I don't know a lot of that.
Is that what that email was about? Is the whole situation?
Yeah. So we had that conversation, and I walked to work because I was, I just Purple Plum in my grandmother's house. It's being in Mesa, going to that. It's ridiculous to drive when it's less than 10 minutes to walk, and gas prices here are almost $5. A motivational speaker in Scottsdale, and we spent the day there. And when we were done, we drove to his house, but Deanna was there waiting for him for some reason to visit or something, and he was so scared that she would see him in my car that I practically had to keep the car rolling and kick him as I drove by his house. And he's like, don't even put it in park, just roll up real quick. And he jumped out and shut the door, and he's like, no, go. So I was like, okay, and I just kind of laughed at that. That was August 18th.
So I see the type of relationship. I mean, it's exactly what I thought it was.
Well, his thing with Deanna was, and I don't think that he had anything physical going on with her. I don't know. I don't think so. I know that for a time there was, and then she's pretty strong in that category, I think, as far as her values and standards go.
So why this trip this time? I know you said he couldn't. He canceled on you even coming up here in the first part of June, right? Why did you end up going there then? Is it because he couldn't go and you guys still wanted to see each other?
Well, when his trip the second time got postponed, it was probably last week of May that it was kind of obvious that he wasn't going to come then. But he said, listen, after Cancun, I have like 2 weeks that I have nothing going on before I go to DC. And he's like, I think that's the best time. He's like, I'm going to see if it works out for my friends up north, which would have been Chad Perkins, his friend, and now his wife. And we can do it all then. And I said, all right. But at that time I was like, whatever. We'll see. I might just not see you till I go back to Utah when everyone convenes it. And which everyone's going to do at the end of the month.
So did he know you were coming the first part of June?
I wasn't even, I had been talking with Ryan at this point. And obviously there's a distance there, and that was difficult. And he really wanted to spend time with me, and I really wanted to spend time with him. And it just seemed like he had made a few comments. When am I going to come out there? And, I was like, as soon as you want, but I didn't think he was serious. And
was this Ryan you're talking about?
Ryan Burns. So finally, things began to work out at Casa Ramos with my schedule, which is the Mexican restaurant. And I have a 3-day weekend there. So I thought I'll take this opportunity and go see Ryan. And that was attention.
What happened when you left? Why did you go the other way? That's my question.
You
Is
know-
why go to see Travis if you're going to see Ryan as well? And did Travis know you were coming? He knew? I saw you kind of shake your head a little bit at him.
This is hard.
It's okay. Did he know you were coming? Did you guys talk on the phone? What was the discussion about?
Gordon Hinckley mostly.
The last conversation you had?
The last long one. We talked a little bit prior to.
Did you guys talk when you were en route to Phoenix?
Yeah. Just briefly. Told him my phone was dying, which was true. I thought I left my charger in Monterey with Matt. I really honestly thought that I left my charger there, and I had been talking all day between just on the phone. I take lots of pictures of myself, and I know it's...
I noticed.
Because I'm kind of picky about it, and I guess I
Right.
take them and I'm like, delete, delete, delete. I will take like 20, I'll be like, delete, delete, delete.
Keep one.
Yeah, I keep 2 or 3 or 1 or none, depending. And so I talked a little bit with John Dixon, who I was maybe going to go to San Diego. There's another place on the list there too.
That was in the same trip?
Yeah, it's a little ambitious, but I thought...
Gosh, that's like 2,800 miles.
It doesn't bother me, except I think I put like 2,400 miles in the car. Or
I can't stand driving
Yeah, I love
45 minutes somewhere.
Yeah, where are you flying out of?
Oregon.
Medford? Yeah, that's a good, just about an hour. Anyway, it's a pretty drive. So it was a little ambitious, but I like road trips, and sometimes I have a realistic view of things, unrealistic about my time, and I tend to show up a little later than expected, which is not unusual for me, but
So he knew you were coming. He was expecting you. Now, obviously, you guys had, a little encounter. And is that when those pictures were taken? Did he even show you those pictures? It's gonna be hard, Jodi.
I feel really powerless in here. Do you know what my family is doing today? Do you know if they're good? Or...
I haven't talked to them today. I know they're worried about you. Everybody's just kind of in limbo right now.
Is there any
So
way-
obviously there was nobody else at the house when you got there. His roommates were gone. Well, there was Napoleon, but
He's a person too.
yeah, I got to meet Napoleon.
Oh, he's so awesome.
But nobody else was there.
I think his roommates were there.
You think his roommates were there? Were there cars there? You would have had to have seen their cars. You parked in the driveway, right?
Yeah.
One roommate parks it in the garage and the other one parks outside.
Well, I know Zach would park on the street a lot when I lived there before. And he pulled his car into the garage whenever he would work on it.
What makes you think his roommates were there?
I asked him.
What did he say? Who was home?
Said they were there. But I don't know who. The reason I asked, because it's kind of an indication of how quiet we have to be.
What time was that? Do you remember what time you rolled in?
3 o'clock a.m. Still dark,
Wednesday morning?
I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're pretty sneaky. You go up there and your roommate doesn't even know that you're there.
I do that many, many, many nights.
How did they not see your car?
I don't know. I was parked.
Oh, you know what? Zach was house sitting for his girlfriend. His girlfriend was on a trip with, was on a cruise with her parents, and he was staying the night at, I think he stayed the night at,
That makes sense, because I want to say that his roommate, he said his roommate was home, but I don't remember, but I think he said one roommate was home. Yes,
Enrique, he gets up about 5:30,
and if
6
I'm
o'clock
correct,
in
then
the morning.
Enrique has the room that shares the wall with Travis's room. Which is like...
Yes.
And, you know, it's a KB home. Travis always says the walls are really, really thin.
Yes. They skimp on that part. Yeah, so Enrique was home, so you went about 2 or 3 in the morning. But he gets up about 6, and no, he leaves the house about 6 in the morning. And he didn't notice anything different. Did you guys spend the whole day together then? That following day? Did you guys go anywhere? Just stayed in the house?
Slept.
Well, after a long trip, I'd sleep too.
Travis stayed up all night waiting. He was watching something on YouTube. Some stupid video. He's like, you gotta see this. And I'm watching it, I'm like, this is so boring. I was like, what? I was like, what's the point of that? And he's like, just stupid, pointless stuff. I'm like, okay. I guess everyone's gotta have their time to binge out. Being so driven and deep as he is, portrays himself to be, it's just funny that he watches stuff like that. It wasn't anything profane or bad or vulgar. It's just like people like dancing, but they had like boxes of foil on their head, and it was just like weird, like robotic kind of music.
The pictures that I showed you of you laying on a bed and stuff, is that when those were taken that day?
Yeah, we also made a video, but we deleted it.
Video on that,
On his camera.
on that camera.
Did you get it?
Videos are hard to get once they're erased. They take up so much room.
Yeah.
And whereas pictures are a little different. What happened after that? What went wrong? I know that the last photos of him were taken about 5:20, 5:30. And you said he doesn't like you to take pictures of him and stuff.
He was very private about the shower. Like we.
Is that why you were taking pictures of him in the shower?
No. No.
Trying to get back at him.
No.
I'm surprised he allowed you to take pictures of him in the shower. The first few looked like he wasn't too comfortable, but obviously whatever you were saying to him made him a little more comfortable.
I remember all that. It's pretty clear.
You remember that? What went wrong? Did he say something to you? Were you angry about something? Were you frustrated? What was it? But something happened at that point. And I don't know what it was.
What are they going to do with the rental car? Are they going to bring it here?
There were several photos of him, and the last one that we have is him sitting in the shower. And that's when I think it happened. He was sitting down, looking up at you. What did you do? What happened, Jodi? We've gone this far. Did you plan on doing that the whole time? Then why? Tell me. I don't believe you planned it. But then I don't understand why. Why you took a gun with you?
Oh, I didn't.
Where does that come from then? Where did you get it? Everybody says he didn't have one. Where did you get it? If you didn't take it. Did he have one in the house?
Not to my knowledge.
Then where did you get it? Did you bring it with you? Did you get it there in Arizona?
I didn't ever have it, actually. Didn't have it in my possession.
Then who had it? If you had it and Travis didn't have it, then who had it? Jodi, please.
I can't.
Why not? Are you protecting somebody else? Why would somebody else do this?
I don't know.
Did someone catch you there? Someone not expecting you to be there?
They would have seen my car.
Then who was it?
I don't know their names. Listen, I can tell you. I can tell you everything that I know or that I remember.
Okay. What do you remember? From the time you were taking the pictures to the time you left. What happened? What happened after that last picture was taken? You have to tell me. If you want me to believe that somebody else was there, you have to show me. You have to explain to me what happened. Otherwise, it was just you. And if that's the case, that's okay. That's okay as well.
It's better if everyone thinks that.
If everyone thinks that it was just you. No, it's not.
It is really no idea.
I do have
No,
an idea.
you have no idea.
You're going through your own things right now. If somebody else was there with you, we need to know that. Why would somebody do that? Just because you're there with Travis?
They didn't say.
Hmm?
They didn't say.
He didn't say? They. What was the first thing they did to him? You were there. You saw it. What was the first thing
I
you saw?
actually didn't see it, I heard it first.
Was there an argument? No?
Not between Travis and I.
Any argument between anybody?
Is there any way I can see those pictures?
No, not right now.
Can I see them soon? I will. No.
You need to start letting me know what happened.
Okay.
You're telling me that some other people were there. You know how much that concerns me.
I don't know who they were. They know where I live.
Mm-hmm.
Or they know where my parents are, or I don't know if they know where my grandparents are, but they got my address. And they know where my family is.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
So you're trying to say you're doing this to protect your family? Why would someone do this to you and to him?
I don't think they really intended to do anything to me.
You're saying somebody followed you all the way to Arizona from here?
No, I don't think. I think I was an element of surprise for them.
You were an element of surprise? So they didn't expect
I'm
you
guessing.
to be
I don't think so.
there? They didn't expect you to be there.
I mean, they had to have seen my car.
Is it someone who lives in Mesa locally?
I didn't recognize any of them.
Well, you have to give me a motive. Why would they do this? Were they going after Travis? For what reason? You tell me this, but you give me no reason.
They didn't discuss much. They just argued
About what?
about whether or not to kill me
For what reason?
because I'm a witness
A witness of what?
of him, of Travis.
Of Travis's murder.
Yeah, but I didn't really witness it. Didn't see much.
Okay.
I just oh.
You need to make this believable because it is not believable to me right now. You need to give me something.
Okay. I just listen.
I am listening,
Yeah,
Jodi. I am listening, and
just
it doesn't make any sense to me.
It's fine because my family will.
Well, help us protect your family. If that's the case.
They got my driver's license. It has a PO box on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they got my registration out of my purse, which was in the purse that I was using at the time. And it has my parents' address on it.
Why would they do this? You see where I'm coming from? Why What kind of beef did they have with him? Or was it with you? Or you need to make this believable. People just don't go in somewhere and kill somebody for no reason and then let a witness go. That doesn't happen. They've already killed one person, why not just take care of the other?
Well, yeah.
You know who they are if you're telling me the truth.
I don't know them.
I don't believe you either. And I can't. You can't expect me to.
Okay.
I want to.
I wasn't planning on going to Travis's house. I was going to go to Santa Cruz. Well, I wasn't even planning to go to Santa Cruz. I was going to go to Monterey, but by the time I called Matt, he's like, we're in Santa Cruz, meet us here. And I said, okay. So I went to the Red Room there, just to kind of hang out for the locals. It's really younger kids our age, sort of 20-somethings and 30-somethings. And I stayed the night in Monterey that night. Got up the next morning and visited with Daryl and his son before he went to school. Drove, this was Tuesday, the 3rd. And driving to LA, hadn't heard back from Laura yet, but that's what it was. It wasn't until I got to LA where I thought, I was looking at my map, and Utah wasn't really on there, but, I mean, Arizona, but because it was to Utah, the MapQuest directions I printed. Okay, I just see, like, I've seen The Sopranos, and they're not mafia or anything, but, you know, I honestly, there's a part of me inside that thinks they're never going to come after my family.
Well, from what you're telling me, and from what I know about Travis and all his dealings, there's no reason anybody would go after him. Nothing. So what you're telling me about 2 people coming in, or however many people coming in and taking care of him and letting you go, it's just so far-fetched. I can't believe it. Why would they do this to him? What were they arguing about? What did they say? Their details.
They didn't say a lot. They were white Americans from what I could tell. They had, what do you call those things? They're like beanies, but they cover your whole face. And you've got like holes for your nose and in your mouth, in your eyes. And one was black. I think they were both black, or maybe dark blue or something. Anyway, it wasn't until I was in LA and Laura wasn't getting back to me and it was already like 9-something that I was like, maybe I will just go see Travis briefly. And I called Ryan and said, my phone was about to die. And I tried getting hold of Matt. I got his voicemail. I was going to ask him if my charger was there and if he could save it or mail it or something. So I had a wall charger, I think, and I was just going to charge it later, I guess, when I got somewhere. Anyway, I did call Travis and I said, guess what? And he said, what? I said, I'm coming to Arizona tonight. And there was silence, and he goes, really? And I said, yeah. Well, what made you change your mind? And I just said, because I think I just told him I missed him or something. But I would have said, because you're too compelling, but like, he's already got a big enough head and that stuff. So I showed up, and he was watching YouTube on his computer, on his laptop in the office. We watched that for a little while, and he was very happy to see me. Napoleon barked, but he always barks when somebody walks in, and then Napoleon was really happy to see me. He gets so excited, his whole body jiggles. Yeah. And I just do this thing to his butt where you just kind of push him on the side, and he goes around in circles over and over and over until he realizes, hey, stop putting me in circles. So it was a good reunion. We went, I told him I was tired, I think, because I don't know what his intentions were, or what he thought my intentions were at the time, like if we were going to do anything, but I was very exhausted from the trip, and I just said, look, I think I'm just going to sleep for a little while, and he said, that's fine. So I had slept pretty well the day before, but I was tired from driving all night, so I slept, and he slept, and we must have slept till about 1.
In the afternoon?
Yeah. Must have been around then. His roommate was home when I got there. I didn't never see his roommate though, so I think I was asleep by the time he thought I'd been left. Okay, if you don't believe me, that's okay.
I'm trying to. I'm
just saying
really
that,
hard.
you know, it sounds to me like I'm already in the system, pretty far in. I'm not getting out anytime soon, and as long as the rap falls on me, I think that
It's not good. Don't do this.
No, I'm just saying. I think that as long as that is, there's less of a chance that my little brother is going to be hurt, or my mom, or my dad, or my sister that live there.
Okay, we'll continue with the story.
Anyway.
About 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we had sex a couple of times. Once was in his bed, and once was again downstairs in his office. And I don't know what he was looking at some pictures that I had brought for him. But he has a virus on his computer, so when you click the start menu on Windows XP or newer, or 2000 or whatever, you have like my music, my pictures, my computer.
Yeah.
You can usually click on my computer and then go to the disk drive and open that. You'd click the Windows and it would come up, but none of those My This Music, computers, picture, or whatever, none of that would come up. So he had some kind of virus that he was dealing with. And then his screensaver was a bunch of little bugs eating up his screen. It was just weird. And he said that was from the virus too. I was like, that's a cute screensaver. He's like, yeah, it's my stupid virus. So, for some reason that was frustrating for both of us because we couldn't look at the pictures. And they were from a lot of our church history trips, which are on my other external drive, which I haven't been able to access for a long since after Christmas because it just quit. And I just haven't had the money to spend to get all that stuff back.
So you guys worked with that for a while? Or?
Yeah, we had 3 discs, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 3. And
So what time is this now? You guys are messing with the computer?
I don't really remember. It was after we had done
A couple hours or an hour or so later?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Afternoon. I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. Like he was cleaning the floors or something. Fed Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to. But I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those didn't turn out as good. I was going to do that again later, but I asked him if I could do pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I said, I have this, I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein ad once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right, he wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
He has that look on his face though.
So some I deleted and some I kept taking. And some he looked really good, I thought. The one that you showed me yesterday of him looking right at you, I think that's a great picture. He hates it. I don't know what he hates about that. I think it's a very good picture of him.
So you were taking pictures and showing him?
Yeah. He's all, let me see, show him. His shower door was open, and his water pressure in that shower isn't that great, so It's not like water was going everywhere.
What happened when the last picture was taken?
He was kneeling down in the shower. I don't remember him. If this is his shower and the sink is over here, I was like right here taking pictures. And I don't really know what happened after that exactly, except I think he was shot.
Where were you?
If this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like, well, if this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like right here on my knees, and his bathtub was right here, and I was taking him here, and I was just going through the pictures, and I heard this loud ring. And I don't really remember except Travis was screaming. I think I got knocked out, but I don't think it was that long. I know I got knocked in the head, and I've gotten knocked in the head once by my dad when he was just really mad, and it wasn't like, actually it wasn't, he didn't knock me in the head, he just pushed me against the wall and I hit my head and I fell. But in this case, I think it was similar because he was screaming and I was by the bathtub. And he was holding his head, and there were two people there, and
What'd you say?
I remember putting my hand on his back because he was on all four of his knees. He was like on his knees like this, doing something like this or something like, I don't know. And I was like, are you okay? What's going on? What's going on? He's like, go get help, go get help. And I said, okay. And I turned around, there were two people there. One was a guy and one was a girl. I couldn't tell that at first, but you could just see one was a girl, and I assume the other was a guy because their build, and then their voices. I don't remember if they were wearing, like, maybe jeans.
What did they say?
One was in all black, one was in jeans.
Did they say anything?
Yeah, the girl wanted to kill me too.
What did she say? What words did you hear? What phrases?
Who is that? Who is that? I thought he was by himself or alone or something, and he was like, shut up, just finish it, and Travis was screaming the whole time. He wasn't screaming like a girl, he was just like he was in pain, like he was like shocked, like, oh, you know. He wasn't really moving though, he was just staying kind of still on the floor.
Then what happened?
Well, as soon as he said go get help, and I turned around, and then they were there, and
Where were they?
they were in the bathroom.
Where at the bathroom? Not in the
The
hallway
girl
or in
was-
the bathroom?
The girl was in the hallway, kind of. And the guy was more toward in the bedroom, but like still in the bathroom, like on the tile carpet area, right there where it starts.
Okay.
And he started coming in toward the bathroom too, and I
What'd you do? What happened? What happened, Jodi? What did you see?
I took it out like a little patch.
You took off?
I ran, and he stopped me, but
Who stopped you?
and Travis, he was still, like, conscious and still alive, and...
But you just left him there.
No, I ran into the closet, because there's 2 doors, and they were sort of in the hallway already. And he stopped me, and he didn't touch me, he was just held the gun to my head, and he was like, you don't go anywhere. And he told the other girl to finish it. I just didn't see. But he was like, I don't think he was saying a lot. But
what happened?
he told me to stay there and not to move.
And where was that, in the closet?
No, it was like this. Sorry.
Here, I see. Is this bedroom? Okay, and then you got the long hallway down to this bathroom, this sink. And you have the closet here.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the shower. And then the bathtub right there. And then there's the toilet right there. Okay, this is the sink. Then his bedroom is, actually there's a closet door there. His bedroom.
Yes, exactly. And so his closet is kind of like this partition. So I ran this way because he was walking this way and she was already right here. And then he stopped me here and he said, don't move. And Travis was here or somewhere whereabouts, and he left the room for a minute. And I didn't have my stupid phone because it wasn't charged. And Travis's phone was downstairs, and I didn't know his roommates, I didn't think were home at the time. So, like, I was just trying to think if there's any way I could call 911 or call or get out of the house. There's no way out except down the stairs. His windows they're 2 stories for one, and they were hard to get to. He had stuff here and blinds and screens and window coverings and, from the outside. And
Okay.
I just, she was over him, and I just rushed her and I pushed her, and There's
what?
Travis was bleeding everywhere.
What was she doing to him? Because he'd been shot at this time, right?
Yeah, but he was still alive. He was still conscious even.
Still talking.
Oh, he wasn't talking or saying much, but I could tell. He was breathing. He seemed like he was breathing calmly, I think. He wasn't he was just there. I really remember it's such a blur.
Okay. And so you did what now? You pushed her?
She's a little bit bigger than me, not really in size, but height.
And what happened?
Oh, it didn't really deter her.
Did she have any weapons on her at all?
Oh, yeah.
What'd she have?
I thought she was the one with the gun, but maybe she had the gun, but he had a gun. So either there were 2 guns or one gun, I don't know.
But she's the one who shot him, though, right? She was the one here, and he was back here at the time when you saw them.
I would think so, because, I don't know, I got hit here somewhere. I don't know. Because when I woke up, he was screaming. And I saw her at this point, right here, and walking either back. She must have been walking back this way. And I saw him sort of following. And that's when he's finished. And I started running this way, and he stopped me, and then he left the room for a couple of minutes.
Why did he leave?
Maybe just, I don't know.
Okay. So what happened after you pushed her?
I got Travis, and he wasn't like standing up really. He wasn't really doing much, and I was trying to get him, and she came back. I got him kind of far, like right here. She came back, and he was starting to just get weaker and weaker. And this guy came back in, and she said that they needed to do me too, because it was there. And he's like, no, that's not why we're here. Yeah. He had my purse, which I had on the dresser here prior, somewhere.
And what did they do after this? After you guys reached this? Just try to stick with the incident itself and what was going on.
She came after me, and he stopped her.
Okay.
And she didn't get me.
How was she gonna get you? Did she have a weapon?
She had a knife.
Okay. You said she had a gun before.
I don't know if she had a gun. I think, because I am guessing. I know that he had a gun. I don't know if she had a gun or not.
So she was basically the aggressor.
Yeah, unless he took a shot too. I don't know.
But it seems like from what you're telling me, she was the aggressive one and he was the more passive.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely aggression as far as, I mean, I don't know what you define aggression by, but like there was definitely a sternness, and I wasn't like just free to walk out of there. Like, hey, it's cool, you know, it wasn't anything like that.
Then what happened?
They had an argument back and forth, and she wanted to kill me, and he didn't.
Why didn't they kill you? Just because he said?
He said that's not what we're here for.
Did they say why they were there?
No. But it was obvious they were there for him. They didn't say why.
So it seemed like they knew him, obviously.
Yeah, but he didn't seem to know them. I mean, he was a little out of it. Plus, they had masks on anyway. But he didn't express any kind of recognition.
I could talk.
He was able to say, go get help. And at one point he said, go to my neighbor's house. Go to my neighbor's house. So that if you... there was just no way out.
Did you see them hurt him anymore? Other than a gunshot?
She had a knife, and I don't know. He was bleeding everywhere. It was like when she rushed me afterward, or she came back, I rushed her, but she kind of came back at me.
Why didn't she?
Travis and I were right about here, maybe? I don't know. Halfway? I don't know. And there was a little bit of a struggle with her and I. I was so scared. I'm not a person who fights. I'm not a person who knows really about self-defense. I took some classes once, but it was like 8 years ago, and I've never been consistent with it.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure. I just knew I had to hold on to her hands because she had a knife.
What hand did she have in it?
She She had it in this hand, but well, her right, I guess. So
Right. And what happened? So you didn't see her hurt him anymore. He was just bleeding. Where did he end up?
he when I tried getting him here, he said go get help. And when I came back this way, pushed her, and he said go to my neighbors, go to my neighbors. And I wasn't like no, but I wasn't gonna leave. If I couldn't leave without him, I was trying. I felt stupid already for trying to run this way. I was gonna go to a phone. And he was like, I just said, come on, come on. You know, he was naked, but I didn't care. Just come on. And he's like, I can't. I said, come on. He's like, I can't feel my legs. And they wouldn't let me be by him.
Were you clothed at that time, or were you also nude?
Yeah, I was clothed.
Are those the pants that I showed you the other day on that camera?
I don't think I have pants like that. I don't know. I've got a lot of clothes. I'm trying to remember the clothes that I took to that trip. Oh, I do have another pair of striped pants, and they're gray though with a black stripe. I don't think they were those. I don't know.
Okay. So what happened after that? They had a conversation about killing you two, and then they decided not to.
She
Go from
really,
that
really,
point.
really wanted to.
What happened then?
From there, they were. I was here, like his armoire or whatever it's called with his TV was here, and I was right about here, and I had to stay here. And I was calling his name, and they were like, "Shut the hell up." And I was just. I don't know if I was crying. It was all just like it was so weird. He was going through my purse, and he pulled out my wallet, and he just took some cash. I had, though, my cash stashed in the jeans I had worn, like a good chunk of it, like $80, stashed in 420s in the back of my jeans pockets, which were in my backpack. But I had some cash in here, not all of it, though.
Okay.
So he took that, and
And what happened?
he was.
What was she doing?
She was like right here that time.
Doing what? He's over here taking stuff from your wallet, from your purse. You're here. She's down the hall.
She wasn't far. It's not a far distance. There was part of me, I think, that was just, I was sitting and I was just like, I didn't know what to say. Like, do you beg for your life? Do you say, who are you guys? I'm powerless because I don't have any way to stop them. They were just more powerful.
Well, continue
So
on.
I
So once he
figured-
took stuff from there, what did he do?
She was, I don't know what she was doing, but she was arguing with him and talking with him and saying,
What were they saying?
she's like, it wasn't like super yelling, it was kind of like hushed but intense, like, you need to da-da-da, shut up, it's not over here, things like that. And he grabbed my wallet and he was looking through it. He just took the cash, put it in his pocket. He got my registration out of my wallet, and he said,
What do you say?
He said, "You must be that bitch from California."
Mhm.
And he was going like this with my registration. And he said, "If you ever say anything about this, he said they'll do to my family the same way and me." And I didn't care so much about me at that point. He said, "You need to leave. And don't you call anybody. And don't you say anything. And don't you act like anything happened." He said, "I'm giving you one chance." And she said she's gonna rat us off. She's gonna say something. And he was like, "Shut up." He was like, "You get one chance."
Is that when you left?
So leave now. And part of me didn't want to leave. Travis was still alive. He was still, he wasn't moving a lot, but he was still alive. I could see that he was still.
Did you leave at that point?
I left the room.
And where did you go?
I went downstairs. But I didn't have all my clothes.
What did you leave there?
Well, Travis said I had some stuff there. I didn't see what it was. He said it was in his closet. So they were clothes of mine. But all I had was my purse and my backpack. I left those, and I went outside.
Mm-hmm. And then what'd you do?
I wanted to get help. I just wanted to get help. He told me that if I didn't say anything, that I wouldn't even live to regret it, but that I would regret it.
No idea why they did this to him. You have to know something about it.
I'm trying to think what else was said.
Anything that clicked in your mind. Because why would anybody do this to him? He does nothing but help people. Everybody likes him. Doesn't owe people money. Don't people like that anyway.
No.
He doesn't get involved in things he's not supposed to get involved in. He doesn't do drugs. Doesn't seem like a robbery.
No, it doesn't.
Burglary.
I was wondering if they took my stuff to make it look that way. But then he told me to leave. And, Travis usually keeps his cash in his wallet.
So you didn't see what happened to him then?
I just saw that.
Did you get hurt at all? You said you were fighting with her.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
She cut me.
Where at?
My hand.
Let me see. Where at?
You actually can't see it. If you look in my finger isn't the same though. I was.
Let me see. Where did it get cut?
It was conveniently. It was right on the crease.
Right there on the crease.
Can you see? Oh, it's kind of a purpler color. I guess.
This one here.
It's
Right
compared
there.
to this.
Yeah, right on the crease.
Well, there's a vein on this one, maybe. I don't know.
Is this one here?
Yeah.
So a slice there.
Yeah.
Just a small one? Or was it pretty deep?
I don't know how deep it was, but my finger hurt for a while.
Okay, so like right in that crease that you, right across both of them?
Not my middle finger. It cut this one a little, but not as much. This is where it really went. I don't know how it happened that all these other fingers were missed, but this one, maybe that, I don't know. This one, like I still can't close this finger all the way. It's as close as it goes. Whereas this one goes like that. And also my CTR ring used to fit both fingers and I can't get it on this finger anymore.
So they cut pretty deep then?
I guess if you feel it, squeeze it. It just feels like bone, like there's nothing abnormal there. But again, like my CTR ring slides right on this finger and it used to slide right in off this finger and I just can't fit a ring on here.
Okay.
It's a bigger size now.
What about this here? What's that from?
That's my cat.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. She scratches me a lot.
So, when you were told to leave, you left? Did you get in your car and drive away?
I always have my keys. My keys are on. I'll have a little clip on them. And I do that because I'm very, very spacey.
Did you see any other cars in the driveway or on the street? Any vehicle descriptions you can give us?
No. Not that I don't think his roommates were around.
And you just left? You didn't run to the neighbors, you didn't try calling. You knew they were in his house. You had time to run to a neighbor, why didn't you do that?
I was really scared.
Okay.
I was really freaked out of my mind.
Okay. I don't believe you. I came in here hoping that you would tell me the truth. And this is not the truth, Jodi.
This is all I know.
Does not make any sense. Does not make any sense.
That's all I know.
Nothing changes for me.
I didn't think it would. I feel responsible because I feel that I could have done more. I feel that I should have gotten help. I feel that I should have been stronger.
You feel responsible because you did this.
I did not
Jodi,
kill
you
Travis.
did. You did. And there's nothing you can say that'll change my mind at this point. This is an elaborate story which does not make any sense. Two people come in, first two white males, and then later you change it to...
No, I don't think I ever said white male.
Yes, you did.
When?
At the beginning of the story.
Oh, it was one.
And then you change it, oh no, one's a female.
Oh, it was female the whole time. I said I wasn't sure at first, but you could tell by their build.
Okay. It doesn't make any sense to me. And there's no reason anybody would go after him. There's nothing in his past, nothing in his, at that time that he was going through that would cause somebody to do that to him. And the fact that they left you alive and let you go, that never happens. Why would anybody do that? Why would somebody risk the chance of getting caught? Just let you run out the front door when they're upstairs in this house, killing somebody, knowing that you could just run across the street and tell somebody. It doesn't make any sense. Does it make any sense to you? It doesn't, does it?
No, they argued about it. Doesn't make sense. I thought for sure I was dead.
I was hoping that you were going to be completely truthful with me today, but obviously that's not the case. I know you were there. I know you had some situation go on with him that got out of control. And the cut that you're showing me there, it's pretty obvious how that happened. I've seen that before. That happens when a knife slips through someone's hand because of blood. It's slippery and it cuts. That's what that is. I've done this for a long time. And this is the most far-fetched story I've ever heard. And it's not going to help you. Is that how you want to leave this?
I just don't want my family to get hurt.
Your family will not get hurt. They will not get hurt. The way you're hurting your family is by not coming forward and telling me the truth. There is a reason why you did this, and you just refused to tell me why. Maybe because you are cold and calculated, and you went there intentionally to do this, and you're ashamed of it. You're so ashamed that you will come up with a story to try to hide it.
I was there that day, but I didn't take Travis's life.
You haven't convinced me. I hope you can convince the jury, but I doubt it very seriously. Because there's no evidence of anybody else being there. Nobody. And we're still not done looking at all the evidence. We still have other things to check in the lab, and other blood swabs and other things like that. And every time they call me and tell me, hey, we've checked this, points at Jodi. Hey, we've checked that points at Jodi. Nothing points at anybody else. Do you want to be truthful with me? If not, we can just end it now. And we'll just leave it the way it is.
I know that it's obvious I was there.
No, it's obvious that you committed a crime, that you hurt
There's
Travis.
no reason for me to hurt him.
It's not like that. It's. I know that you did this, and you refuse to tell me why.
There's no
You
reason.
refuse to tell me why. There's no reason somebody else would come in and do this to him. There's no motive whatsoever. We haven't found any.
What is my motive?
Jealousy, anger, fear, if you're being alone, angry at him for not keeping you in his life. I don't know. That's why I'm trying to figure it out. There are so many motives with you. Too many. We know you had a 25 auto. You guys reported it stolen. We recovered the ammunition, and it matches. We recovered a shell casing. It matches the ammunition. Prints, your blood, your hair, the motive. You were there.
I wasn't jealous of anything. I was a little bit envious that he was going to Cancun, but that wasn't the reason. Like, I could go to Cancun. It's not cheap to go to Mexico. I mean, it's not expensive to go to Mexico.
You were probably standing above him when he was in the shower, and you shot him in the head.
I was kneeling down beside him looking at the
Jodi.
pictures.
And then you had a knife, and you stabbed him several times. Yes, you did. Jodi. Tell me the truth. Please. Or if you want, we can stop here. It doesn't matter. You've given me so much already. Why stop? Do you want to? Do you want to continue? Do you want to tell me the truth? What did you do with the gun?
I never had it in my possession.
Jodi, you did.
Never. You know, and I don't have it.
Yeah, you don't have it. People say that when They know of the gun. They've seen the gun. They've touched the gun. You don't have it.
I saw the gun.
Yeah. But you had it before. You've touched it. You've used it. I know you have.
I don't think I've ever even fired a gun. I've done bows and arrows, but not guns, and water guns, yeah, but not a real gun. And the gun that I got on Friday was never used.
So you're going to continue to tell me that you didn't do this to him?
Did not kill Travis.
I believe you did. I truly believe you did. And there's nothing showing that anybody else did this. Nothing. I've been in so many scenes and so many investigations, and there's always some type of evidence left behind, no matter how careful somebody is. And in this case, there was evidence. Not pointing at anybody else, just you. And that's what I have to go by. And that's what my report's going to say.
Okay. I'm just, if I had planned to hurt him in any way, I'm not the brightest person, but I don't think I could stab him. I think I would have to shoot him continuously until he was dead, if that were my intention. And again, I bring up the gloves again, but I would have to wear gloves, because, I'm not too worried about prints. I guess they're all over anyway, but I would never stab him. If I had it in me anywhere to kill him, the least I could have done was make it humane as possible, or quick, or something, I found like killing is humane, so to speak. I don't mean it that way, I just mean...
I know what you mean.
Like, he was still alive.
Yes, he was. He was alive for a while. And I knew that he'd been shot first, and he was still alive, and possibly tried to get away, maybe even tried to fight back.
I think he was in shock. I just remember waking up and...
But you didn't see him fight back or anything, did you? He just kind of collapsed there and...
No, he was here. Outside of the shower.
Yeah. And then you pulled him this way, you tried to get away with him, but then he couldn't go any further.
He said he couldn't move.
Yeah.
He said he couldn't feel his
And that's
legs.
the last place you saw him. You said that he stopped and kind of collapsed right there. She was standing there, and he was over here, and it just doesn't make any sense.
He was still, able to move. He was all, I guess he was all conscious up here, sort of, still. But he wasn't, on his leg or on his knees or on his feet. He wasn't walking.
It's crawling.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if when I got him from there, he was sort of using his legs, but he wasn't standing up.
Yeah. If you're going to continue on that route, I don't think I'm going to go any further.
I don't remember what time I left, but...
I gave you an opportunity. This was the only opportunity. Okay? And you just... Yeah, you gave me the information that you were there, but I knew you were there. And then you throw some story in that is not plausible. It just doesn't make any sense with the evidence that was there at the house. It doesn't make any evidence at all, or any sense at all. That evidence tells a story. And nowhere in that evidence does that story that you told me match. It doesn't match. Is that how you want to leave it? You want to stop here, and that's how you want to leave it?
I know that I didn't take Travis's life. And I know that you don't.
I know you did.
Okay, I know you don't believe me.
I don't believe you.
As long as I am here, someone else is happy that it's not them.
So you're just going to let these two people get away with it?
There's not even any way to identify them. One was male, one was female. They were taller than me. Not by a whole lot.
Are you ready to go back?
Yeah, I guess I'd still like to say something to his family, but I don't think I have anything that could bring them comfort.
Okay.
Maybe I could write them a letter.
Well, you always have that opportunity to do that, so.
Would they receive it?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't mean would they accept it. I mean if if it made it to them, would they get it? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't have their. I'm not going to provide you their address.
I know his.
They know where you're going to be, and if they want to make contact with you, they can do that.
That's fine. I know his grandmother's address, and I guess if I could mail it, but
Okay.
I don't know if that's something.
Well, let me see if I can get someone to take it back. You're absolutely sure you won't leave like this?
I don't know what else to say.
That's it then. Okay, the next time I see you will probably be in Phoenix. Is that cool?
I have a choice.
Well, you're going there regardless, so it doesn't matter. But I was hoping that we could resolve this here. And it's obvious by what you're telling me you don't want to resolve this here.
I just can't.
Well, at the beginning you told me that you couldn't tell me because you couldn't tell me who they were because you didn't want your family to get hurt.
I can't let my family.
And now you're telling me you don't know who they are, and therefore it doesn't matter. So there's nothing you can tell me.
I can give you the
So
best
many
description.
inconsistencies that I don't even want to deal with right now.
Okay, I just don't want my family to get hurt.
Okay. They won't get hurt. You're hurting them right now by not telling me the truth. That's what you're doing. Okay?
You all finished up?
No, for now, I guess.
What's that?
For now, I guess. Can I take this or no?
Well, let me just see. Make sure you're not, sneaking jail secrets out or something.
Okay. It's hard to get paper in there, so I can keep writing stuff.
Did you take some paper with you? Where'd you put it?
Right here in my pants.
Did you write anything on it?
No, on my side.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, could you have paper? Just pick a quick copy of that. I'll send it to you. Just go ahead and stick it if you're in your pocket, if it'll stay there. You can stand up for me. Put your hands out in front of you. I don't do the belly chains very often.
Long wrists.
Is it little?
Jodi, we're gonna let you hang with this.
Thank you.
Turn around,
Continue
please.
on.
Okay. You ready to go?
I think so.
Okay.